you all to the morning session of the ongoing conference on Realigning Indian Agriculture for a Sustainable Future. There have been many interesting talks and brainstorming sessions for the past 2 days, and we look forward to another such a session for today as well. Hence, without wasting any further time, I, Dr. Amrita Mishra, Associate Professor, School of Biotechnology, on behalf of the Conference Organizing Committee, would like to invite the chairperson for this session, Mr. Sharad Deshpande. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Sharad Deshpande is a seed technologist by qualification and has over 3.5 decades of seed industry experience. His career grew with the technological volume and value growth and development of seed industry in India. He was also trained at NABARD and College of Agricultural Banking, RBI. He is currently distributor for leading seed brands, runs chains of retail outlets for organic products, offers training program for seed personnel in the areas of product development, product introduction strategies, PLC, and S&M. He has received several awards and recognitions. So before we begin with the session, I request you, sir, to begin the session by lighting of the lamp. Maybe. Thank you, sir. I now request you to please start the session.
Good morning. Am I audible and visible to all of you? Okay. Thank you, madam, for the nice words, nice introduction. Thanks a lot. See, today we are going to work on a different format for this program. Okay. All the speakers will make a presentation for a few minutes and they inform you what kind of domain knowledge they have. Then the session will be open for discussion. The entire auditorium will be like the stage. Okay. All the people who are sitting here will all be the participants for this session. I want you to be very enthusiastic and encourage and be ask the questions and participate in the discussion. At the outset, I thank ATPBR for trusting me to assume this responsibility of being the moderator for this today's morning session. And we have got a panel which consists of high accomplished achievers in different departments of the business. Okay, and I call upon Mr. Mallikarjun to come on the stage, followed by Dr. Athani. Mr. Kiran Gubba and Mr. Hari Gopal. Friends, we had 2 days of, please be seated. We had 2 days of highly technical sessions, and today we are going to see how the science and technology is being applied. Let us have a look at the practical aspects of seed business. Uh, we have been discussing about the importance of seeds. All the presentations earlier ended up with the seed. Okay, I'll try to introduce you to the fundamentals of seed. Let us try to understand what seed means. I have got a different look. Sharad. I won't take much time. I will introduce you to the concepts of seed. Okay, and I will show you only few slides which will be of interest for you. Yes. Only Mr. Brahma. Yeah, I am going to do that, sir. Yeah, I am going to introduce them. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Only Mr. Brahmanand Reddy is missing here to go back because of some other urgent work. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Dr. Athani wasn't there. Dr. Athani is not there. Dr. Athani. Dr. Athani. His name is not there in the. Yeah, he is there. Okay. Thank you. Can anybody tell me what is Arangetram from the student side? Have you heard the word Arangetram?
So the concept exists in Bharatnatyam, where once the student completes dancing and it's the first performance.
Yes,
That's called
very
Arangetram.
precisely, very precisely. Very nice. The reason I'm using this word here is that till yesterday we heard about the breeders, what they are doing, and finally we ended up with the hybrid or the open pollinated seed. Okay, so here the seed is entering the market. It is getting ready. It's in the green room. It is being tested. A lot of rehearsals are going on, and finally it is entering the market to the farmer's field. Okay, so this is Arangetram of the seed. Next. So what happens in the green room? Let us have a look at it. First is, it starts with the breeder and the germplasm, followed by the product development, trials, performance data, segmentation, and scorecard. This is the responsibility of Mr. Hari Gopal, who is here with us. Can I have the introduction sheets? Yeah, let me continue. Then comes the quality assurance, genetic purity, germination, and vigor. Then comes Mallikarjun's responsibility of producing the seed, hybrid seed as well as the parent seed. Then seed warehousing, here Mr. Kiran comes into the picture. Then it is shipped to the market. So these are the different aspects post development of a hybrid. See, once it enters the market, once it is ready for shipping, these are the things which happen there. See, there are many things. So far, whatever we are doing everything was under our control, in-house. Once it enters the market, these are the different things which will attack the seed. There will be a surgical strike on the seed. In the sense, there is an environment. We promise something that the seed is going to perform so and so, but because of the environmental factors, it is always the performance is G into E, genetics and environment. There is always a constant clash going on between them. If the environment is not favorable, whatever may be the potential of the seed, it will not be able to express it. Then there is sales and marketing push, which has to be in place. Then the trade support has to be there to see that the seed reaches the right farmer. Then there should be commercial strategy, different discounts, pricing, everything has to be done for that. Then crop management has to be assured by the farmer. We have to constantly guide him to see that he gets the desired yields. Then there is a competition. Competition is also there. And so once into public, everything is out of control. So if you look at seed, people have different perceptions about seed. Let's take the ringside view of it. Okay, it is like this elephant and 9 blinds, they feel differently. How they feel differently, let us look at it. Seed is a very important agri input. We have been telling it for the last 2 days. The quality of seed and its genetic makeup determines the outcome of farming. That is the key input for farming. See, I am trying to capture seed beyond the botanical definition, and we'll have a look at it. What textbook says? Can anyone tell me what is seed? How do we define seed? Okay, I have got 3 definitions here. You can read them out. Beyond these 3 definitions, there are other definitions also. Let's have a look at it. What is seed for the plant? For the plant, it is a perpetuation strategy, because plants produce many seeds to ensure continuation of the species. That is a very objective of production of the seed. Seed protects the genetic code of species. It is, we always talk about germplasm. Germplasm is always stored in the form of seed. It's a very convenient means of, you need not carry a big tree and plant it somewhere. You can just carry one seed and you can grow it as a plant. It's very easy to transport. This is second part, what seed means for the plant. So this is the typical structure of a seed coat, then embryo, then cotyledon. So I propose a theory here. It is child and lunchbox theory. Here the child is going to school, the mother gives the lunchbox. Okay, enough food till the child spends the time in the school. So seed is similar. It is a storehouse of enough food and moisture till it germinates and able to synthesize its own food. Seed, then it is disseminated, then the soil and the moisture, then it germinates and grows into a plant. So till that time, whatever food is required, that is stored inside the seed. Till that plant becomes, is able to synthesize its own food. To that extent, the food is stored inside the seed. This is taken care by the mother plant. For man and animals, what does seed mean? Seed is grain and staple food. Seed encapsulated in a pulp, it is also called fruit. Fruit is a kind of bribe, because we eat the pulp and we disseminate the seed. A way of enticing mobile creatures like birds and insects to ingest their seeds. Animals then excrete or throw away at a distance the inedible seeds as they move widely about the landscape. The seeds get spread over the geographies. Say the pulp of the fruit does not have any benefit for the plant, but it is given as a bribe to the consumers, so that they, along with that, they carry the seeds and spread it elsewhere. What is seed for a plant breeder? Seed is carrier of technology. When we say BT cotton, BT is not something which is given along with the seed. It is inside the seed. The technology is loaded into the seed. Seed is a container of germplasm. Seed is packing of millions of desirable traits. One small seed will contain millions of desirable traits packed into it. For a breeder, seed is the lab and the drawing board. And seed, the performance of the seed is the measure of his or her success, breeder's success. So for a farmer, what does seed mean? Seed is an assurance of income. We usually say seed is yield. That is the perception of the farmer. If I take the best quality seed, I must get that yield. That is his claim. Seed is hope for him because once he buys a packet of seed, he starts dreaming about it. If I plant so much of tomato or so much of maize or anything, this is the income I'm going to get. With that, I'm going to perform my daughter's marriage, educate my son, buy a tractor, take care of my debts, all those things. He starts dreaming about it. Seed is a social status, pride, and recognition. He wants to buy a particular brand of seeds. That is his social status. Farmer has a different, he has got a sixth sense beyond the sense of the breeders and the makers of that germplasm. He identifies many USPs in the seed, in the plant, which were not known to us. He has got the sixth sense. And this is power of seed. With a good seed, what a farmer can make out. Okay. I have given one example, 40 grams of seed is required for 1 acre of land. With 40 gram seed, F1 seeds, see, we can feed 1,000 households with tomatoes for 3 months, just with 40 grams of seed. This is the power of seed. For an entrepreneur, seed is a business opportunity. Seed is a value chain. And seed is an investment. Seed is profit. And also seed is a business secret for the entrepreneur. But friends, let me tell you, seed business is not an easy business to do. It has got its own set of problems. Because seed is a biological entity, it has got very high risks. Seed business, let us look at the numbers. There are so many companies. I'm just giving you the overview of how many seed companies are involved. There are 540 registered seed companies. 80 have in-house R&D. Seed production share is private is 64%, public is 36%. So I'm talking about what Mallikarjun is going to talk about it. Okay, market share, private is 47%, public is 53%. Public is mainly open pollinated varieties. And market share value-based, private is 9,000 crores. Total is 18,000 crores, including the farmer saved seeds. Okay, CAGR of Indian seed business is about 12%. And we are exporting 1,000 crore worth of seeds. So this is all the last table there is, those are the opportunities in seed business. The hybridization is not complete. In case of maize, it is 70%. Still 30% has to be converted into hybrids. 50 to 70% in case of cotton. Okay, those are the numbers. You can have a look at them. And for what does seed mean for the nation? Seed is food security. Seed drives the GDP. Seed generates employment. And below there is a yellow box. The milestones from 35 crores in 1947, we have grown up to 135, 140 crores. That's the population which has grown. The area under cultivation is getting reduced every year and year, but we are self-sufficient. Earlier, our condition was ship to mouth. Earlier to evergreen, green revolution, we were just importing the food from America and other countries. People used to wait for the ships to arrive at the harbor, immediately take it for their consumption. That concept was called ship to mouth. Now it is totally changed. It is now farm to ship. We are able to export so much of grains and cotton also. We are short of some edible oil and oil seeds and pulses. Other than that, we are self-sufficient. That is all only because of seeds. So this is the importance of seeds. For a salesman, what does seed mean? For a salesman, it is seed to seed responsibility. Once he sells a packet of seed, till the seed is harvested, it is his responsibility. He has to satisfy the farmer. He has to deliver what he has promised. 40 quintals, 40 tons, 3 quintals, 5 quintals, whatever he has promised as yield, that has to be delivered in the field. So it is a input selling. It's a promise of yield. Selling seed is a concept. It is not a commodity, because everything, it has to be informed to the farmer. He has to give the technology also along with the seed. Seed is an input. It is not the final produce. Selling seed is a dream. इसलिए हम seed salesman को सपनों का सौदागर बोलते हैं, because he sells dreams to the farmer. Because I showed the earlier slide that the farmer, once he plants a certain hybrid, then he starts dreaming that I'll get so much of yield, so much of money, I'll take care of my daughter's marriage and all that. So वो सपना जो हमने बेचा है उनको, that is he is a सपनों का सौदागर. So he assures him that there will be a bountiful returns on that, and seed is speed. The reason I put it as speed is because the R&D is very strong, the breeders are working very hard, and the product life cycle is shrinking every time. Earlier we used to sell a good hybrid for 10, 12, 15 years. Okay, now every second or third year we'll have to replace with a better hybrid, because the breeders are ready. There is a rapid succession of the products coming into the pipeline, and that is the reason seed is speed. I cannot say that I'll take up the trials today, tomorrow I'll take up another wider area trials, then third year I'll start selling. It won't happen. Third year there is already competition which has already eaten into your market share. So the salesman has to be very fast, okay, and the seed has to be introduced into the market at a very high speed, because there is a rapid replacement of the product. Okay, so finally, these are the fundas of seed business. Seed is not a commodity, it is an input. Let us keep all these points in our mind for further discussion. Okay, thanks. Yeah. We'll let him be there. Yeah, seed is not a commodity, it is an input. Seed is a biological entity, so subject to so many environmental factors for its performance. Seed has limited shelf life. This is where Mr. Kiran Gubba comes into the picture. Let me introduce Mr. Kiran Gubba. He is the CEO of Gubba Cold Storage, a philanthropist with great passion for his work. He has 26 years of experience in the field of pharma, seed and food storage. For Mr. Gubba, believes in you are what you eat, and is working on enriching and preserving the world eats. He leads the biggest pharma compliant store storage in South India, and as well as the biggest seed cold storage in India for the seeds. I welcome you, Mr. Kiran Gubba, for this session. Seed is an emotional decision for the farmer, because so many things are attached to it. His dreams, his lifestyle, his income, everything is attached to the seeds, and his prestige also. So this is a highly seasonal, difficult to forecast, sudden shifts in cropping pattern. All these factors, they affect the sale of seeds. Okay, so one has to be ready with the right quantity of the seeds at the right time. For this, Mr. Mallikarjun, he is here to introduce us to about all these aspects. Mr. Mallikarjun, I welcome you for this session. Mallikarjun is my close friend. We have started our seed journey together. I have a very close, affectionate relationship with Mallikarjun. He holds a bachelor's degree in agriculture, an entrepreneur with a passion for agriculture. If you need quality seeds, he is where you go. This is you have to knock at his door to get the best quality seeds. He is now an independent seed production organizer. He has worked with many reputed companies and farming enterprises. And he was head of supply chain in Syngenta Seeds. That was his last assignment. I welcome you, Mallikarjun, for this. Yeah. You can. We'll continue. Okay, you be seated. I'll call you. Next is the important aspect is the segmentation. Here, Mr. Hari Gopal Reddy's role comes into picture. Hari Gopal, Dr. Hari Gopal Krishna Gutlapalli. I welcome you for this session, Hari, a master's degree holder in agriculture, agricultural entomology. Dr. Hari Gopal Krishna is now managing Kaveri Seeds. He is a university gold medalist. He has worked with agriculture institutions like Fresco Foods Private Limited as operations manager and Elbit India as agriculture operations head and many more. Presently, he is the team lead for the product development team of Kaveri Seeds. I welcome you, Hari, for this session. This is the responsibility of Hari. Anything wrong product getting into the market and right product getting into the wrong market. These are the things which Hari takes care of, because we should not be experimenting with the customer. Once we fail in our experiment, when we sell the ultimate product which is not acceptable to the farmer, then we are out of business. So this is where the final filter comes in, and Hari takes that responsibility. So this is all I wanted to say before setting the context for the today's session. Now we will have small presentations from each panelist sitting here. Dr. Athani's discussion, we'll take it up after this program is over. Anyway, he's seated here. Yeah, he's in your team. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can be part of it. Please be seated. No problem, sir. You can sit there. Yeah, we'll continue. Dr. Brahmanand Reddy was to make a presentation on the MRP issues in BT cotton. Okay, and I take up the responsibility of conveying what he has told us to convey to all of you. We all know that the government of India has taken a decision in 2017, if I remember it correctly, and government imposed a cap on the MRP of BT cotton seeds, because there were several issues of royalty payment and all that. So government came in, and in fact, we all together fought between ourselves, and we made the government to peek their nose into our business. Okay, that is the only seed which has got the cap on MRP, but rest of these, whatever seed the companies are selling, absolutely there is no restriction on MRP. That created a lot of problems. Cap on MRP for BT cotton created a lot of problems for the companies, because it put a cap on their profitability also. So the MRP as of now is very low, and every year the government is still reducing it by 20-30 rupees. Okay, that doesn't make any much difference for the farmer, because take the example of if a farmer gets 10 quintals of cotton and the present price is 10,000 rupees a quintal, he earns 1 lakh rupees. By reducing 20 rupees as a seed cost does not make much difference for the farmer. This is the idea from the seed industry, that government should take out the MRP cap so that the companies can produce better hybrids and charge for the value addition, and the farmer is willing to pay for it. So we are, through our associations, we are constantly putting the pressure on the government to take out that rule. It was only, we thought that it will be for a temporary period, but it has become a permanent feature, and that is affecting our business. And many multinational companies, they have walked out of cotton business, and only the Indian companies are into cotton business as of now. And the other thing is, which is a bit controversial, is we are not able to give permission for other GM technologies. That is another thing which is affecting cotton business. These are the points which we wanted Mr. Brahmanand Reddy to speak about, because he knows the science as well as he's into politics. He holds the power, he can influence the parliament and the government. But that is what was expected. Anyway, I think I have covered what he was about to say about it. Okay, and now I request Mr. Mallikarjun to make a brief presentation. So after these presentations, the house is open for discussion. Please shoot questions on all the panelists and get all the information. biggest achievers in their respective domain, and let us take the big advantage of their knowledge and also gain from it. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I thank ATPBR for giving me an opportunity to be among you all and make a brief presentation on seed production challenges and how to mitigate those challenges. Sharad has given a very good understanding of seed and seed business background. And in the last 2 days also, from the breeders, you all have heard how a particular hybrid is developed from the breeding programs and then offered for production to produce the seeds of F1 hybrids or OPs. So we all know that India is an agriculture country and we produce since centuries our own seeds in India. Farmer used to produce their own seeds, multiply themselves and use them, because most of the crops we were having only the OP varieties. Since inception of hybrids from 1960s, sir, or 70s, the hybrid seed production developed in India, starting from maize, cotton, sorghum, and then vegetables. So today, for more than 40 years, we have been producing the hybrid seeds, high value vegetable hybrid seeds and field crop seeds for all the crops in India. We produce for our Indian requirement as well as we produce for the export to European and American continents. Indian market itself is so huge that more than 1 lakh tons of maize seeds are produced in India. And when you take tomato, more than 1 lakh kilograms of tomato seeds of high value vegetables are produced, tomatoes are produced. So most of it is consumed in India and exported as per the orders to other countries. We are leaders in tomato, sweet pepper, hot pepper, eggplant, all these seed productions. In all the cucurbit crops like watermelon, melon, squash, we produce them very, very successfully. All the series of gourds, everything. And we produce a large volume of hybrid okra seeds, which you heard yesterday from Advanta Seeds, Prashant, that a very important Indian vegetable crop. And 95% of that seed is all for Indian market only. Truckloads and truckloads of high value hybrid okra seed is produced here by many companies. And we produce maize. Now hybrid rice is coming up. Pearl millet we are producing since ages. Sorghum from the beginning of 70s, the hybrids came into India Since then, we are producing the sorghum hybrid seeds. So what is important is, if you want to be a global supplier, then you need to produce with all these QQTPS points, which is quality, quantity, at the right time, at right price, at a competitive price to compete in the international market. And you need to provide the security for the germplasm that they provide you, the parent seeds, so that their IP is protected. And then we need to work in a healthy, safe, and environmental friendly environment. So we have achieved good standards in QQTPS in India, but the challenges are still many and new challenges are emerging in spite of all this. So we look at the challenges one by one. The main challenge nowadays, this particularly refers to hybrid vegetable seeds. Seed-borne diseases, since we are producing for more than 40 years in the same seed production location continuously, so there is a chance of soils getting infected with these pathogens, especially the viral diseases. So global importers, they are worried about all these seed-borne diseases, and it's a big concern for us to manage. All the tobamoviruses in Solanaceae crops like tomato, hot pepper, sweet peppers, they are very, very serious. Bacterial diseases, and in cucurbits, especially squash, watermelon, these bacterial fruit blotch, gummy stem blight, squash mosaic viruses, all they are becoming very, very serious these days. So since we export very high value of quantity, it's of great concern for us, because in cucurbits, if one seed is tested out of 60,000 seeds, the entire lot is rejected. So you won't receive any payment, zero payment. But as a seed producer, the Indian company or the seed organizer who is producing it through the growers, farmers, he has to pay to the farmers. There are obviously the production costs, and you need to manage those situations. Even fungal diseases are also serious. Under congenial conditions, the overseas experts, they say they can also be serious seed-borne diseases. And in India, these protocols are mainly, followed by big companies for seed health management. This concern is still not very much in the Indian market, but for the overseas market, seed health is big concern. So those companies which sell seeds in India do not bother much to follow the standard protocols of seed health management. So how we can mitigate? Basically, there is nothing to eradicate these available. The best possible solution today is prevention. That is the strategy. And prevention how? Maintaining all hygiene practices in the field production. And this seed health issue, please remember, this particularly refers to vegetable seed production. So vegetable seed production, as you all know briefly, seedlings are raised for male and female in the nursery, and then they are transplanted in the main field. Hybridization is done. After the ripening of the fruits, seed extraction is done. Seeds are washed, treated, dried, and packed. So in that process, that is nursery, and in the main field, PHO is post-harvest operational area where you wash and treat the seeds. Maintaining the best possible hygiene is the important aspect. And this is why it is a challenge. It should be so simple. But still we look at our culture. You go to a restaurant or you go to a marriage hall, you go to such conferences, the way we manage hygiene after eating, the way we put the plates, the same happens at the farmer's field also. So in spite of telling repeatedly, repeated follow-up also, they don't remove the crop debris from the field, rotten fruits, deceased plant remainings. It's a continuous hammering, you need to do, but still you can't achieve 100%. It's a big challenge. It's in the attitude. We tell them, you dig a pit besides the seed production plot, take all the debris, waste, rotten things, and put it in the pit, cover it with soil. So it's a continuous process. We need to keep on telling this thing season after season, farmer after farmer. It's a big challenge. But by hygiene maintenance, we can eradicate this problem to a great extent. Crop rotation. So since we are producing the seeds in the same locations, concentrated locations for vegetable seed production have been same for more than 30 years in India. So the soils are getting infected. At least we should not grow for another, one crop is taken, then we should give a gap of 3 years at least, 3 seasons, so that the disease pathogens can be eradicated to a great extent. Crop rotation. Disease-free stock seeds. Stock seeds is here referred to the parent seeds, male and female seeds. So that we must ensure that we get the stock seeds from our breeders, and if you are getting it imported from the overseas, they need to be disease-free. Insect vector control through integrated pest management, and also eradicating the host plant around, especially the weeds. They harbor a lot of insect vectors and they transmit the disease. This is very key. And then we have the protocols after this for seed treatment for cucurbits with the tsunami chemical, and Solanaceae crops normally we treat with trisodium phosphate, hydrochloric acid to eradicate these pathogens. And now the companies have come up with wet seed procurement process. Earlier we used to extract the seeds on farmer's field, and then we used to get dried and pre-cleaned seeds from farmer. But now companies are insisting, we are insisting that the seeds are brought to the PHO facility where the post-harvest operations are happening. We wash the seeds there, we treat it with chemicals, and then we dry ourselves for 3 to 4 days until we reach less than 8% moisture. So this is the new concept of wet seed procurement from the farmer and managing it till it is dried properly. Then in spite of all this, finally we need to test from a reliable source whether the pathogen is really eradicated. It's not there in the seed lot. So we need to have very reliable testing facilities. This is still being developed in India. Now, many organizations are coming forward, but I'm very happy to tell you that Goba Seeds, they are developing these seed testing facilities, I heard, and Mr. Kiran will say more on this later. So we need a reliable source of testing. These are common problems, common challenges. We have so much population, but there are no laborers available on the farm. You must have heard this when you go to villages from the farmers. There are no workers available in the restaurants in India. Entire South India gets workers from Northeast. Strange trend has started. Nobody likes to work. In the farms especially coming back, and especially seed production, which is more labor incentive operation, the laborers are not available. You provide high wages, you provide transport facility, you provide all other facilities, food, tea, everything. Still, the tendency to work is reducing. So that's a big challenge. Labor wages, you see, 441 rupees is minimum wage per day. And seed growers are moving to commercial crops because of non-availability of laborers. Commercial crops like hybrid maize, sugarcane, soybean, these are very high yielding, and they are managing it with minimum labor and less hassles. So they want to take commercial crops. Very tough compliance requirements from overseas companies, also in India also, for child labor, minimum wage, health, safety, and environmental issues are challenged. So how we can mitigate all this? Basically, it's about training the more skilled worker force. We need to develop the skilled workers, motivate them with attractive payments. And what has happened is the work culture has totally gone. We need to bring it back, which used to be there 25, 30 years back. So that has changed. We need to provide best working conditions at the farm place, safety, and finally we have to make it with a win-win strategy with the labor and the farmer combination. We need to make the work interesting also for the laborers. There is no efforts put by any scientists, I would like to say this, or experts, that all the agricultural practices have remained the same for ages now. There's nothing has changed. For example, if you go to Holland and see a seed production big farm, the laborers can listen to music when they are working. In India, we have different attitude. I mean, if somebody puts music, we think he's not serious about work. But people want interesting, want it to be made interesting for working. For example, in southern India at least, I think everywhere, on the tractors you see a lot of music these days. Without music, he will never drive the tractor. So they have made themselves these changes. I mean, we need to make it interesting. Then only people will come. Otherwise, agriculture will become boring. It's not glamorous. We need to bring glamour into agriculture, especially seed production. How we all have to think. Seed pricing and motivation to the grower is also required. Overall benefits from the paying company need to improve, and this is always an ongoing competition. The demands are more, and the negotiation is a continuous process in this. We have made very good progress when it comes to compliance, especially child labor. Syngenta company in 2005, we started working on child labor in cotton. And by 2009-10, we achieved zero child labor. And we implemented the same thing in vegetables also. All the vegetable locations are almost zero child labor, which used to be a very, very serious thing earlier. Lot of international agencies like Fair Labor Association, they are coming, they are auditing, inspecting each and every field for the presence of child laborers. But by attitude also, the growers, the community has been convinced that the children need to go to school. So the child labor is almost eradicated in the seed production areas. But the watch needs to be continuous. It can again come back because of scarcity of labor, but strict vigilant action is required. It's a teamwork. Achieving compliance in all those, like minimum wage payment. How you pay minimum wage, tell me. If in seed production plot, if you are paying 400 plus rupees per day, a commercial farmer who is producing rice or sorghum, can he pay? He can't pay. And if you alone pay, the laborers will not go to the commercial farmer. And then the commercial farmers will get agitated. And you will disturb the balance in the society. So it's not easy. It's very easy to say you should pay minimum wages, but how to implement it? So the commercial crop prices or minimum support price, that what we discussed, need to improve. When the farmer's income improves, automatically the payment structure will change. And good thing is, nowadays, nobody can exploit anyone. That much awareness has come in India. Laborers, it used to be exploited earlier by the landlords, but today it's a reverse. Labor's demand actually. So you have to go request and take care of them, then only they are available. This is a good development. This should have happened, and it's happening. Okay, climate, disease and pest. Every year the climate is becoming tough. You all hear a lot about climate change, and that's happening. Increase in disease pressure, pest pressure, and most cases the seed growers are sometimes demanding very unreasonably. The companies cannot fulfill those demands. So last 2 years have been very excess rains, continued extended rainy seasons in the seed production locations especially. We could not plant the seedlings in time. So it's totally disturbed. What is possible in this case is advanced planning, making batches in sowings so that the sowing window is still kept intact. If you sow in the right sowing window, then only you will get the best crop and the good quality seeds. So sowing window you cannot miss. After the sowing has been taken in the nursery for tomato seeds, the seedlings have to be transplanted within 21 to 30 days. But sometimes the rain is so much, you cannot prepare the main field. For 40 days, 45 days, the seedlings have to remain in the nursery. Overgrown seedlings can't yield better. They can't perform. So such situations are there. We need to manage it through proper planning. We have to divide the risk through batches, and finally better crop management. Crop rotation, we have said, we need to develop new locations to avoid the disease pressure. And basically, we need to use our experience for the last point that I'm saying, win-win situation between seed grower and the company. How it is possible? You need to use your experience, your background. You need to manage the people. Sometimes there is good income. They are very happy, seed growers. And because of any reason, if the income goes down or if it becomes zero, they will not tolerate it. We have to manage. If you have 100 seed growers in a particular seed production location, if 10 of them become unhappy, they can disturb the entire 100 growers. So those 10 needs to be managed properly. How you manage? Those who have produced more seeds, overproduce the quantity, you need to pay them less, sometimes less than the contracted price. How is it possible once you made the contract? So those things are possible because of your relationship. If you have a good, healthy, long-term relationship with the growers, you are taking care of them season after season, they will also listen, they respect you. I'll give you an example. When I was in Syngenta, we were producing one chili hybrid called Roshni. Yeah. We had a target of 2000 kg production, but we ended up getting 5000 kg. And the agreed price was 4,800 rupees per kg. It was a conventional hybrid. So how can you buy those seeds? Today, there are overproduction terms and companies immediately slash the price up to 120%, 100% payment. After that, 50%, up to 140%. And then it is negotiable. They may or may not take the seed. But those days, it was still in the developing phase of the seed industry. So we have to procure all the 5000 kg, but the farmer leaders, because of our relations and the growers, they were so nice. They offered us, sir, you pay whatever you want. You reduce some amount, but only request is don't stop production next year again. So they offered us to reduce 1000 rupees per kg. From 4,800 rupees a kg, we paid 3,800 rupees. We saved 75 lakh rupees for the company. And only request from them, I carried it to my boss. Mr. Dilip Gokhale was there. Madam is here. So I remember that incident. And yes, he was very courageous, a leader. He said, all this seed, the stocks, he will never worry about it. He knows how to manage the stocks, inventory. Next year, we again had 1,500 kg of production. So with that small quantity of production, we distributed one plot to each to maintain the grower base on a continuous basis. So these things, why I write there, managing people and growing together in the long term, if that is there, then people will respect you. And we have been fairly successful in managing this in the last 25, 30 years. Genetic security and these things, yeah. Two. Sometimes few varieties are very tough, but they perform in the F1 very well. They are very low for producibility in the seed production, but you need to produce them. But they are not beneficial for the seed grower. No grower likes to produce them. So that is the challenge. Cross purchasing of seeds, I mean, a company is producing their very high value seed. Another small company or any other competing company will come and buy that seed directly from the farmer. That's called cross purchasing. So it's like stealing somebody's IP. That's another challenge. There is always a demand from the companies for developing new production location because of the disease pressure. COVID-19, unfortunately, has been the challenge, a new challenge in the last 2 years. Let us hope it will never repeat again. So for the low producible variety, you need to develop the production conditions through seed production research on a continuous basis. And that has to be under the supervision of the breeder. And we need to make it a successful production for the low producing also through better crop management. And in the end, even if the variety is yielding very, very poor, you have to compensate the payment to the seed grower. Then only the balancing happens. So that's why we used to adopt a policy in Syngenta that no agreement, only trust. The prices are never fixed in the beginning. And believe me, only this philosophy works because you never know until the end how much a variety is going to yield. If it is yielding more and if you have already finalized the price, you can't reduce always. And if it is low yielding and if the price is fixed and if you can't change the price, the grower will not remain with you. So, I mean, how can you manage without the contract? Yesterday, seed production contract improvement was one of the points in the presentation. It was mentioned. Okay, always this good relationship, trust, faith, loyalty, these words may not sound good. You need to have the systems in place. But still 90% of the things will happen on trust and long-term relations of mutual understanding, mutual growth, those things. Good network of loyal growers if you have and good monitoring conditions, you can avoid these cross-purchasing things. Payments have to be on time. Farmer has already invested. The payments have to be on time because in vegetable seed after producing, minimum it takes 90 days to test the grower test for the genetic purity. Only after that you can pay. But these days nobody waits for 90 days. Farmers, seed growers demand advance payments. 50% of the payment is almost done during the production itself. And immediately after the procurement also, if you can pay it immediately, it helps. Because you know, the trust is there, the work has been done to A grade, and the lot is anyway going to pass. That kind of confidence you need to have. So we have to take the risk of paying it in advance. And SPR on continuous basis. And if COVID-like situation is there, logistic becomes the main problem. Seed shipment, parent seeds from one place to the other. And F1 seeds from India exporting to overseas. All those issues we faced actually in the last 2 years. For that, the only solution is advanced planning and planning. Nothing more you can do in that. Work pressure is there these days on all the managers. Most of the time people are busy in the meetings. These Zoom calls are consuming everything, all the time of the managers. That's a big challenge.
Time up, Mallikarjun.
Yeah. Import, export, our procedures are very, very complex. And overseas regulatory requirements are suddenly changing. They are demanding for more declarations for the diseases. And regulatory issues on cotton, we heard. Too many companies are there. For open pollinated variety, you will not get isolation. So for all these challenges, teamwork culture has to be there. Managers have to divide the work among themselves. Then only they can devote their time for the field visit. They have to help each other and make this attitude, making others' job easy, which will help a lot and save their time, advanced planning. And when it comes to regulatory thing, all stakeholders, government authorities, scientists, the activists, the farmers, everyone has to take care. And always on continuous basis, we need to develop good grower base. Infrastructure development, because of this post-harvest operational thing, lot of infrastructure requirement has emerged to manage those diseases. It's very, very high investments. And sometimes there is no guarantee that you are going to get the production. So that challenge you have to manage. Production volume suddenly, they move from India to Thailand or China because of pricing and those competitive pressures. Here, total balancing is required. We need to achieve more higher standards in QQTPS and health, safety and environment area. We need to work as a team. We have the benefit of wide range of soils and agroclimates so that more seed production locations can be developed. It's a big challenge. Not all the farmers in all the states, they come forward for seed production. Trials have been done in many, many states, but still the seed production is concentrated in the southern regions up to Maharashtra, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. These are the main seed production hubs for more than 90% of the production of all the crops. So that needs to change, but it's a big challenge. And artificial intelligence use and IT use in seed production can reduce the burden and can reduce the laborious works. And we can go for more and more mechanization so that the labor requirement is reduced to a great extent, especially in maize, the shelling, detasseling machines, harvesting, and those things can help. And this QR code development of managing the seed lots at all the phases can avoid any mistakes of physical contamination and those things. So these are the few challenges and how we can mitigate them. This a picture of watermelon, those who have not seen. On the top, the emasculation is happening. Sometimes in watermelon, even though it's a unisexual flower, in the female you get rudimentary anthers. So companies insist to emasculate. So the emasculation is happening with the forceps and the packet is put in the evening. And the next day morning, different color packet is put. The pollination is happening from the male flower of that hybrid, collected from male flower. Same in tomato, there is no option. You have to emasculate compulsorily each and every flower. And this is emasculation happening through the forceps. This is how the male pollen is collected from the male plant's flowers. And then below the pollination is happening there. You can see the powder is being applied to the stigma. So that's all. So finally, please don't get an impression that there are challenges and we can't produce these seeds. But successfully we are producing. Challenges are emerging. We have a great future. Those who want to come into seed production, there is a huge, huge scope. You people, especially the youngsters, the new technology is coming up. Climate controlled seed production can be another option in the future, in the greenhouses, with soilless cultivation, because of these disease pressure and all. There, all these biotechnologies can be of great help. I see a lot of future here, and you all should look into it. There is definitely a lot of opportunity for India, for our own production, as well as for export purposes. We can earn a lot of money in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallikarjun. Please stay back. It was a very nice presentation. You covered all the points. Now, time for, I allocate 2 minutes for questions to Mallikarjun. Yeah. Next. You take the mic.
Right stage of production cost analysis of new product development.
Sorry, I didn't get.
What is the right stages of production cost analysis of new product development?
New product development,
New product, that means,
seed production cost.
yeah, seed products.
You see, seed production costs are standard. Even if a tomato variety is newly developed or a tomato variety which is developed maybe say 5-10 years back, the costs are same. Production costs are standardized. Only thing, what is changing every season is the labor costs are increasing. That's the variable cost. And because of disease pressure, there will be high usage of crop protection chemicals. So that cost will be increasing. But if you ask me in one sentence, what is the right production cost? Right production cost is the cost which you will be able to reimburse to the farmer plus the same amount of money over it. Then the seed production can happen successfully. For example, in tomato seed production, a farmer spends, we produce these days in net houses. They almost spend 70 to 80,000 rupees in the net house for producing 20 kilograms of seed. And then he expects at least 1.5 lakh rupees of total payment. So that means 50% money you have to pay, whatever he has spent, so that he will remain interested in seed production. This is how it goes successfully. One example of tomato. Hope I answered you.
Yeah, Mallikarjun, this is also related to the producibility of the hybrid, seed producibility. Am I right?
Seed producibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
The quantity of seed you get after the pollination, everything is done
Ah.
per unit area.
Yeah.
That determines the price.
Ah.
Because farmer expects a minimum price for his area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then the
See,
per kilo cost will be variable.
Exactly what Sharad is saying. See, in a net house, normally you produce 20 kilograms with a good yielding hybrid. Even if the farmer gets 5 kg, you have to pay 1.5 lakh rupees. That's how the prices will vary. Otherwise, he cannot. 80,000 is already spent there. On that, how much you want to pay? Sometimes you have to compensate with a high yielding variety. You may not be able to pay straight 1.5 lakh rupees, but you give him another variety which yields 30 kg in one net house. So such kind of balancing is required.
Yeah. Next question. Sir, wanted to say something?
Sir,
He is going to ask a question there. Please give him the microphone. No, the one gentleman sitting behind you, sir. Yeah, let him complete. I'll be next. Okay. Just wait.
thank you.
Association, and Mrs. Gokhale here was talking about some of those things, and
Yeah.
I think she also brought out some issues. I will, for her also, there are.
Yeah,
couple of
madam
things.
is involved from 1987
You
in
know,
seed production.
she has been involved directly.
Yeah.
Number one of the issues why our seed production is not becoming globally even better than what it is the fear of IP, the loss of the parents from the production fields.
Yeah.
So I would like to listen to your view or the panelists' view on how do you protect that? Because remember that any hybrid that goes into the market comes there after spending at least a few crores of rupees.
Yes.
It takes 4 or 5 years, sometimes 8 years to develop a new product. So how does the developer ensure that his IP is? That's one of the, I think, problems that India has to, take care. So I would like to hear your and the panelists' response to that. And then, do you face any issues with seed production, certification? One of the things Mr. Gokhale was saying that sometimes even uh, 30 days you don't get your seed certification time, your export of the seed is hampered. If you don't send it in time,
Yeah.
you lose the whole. So this is an area that we need to address the red tape, And the other thing is, we don't have yesterday, I think, Kiran, aap bol rahe the, creditable, accredited laboratories should be nearer each seed producing state, where they can go to a accredited lab and get the certification in time. So that's a gap
Yes.
we need to fulfill.
Sir, you mean the quarantine
Yeah,
certificate?
so we need
Quarantine certificate.
whatever that is required, so that is nearest and within a short time, because you have a time limit. So there should be some dialogue between the authorities and the seed producers, some way to come out with it. So this is something we could go back from here in a summary to the authorities and see if some discussion can be led. And fourthly, lastly, I feel there is one opportunity that has emerged with the things that have happened in Jammu and Kashmir in the last 2 years because of 370 and all. Ladakh is an independent unit now, union territory. And Ladakh can be our off-season seed production center. Excellent climate, no fully rain shadow, no diseases, etc. Very dry and nice climate from May to August. And I think this is where we can take the China production into India.
Yes.
If the seed producers and the government get together. These are 4 things that I hope you. So these are things that I want. Is there anything else I missed? No. China, because China, yeah. Like tomatoes used to be produced in China for $150 to $200 a kilo just 3-4 years back. Now they are demanding $400 a kilo. I was just talking to a friend of mine who is in that production. We wanted to do off-season. And she said, give me $450 a kilo. How do you, 20, 30,000 rupees if you give per kilo, you cannot sell for 20,000 or 30,000. Thank you.
You want to say?
Sir, I have a counter question for you. How are the other countries managing this IP issue with your experience?
I don't know about China, but I think it might become controversial if I say something. I think, like I'll tell you about Argentina. I had a lot of people who used to do, counter season production there in Argentina. I think they have much better control within their facilities. They control what is the other ways, at least one parent frozen pollen, which is happening already in India. I think my friend Raju is doing a very good job. I don't know if there are others. Frozen pollen being used for pollination. So at least the male is secured and the female is male sterile. I think that is the answer. Pakka answer. Yeah. Otherwise, it has to be human. We have to have mentality that yaar ye kisi ka intellectual property, I must not play with it. But that will probably take time. Honesty bolo, integrity bolo, we have to have.
It's a matter of attitude. Maybe
a matter of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, IP, sir, my trust is still in relationships. 100% trust on your growers and they trust you 100%. That takes care of 99% of the issue. On top of that, you bring legislation and all. I'm not against it. But how much it will work is question mark. How you implement it is a difficult thing. It has to be managed basically. Intelligently, we have to manage. And we should not, give this impression that in India, IP is a big threat. Our scientists also should say there is a lot of care is being taken. China is very worst in this aspect. Yeah. No, IP protection के लिए counter attacks कैसा है? I will tell you one example of my Mahiko experience. 1985, I was working for Mahiko Seeds. So sunflower MSFH1 was in very much demand, and that was the only company having a good hybrid after this Karnataka Seed Corporation hybrid, and only MSFH1 was in huge demand. 300 rupees commercial packet would sell at 1200 rupees per kilo in the black market. So that much demand was there for sunflower. And whatever seed production we used to give, 100 acre, 200 acre, 500 acre, male, female, 1.5 kg male, female, and 300 gram male we used to give. And those bags, the people who were, these cross purchasers, they used to come and they collect. You can't trace them where that fellow has gone. So protecting our foundation seed was a big issue. So you do monitoring and you do to your grower base, which is well known to you, loyal to you after that. Then what company did next year, I tell you, those people who had produced with the foundation seed pouched this way in a wrong way from the company, they had produced and they had stocked seeds, lot of stocks. Company next year distributed, they wanted 5,000 acres of seed production, but they distributed 10,000 acres of foundation seed. So everyone produced the seed. And then hardly there was any demand for the loose seed. They were all collapsed. This strategy they used and it worked.
I remember.
Huh? Yeah. Minimum, yeah.
What happened nowadays, some countries are demanding that 90% within 72 hours, some are demanding that 90% in 5 days, some are demanding that 90% in 10 days. So what is a global standard that we should follow? Because in upcoming days, I think it is a debate, एक debate वाला situation ना हो जाए इसको लेके.
Yeah.
So what is your point of view on that, sir?
Basically, in the export production, especially in the high value vegetable seeds, the demand is for more than 95%. They want 95%, not 90. Okay. And now there is a term called usable seed, number of usable seed. Even in this, it may be germinating, but is it uniform in viability and all that? So these demands are coming up. So for this, we have to improve. The entire seed production process, in the seed production, proper fertigation, fertilizer management, proper insect pest management, growing a healthy crop, restricting say number of fruits or quantity of production from one plant so that the seeds are bold. Yeah, after the extraction, thorough cleaning, removing all the choppy seeds manually by machine, everything, so that you reach 95. And we are producing, for example, I'm producing squash seeds. They are always above 95%. Yeah. And tomato we are producing, they are all above 90, 95. But the challenge is, some of the varieties are genetically tough for germination. So in that cases, the companies have to make a win-win strategy. Sometimes it will come only maximum, you may achieve 85%. But that time also they pay at a discounted price, some companies. This is how it is to be managed. But germination standards are going up globally, even in India also. The only way is to improve continuously.
Okay, thank you, Mallikarjun. We'll continue with the next session. We have, I think, even I myself have got many questions to ask. We'll take it up during the tea time.
Yeah.
And personally, thank you so much.
Thank you once again.
Yeah. Sorry, we are running out of time. I request Hari Gopal to come and make a brief presentation, then we can take up the discussion. Hari.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everyone, to my seniors and to the students. So this is Hari Gopal Krishna. And I would be talking on one of the topic which is related to the main topic, that is realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future. So this is actually, I think this would be an introduction to build up my topic. So whatever I will be giving. So realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future is the current need. As we all know that the country's population is increasing day by day, and the available cultivable and arable land is fastly reducing because of fast urbanization, as well as there are Added to it, there are many abiotic and biotic factors which are bringing down or lowering the agriculture production and productivity. So one way to improve the agriculture production and productivity is through use of frontier science of genetics or the improved seed. So how do we build improved seed, or how do we develop the improved seed? So that would be the key thing. So the improved seed can be developed by careful scientific research and planning and proper testing, for which we need a proper testing to be done, and also to provide right source at right time. Oh, sorry. Okay, I was thinking that it would have been done. Okay. Yeah. So one way of addressing this issue is through the use of frontier science of genetics. And the improved seed can be developed by careful scientific research and planning, and providing right resource at right time at right place, and also to give the proper know-how to how to use them in right order to the farmers. So that is the thing. And for developing a new prospective products, conducting trials plays an utmost important role for identifying the new prospective products against targeted environments, against the key existing products. That is what we need to increase the productivity of the country with the new genetics, whatever is possible. So what are we going to discuss? So it would be like trials, then the objectives of conducting trials, then how do we develop an effective trialing system, and then the significance of these effective trialing system. So what do we mean by trial? The trial, it is a scientific tool for documentation of product development as well as testing of new products. So whenever it comes to the identification and validation of a new product, it not only depends upon the organized ideas, what breeder think, like say around 7 years or 10 years ahead. And so whatever, it doesn't only depends upon those organized ideas, but we need to test those organized ideas in targeted environment, whether it is coming in that way, whatever has been thought by the breeder. So a good trialing system depends upon meticulous planning and proper execution of the work through a thought out process. So the trials, whatever we conduct, they should have certain components to be fixed. These components may include like yield and yield related components, as well as the new product. It should be having good response towards biotic and abiotic stresses, as well as the agronomic traits. So if these all components, whatever we are discussing, when we integrate this through proper statistical analysis, then only we can identify a good, promising prospective product. So there are two types of trials what we do from the basic thing, from the conception when it has reached to the breeder. So there are two types of trials. One is called controlled trials and the other one is called as farmer field trials. So what do we mean by controlled trials? These controlled trials are actually the trials that are being managed by the research team, or we can say the breeding team, where they do their station trials as well as on-field trials. So these trials are basically done to evaluate the true potential of the new products, what they are developing, the true potential of that product, as well as its response towards biotic and abiotic stresses. So basically, these trials include large number of test entries, which are tested in a very small plot size. And initially, the number of test locations are very low for these sort of trials because of huge number of test entries being there. Coming to farmer field trials, these are the trials which are 100% managed and controlled by the farmers. And basically, we do advanced stage products after control trials. Whichever product moves to the next step or to the next advancement, those sort of trials move to the farmer field trials condition. And here the number of test entries are low, but the plot size is increased and the number of locations are increased to evaluate that particular product, the advanced product in the target geography. And we need to see, basically we do these sort of trials to see the stability of the product and its adaptability to different climatic conditions. So what are the objectives for these trials like? So what do we do in trial is basically we do the product evaluation, and product evaluation is a process of measuring the performance and the key traits of the new prospective products in the target environment through testing. So the objective is whether it The main objective is that these trials determine whether the new product development process is on proper track. Because of trialing only, we can see that whatever concept a breeder has conceived, whether it is running on the proper track. Then it helps us to decide the stability of the product or whether we are meeting the end customer requirement in terms of yield and acceptability. And once we finish that objective too, then the product is introduced to the market with its package of practices. So how do we develop an effective trialing system? So to develop an effective trialing system, there are certain points on which we need to focus. Like the first thing would be information on the product that is under test. Then second thing is the testing strategy. Third thing, we need to define the objective for that particular testing. The fourth thing is resource planning and allocation. Then planning for the targeted environments, then trial execution, establish trial deliverables, and then visits to those particular plots. And finally, after completing the visits and recording the data has to be analyzed, interpreted, and based on the final conclusion, recommending for commercial release. So this is a step-by-step process where we evaluate each new product or the new concept that has been given by the breeder or from the market intelligence what we get. The breeder designs a new product and it has to move in this fashion, then only we can give it to the market. So what do we mean by the information on the test product? The information on the test product refers to the crop for which we need to do testing, the segment under which it has to be moved, or its market potential. Because since we are into a commercial business or even like government people, whenever they develop certain product, then we need to know like it falls under which segment. Segmentation generally means in terms of maturity or grain type or anything. So the segment has to be known so that we can move into those areas and test for its acceptability and its market potential in that particular area and the desired outcome. We have to know the desired outcome in the starting phase itself. Suppose a breeder has developed a product which is tolerant to a particular disease. So he should let us know beforehand saying that this particular product, what I have designed, is tolerant to a particular disease so that we can move and we can test that product in those hotspots only. If we are not aware of that particular objective of the breeder, then we would not be testing that product in those hotspot areas. So whatever the desired outcome is there, what breeder is thinking, that should be known. So that is what we mean by the information on the test product. Now regarding testing strategy. So to finalize the testing strategy of each product, whether it should move under controlled condition or under farmer field condition. So this depends upon the stage of the trials, the stage under which the products are being tested. So there are different stages which possibly yesterday breeders might too have explained to you all. So what do we mean by the products testing stages is? One is progeny trials, then observation or preliminary trials, and multi-location trials. So these three stages comes under the controlled trial condition where each and everything has been designed by the breeder. So possibly they may be having augmented trials or replicated trials where there is a fixed row length and there would be some replications, and they have to be followed as per the guidelines of the research team or the professional team. Now these trials which go under control, as I mentioned earlier, these trials are basically to know the true potential of the product, whatever has been tested. Now the fourth and fifth trials, those are large scale strip trials as well as field demonstrations. These come under 100% farmer conditions. So these two trials, because here we evaluate in large number of locations so that we can understand the stability of the product as well as to see whether it is these products are fit into certain environments or whether it has been adaptable by all the environments. Then defining the objectives. So whatever trials we are going to do, we need to define the goals and the expected results from these trials. So what do we mean by goals over here? Goals are nothing but whatever stage observations we need to take up, how we need to manage the trial, how we need to maintain the trial. All those goals need to be set priorly so that we can reach to the expected results from these trials, whatever has been executed. Now, since the testing, why we do testing is it intends to identify the maximum drawbacks which are there in the newly developed product. Until and unless we don't know the maximum drawbacks of that particular product, we cannot place it into to the farming community, or we cannot advance it to the farming community. So these drawbacks can only be identified when this particular product is being tested against the key existing product in that particular locality. So a product which is existing in a particular locality has already been adopted by those farmers. And if we are intending to bring a new product which is better than the existing product, then we need to use that existing product as a key benchmark for those particular traits. So the trial must include benchmark products or key traits for which the new genotype is being tested. So once we prove ourselves saying that this particular product is better than existing product in terms of 1, 2, 3 traits, then only we can move. So these would be the objectives. Like we need to define the goals and the expected results for the trials what we execute. Yes, sir. Now resource planning and allocation. So this phase creates a detailed breakup for all the resources that are required to complete a successful trial. So what are the resources? What we are looking for is we need proper manpower, proper field to conduct the trial, the seed material, the equipments which are required for conducting the trial, as well as the infrastructure. And it also designs, or it also assures the number of the measure of those resources, like the number of test products what we are going to test. These are all things what we need to plan before we are executing a trial. So the number of test products, the number of locations where it has to be tested, and what would be the plot size, what we need to talk to the farmers, or what we need to take on lease, and the equipments what are required to complete these trials. So planning for targeted environments. Now this particular phase comes for the advanced stage of trials or advanced stage of product testing. So where we are planning on finalizing the product segmentation. So to finalize a product segmentation based on its maturity, grain type, hotspot areas for a particular pest or disease for respective crop, and agronomic practices under 100% farmer management. Now there are different agronomic practices which are being followed in the country. Like we talk about Rabi in coastal Andhra, they go for like high density population for maize. Now even we are talking about high density population HDBs into cotton coming up for mechanization and all. So we need to do that thing in 100% agronomic practice of the farmer condition. Then trial execution. Sowing should be taken up as per the prescribed plan, whatever has been designed by us for the controlled trials, and the sowing should be completed in right sowing window. Otherwise, we cannot evaluate a product. If we are missing out the sowing window, then we may not get the pest or insect incidents that would have been happened if we had taken up in right sowing window. So that is key thing to evaluate a product. It should be in the right sowing window in the target environment for both these crops and against key benchmark products. Now, what do we mean by establishing trial deliverables? The efficient trial deliverables are a list of formats or equipments that are prepared, provided, and maintained to support the trialing activities. So there are different set of trial deliverables which are required before, during, and after completion of the trials. So before we execute a trial, we need to provide the manpower, the required set of documents based on trial plans, segments, layouts, and we need to also give information on the benchmark products which are to be used to evaluate our products, against which we need to evaluate our products. Then during trial, we need to provide formats regarding the trade dictionary. Once we give them the trade dictionary, then only they will be scoring or recording the data on proper time so that we can get valuable data. So trade dictionary is meant to be given during the trial. Then formats for recording key traits, both qualitative as well as quantitative, and equipment such as measuring tape, then weighing scales, moisture meters, etc. This to be given during the trial. And after trial, we need to get the data from both quantitative as well as qualitative traits, and farmer feedback on the advanced stage products. So that would be a key thing for the advanced products. So without farmer feedback, it will be very difficult for us to advance a product. Now visits, the trial plot should be visited on regular intervals for recording key traits, key agronomic traits, which will be having an influence on the economic produce. and also to guide the farmers who are handling the control trials. Now, crop tours at the time of harvesting with a key decision makers that has to be planned and that has to be done in a successful way. So these key decision makers are none other than the farmers, the respective crop scientists, the PD team members and the sales team members to critically evaluate the product performance. Data analysis and interpretation. This is the last part. Once we complete our trial, then whatever data we receive on the produce of economic importance, as well as the agronomic features like days to flowering, maturity, plant height, lodging, threshability, as well as easily measurable grain traits. These are all to be recorded and to be submitted. So once we receive this data, this is critically examined to see whether this would be fit for inclusion into a statistical model. And each trial, so while we critically examine, we should see whether this trial is free from patch. If field is having any patch effect, then it will mislead us to identify a proper product. And the trial plot should have optimum plant population. Then it should be free from all natural hazards like bird damage or animal damage, so that we have a good population and we can evaluate the products properly. So all the data which are qualifying on these above criteria are pooled and analyzed for stability as well as other traits. There are a number of statistical models which are available to analyze this data. Now, selection of an appropriate model is to be done to obtain the choicest information and to draw valid conclusion. The inferences that are drawn based on the data analysis and farmer feedback, which is considered for the advanced stage products, for product suitability to various geographies and its competitiveness towards the existing products. So that is how we design and we follow for conducting good product development thing or to evaluate a good product. Now, what is the significance of trialing? So the efficient trialing system is basically the backbone for any new promising genotype or product on which the entire product development process is built. Inefficient evaluation may lead to a colossal loss to the farming community. If we are not efficiently doing our trials and if you are not efficiently evaluating the product, then we will not only be advancing good product, but we will be advancing something which is inferior and which will be creating a loss to the farming community as well as to the organization, because they would be investing a lot of money in producing that seed. So any successful product life cycle depends upon its maintenance breeding, then quality seed production, and prevailing biotic and abiotic factors. So any incorporated gene defect in the genotype for a specific biotic and abiotic factors leads to the decline phase. That is why we need to, every 3-4 years, why we are bringing a new product into the market, because there are certain factors where this gene defect happens and the product moves into a decline phase. And once the product moves into a decline phase, that is where this product evaluation thing comes up, so that we can continuously give a new product through evaluation to the supply chain or to the seed chain. So this product evaluation through effective trialing system becomes a contiguous process to meet the futuristic needs. Now, our main thrust is to develop high developing products and to improve the lives of the farmer, increasing the production productivity and the nutrition security of the company. So this is the thing, and thank you all. Thank you for listening to me patiently, and thank you ATPBR. And this is what, if you see the starting part of that slide, the starting slide is how we conduct the trial. If we can put the first slide. The first slide. So this is how, though there are two different crops, this is from our paddy field. So this is how we are conducting the trial, and if we follow all the guidelines, then this end photograph with a good product and a smiling farmer. So this is the end product what we get if we evaluate properly. Thank you.
I'm sorry we are running out of time, but it was an excellent presentation by Dr. Hari Gopal. Any questions? Let us take one or two questions. Let the questions be very short and the answers too. Please.
Excellent presentation, Dr. Harigopal Krishna. So I'm a farmer from Tamil Nadu. Now I understand the hard work behind the success of every farmer. Thank you so much. And my question is, when a new variety is released, they say that it has so much of yield potential. How do you, determine this yield potential? Besides, the yield depends on so many factors, abiotic and abiotic. Is there any standard procedure? Is there any statistical model to determine the yield potential? Another one is, for instance, in pulses, I grow paddy and pulses. In pulses, for instance, they say some variety X, it is moderately resistant to yellow mosaic virus. So what is meant by moderately resistant? So in Tamil, we have a saying, if you go to a hotel, in Tamil, Suda irukanu kettaga, Sumara irukanu solva. That means if it is, whether it is hot, then say it's average. So is there any parameter to determine what is moderate? That's all about.
Yes, sir. Now addressing to your first question regarding the good, like the true potential of the product. Like when we say the true potential of the product, we are evaluating the product in a particular controlled condition where we see what would be its full capacity of giving the yield of a particular product. Like if I say I am here, I can lift a weight of maximum 100 kgs. Today with my weight, whatever I am, I may look a little bit bulky. So I may lift up to 100 kilos. So tomorrow, say like after say around 8-9 months, when I become lean, if I am on diet, tomorrow I won't be in a condition to lift that much weight. I would be reducing. So the same thing, like it may be implied into the agriculture. Like when we we look for the true potential of the product, we give each and every input properly to see what maximum that seed can be giving. And when it goes into the field, there are n number of farmers who are growing that particular product. Say if we are talking about your village where you are cultivating, you would be one of the most progressive farmer who will be giving all the inputs in a required manner. So you will be getting the maximum yield. Say I am another farmer from your village and I am a very lazy guy and I don't want to give anything. I know only that sir is a progressive farmer and he is bringing so and so seed. I should also bring that seed. And if he can get 100 kilos, I may be getting 90 or 80 kilos because I am little bit, I will never say that I am a lazy person, but I will say, okay, if sir is getting 100, then I will be getting 80 to 90 kgs. But everybody over here knows that I am a lazy person. I won't be getting that yield. So when we say a true potential means when the seed gets all the required things, what it needs. If everybody follows in that way, then only that true potential can be availed, provided to the weather conditions and the pest and disease reactions. If those are not there, then this would be the true potential of that product. That is what we want to say. It can go up to that. See, if a same product which is being grown by you and same product which is grown by me in different soils, different fields, the soil heterogeneity plays a big role. Then if I am in a different area, then the biotic and abiotic factors play a different role. Your area may not be getting, your area may be getting optimum rainfall. My area would be getting more of rains or floods, then my crop will be getting affected. So when we talk, like when we say that everybody is not getting that much yield potential, it depends upon a lot of factors. But this would be the true potential. This would be the capacity of that particular seed to yield that much if it gets all favorable conditions. That is the answer for the first question, sir. And second question regarding moderately tolerant and moderately resistant, what we say. Now, this is basically related to the biotic factors which are influencing either insects or pests. So we scale it, or whenever we record the observations, we scale it based upon the intensity of the pest attack. Pest being a broader term which includes both insects and diseases. So we scale it based upon the incidence of the pest on a particular crop. If that incidence is more, say more than 50%, and it is having a huge impact on the crop yield, then we say that particular product is susceptible to that particular specific disease or insecticide. So this resistant, moderately susceptible or susceptible is graded based on the particular pest impact on the economic produce. So if it is affecting more and your yield is totally lost, then we say that that particular product is susceptible. If it is being affected, but it is not hampering much on your economic produce, then we say that it is moderately, or we say it is moderately resistant or resistant. If it is totally not getting impact by that particular pest or disease, then we say that this particular hybrid is totally immune to that particular disease. So that is how we grade it. We categorize it, saying that whether it is susceptible, moderately resistant, and immune, based upon the impact of that particular biotic factor on yield. So if it is not giving more, if it is not impacting more on economic yield, then it is definitely resistant. So that was the thing.
Yeah, no company says that a particular hybrid is resistant. We safely call it tolerant.
Tolerant.
Okay. Resistance becomes a very high, tall claim. So all the companies, they avoid it. We just label it as resistant, tolerant. Okay, Hari. Last question. Yes, sir.
Highly resistant.
Island. Yeah, yeah.
That's true.
That becomes an issue in consumer forums. Subject, yes. Yeah. Any more questions, please? Questions? Yeah.
Sir.
Hello. A multinational company has bred a one hybrid with a lot of research and all. They conducted the PD trials and all the things. They launched that hybrid, but they failed completely miserably. They withdrawn that hybrid, but they invested a lot. When that hybrid introduced it to the Indian market after PD trials and all, it was a great success. More than 10 years, it was the leading hybrid. What may be the reason? Is it the failure of the PD at that country, or the success of the PD of in our country?
No, it can
Can
be.
you analyze it just for my understanding?
Yes, that can be interpreted in different ways.
Example is the Seminis malini cucumber hybrid.
Okay. Now there may be different ways to interpret it, sir. Maybe the conditions, because the success of each and every product depends upon the G into E reaction, whatever we see. So the G being constant and the environment being changed. So whatever they must have tested in certain country, where definitely they must have worked hard on identifying that particular product. Once they zero down to that product, then only they had come up to another environment called India, where it got success. But when they identified it for certain countries, say XYZ country, maybe the conditions when it was being under evaluation, that was favorable for that thing. And the moment, because even the first launch year plays a very important role in a product success. The first launch year, if the product fails in the eyes of a farmer, then that product cannot lift. I have an example of one of a crop hybrid which we launched. And unfortunately, during our PD trials, it was the top class one. But I don't know what happened, and it did not get germinated in the field during the first year of launch. And then whenever we took that product, farmer directly rejected it. That may be one of the reasons. So there are n number of factors which would be playing in the success of a product. The key thing would be the first year of launch, how it is behaving, based on that year's biotic and abiotic factors too. That may be the reason why that product couldn't have picked up, because we cannot say that one organization having different PD, what do you say, organizations, like the base of PD would be same for that particular country as well as this particular country. So they will be working on the similar lines, and they will be pooling the data. They will be integrating the data for all these countries, and they will be looking at that. So it must have been something else. There are so many factors that must have led. That is my interpretation from whatever question you had asked. Possibly the weather or the environment in India suited much more than that particular country. That is number one.
Yeah, I
The
think,
second thing is possibly
I
the
think
first
that
year
kind
of
of
launch.
problems can be avoided by testing across many locations. Okay, then you will have solid data to take a decision on that. Right, Hari?
Thank
Yeah, I will ask one last question. Who takes the final call on the product? Okay, whether it is the sales team or the product development team or the breeder or the managing director of the company.
No, sir, it would be like, no, everybody's valid point during advancing a product. See, whenever we advance a product, everything should be taken in a positive way. Whether I may be on a lower, like what we say, on a lower hierarchy, and maybe the director of the organization is on a higher hierarchy. But whenever we have a discussion on taking a decision, everybody should be like, no, kept on the same platform, and we should respect to each and everyone's views. Then only we can like, no, move forward in identifying a good product. If we have any egoistic things coming up, like subordinate is instructing me that this is a good product, and the superior is not listening to it, we need to justify our point, and all those justifications where we get the maximum justification on one line, then that thing should move ahead. So the decision is actually a teamwork where we consider everyone's opinion. We should have debate. We should have a healthy debate, justifying each and everyone's point. And definitely, if there is a team of 5 members and 2 members coming on one side and 3 members coming on the other side, they would be properly justifying and defining their point, and they will be like, no, convincing us. And if we are convinced, then we should accept them. If we are not convinced, then we should be in a position to justify them. That is the thing how we move ahead. And finally, after we have all these fights in a small room, then we would be again, going back to the farmer's feedback what he had given. If he also says it in a positive way, then we will definitely move ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hari Gopal. On behalf of ATPBR, I invite you for a webinar. Sometime you can come and address on a webinar.
Sure.
So where we can spend 1.5 hours and we can understand whatever you wanted to present. Sorry, just squeezed up for time. We did not give you much time. Thank you very much for all that information.
Thank you, sir,
have
for
shared
giving
with
me
us.
an opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah. Any question? Yeah. Please be brief. Okay.
Just we have discussed, all stakeholders are, coming to the one platform and taking to the decision to advance the product. But finally, after finalizing the things, again coming to the discussion of points that how sales is not moving. Like, product has been launched, and then, product came into the market, but next year that sales is not going up. So who will be, then the answerable that point?
Now, this is how we take the product into the market. So there are different factors which are playing. Possibly the marketing guys may be well aware of it, like how they are pricing and all. But the thing is, if we advance a product and if we say that this has that potential, then the product should speak in the market. Now, this is how we take that product into the market plays a key role. We need to guide the farmers. We need to explain our product key USPs against the benchmark product until and unless we show them. That is where that particular last trial comes into picture, the demonstration trial. That is one way of disseminating our idea to a larger audience. Until and unless a larger number of people sees it, that how this product is performing, then it will be moving like mouth to mouth. We need not have to campaign also for maximum for that product. So that is how we need to move. If we are not doing anything, and if we say that, no, the PD guys had said that this product is very good and our management has produced it, but still it is not moving, that means we are not working on the ground level to take it into that line. See, one farmer may have seen, but he cannot influence the entire village. We need to pick up such big farmers who have influence in the village, where we can, if suppose you are a prospective farmer or a progressive farmer of your village, and like that, if I can get 3 or 4 farmers to whom the entire village is listening, if I demonstrate on these 4 or 5 farmers field, and if they say with their own experience, then definitely that entire village may get converted into this. And this is how we need to take that product. If we are not working on that product, initial 3 years doesn't define a product success. Product success would be defined only after 3 years of launch. So that is how it will be moving.
Yeah, we'll take up the discussion further during the tea break. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sir, I will be eating into your another 15 minutes time. Dr. Tikku. Okay, anyway, I invite Mr. Kiran Gubba to come on the stage and make his presentation. I know you are unstoppable, but I will give you only 10 minutes time to finish off everything, and we can take up the questions if time permits later on. Otherwise, we'll do it during the tea break.
No issues.
Yeah.
This one, right?
This one further.
Yeah, further. Thank you. So I'm young, so I have been dodged to complete the session in 10 minutes, where the gray hair people took 30 minutes on a lighter note. But I'll ensure that I will add value where I am. Okay. So okay, there was some slight changes in the PPT. I mean, the wrong PPT came up, but however, I'm sorry for that. If you look at in the last 3 days, there are some people who are here. Like, I was speaking to Mr. Das Gupta. He was saying that he started his career in 1973. That means the year I was born. And Mr. Tikku is probably close to 73, and there are many gray hair here sitting in the auditorium. So students, for you, it was a mind-blowing, priceless opportunity, probably all put together. Students, I request you to listen to me for at least a couple of minutes. I know you're busy chatting, you're busy talking, you're busy in the social media, nothing wrong about it. That is how the young gen is now. Because for you, all it's about is books, pass off. But trust me, probably 1,000 hours of all this, I'm talking in the interest of you and not for myself. I know how to run my business. I know I might have fallen 100 times or 1,000 times in the last 27 years of my career. But your university has brought down the best speakers in the interest of you and causing the future leaders in the Indian agriculture. Actually, I'm standing for you and talking on behalf of you, getting into your shoes and then speaking it, whatever I spoke in the last a couple of minutes. Because my earlier speaker said, Mr. Mallikarjun said that there is, we are having scarce of manpower, scarce of labor. People want to work in AC auditoriums and AC cabins. People don't want to get their hands dirty in the 42 degrees of sun and 10 degrees of winter. And that's what Indian agriculture is all about. We are less organized. We are a developing country. We are not a developed country. And we have systems in place where एक एकड़ में 4 लोग मतलब खेती बाड़ी करते, बड़ा भाई, छोटा भाई, सबसे छोटा भाई and बहन. But in West, probably 100 acres become one farming lot. So that challenges we have to deal with. At the end of the day, we all need roti. No two ways about it. So it was a good opportunity for you. The last 3 days, at least 1,000 years of experience was put across in a power-packed sessions. So that is what I wanted to tell, that it was a good opportunity for you and a good opportunity for you. Thanks good. They are recording this, so you can go back to your sketchboard and look at the recordings whenever you feel so. This is how, 1998, when we saw that the Indian seed industry was going beyond, and technology was coming, the BT was coming, and so on. The volumes were growing. India was becoming the seed bowl. Automation was the need of the hour, and that is how a cold storage industry like us also emerged and we set up such facilities. That's a 1.5 ton jumbo bag. That's a 2 ton jumbo bag cold storage facility. Foundation seed, it has to be stored because I mean everybody knows, I mean especially I mean I was little confused कि कैसे करूँ यार, यहाँ पे लोग जो है 50 साल के तजुर्बा है और यहाँ पे लोग जो है 5 दिन का तजुर्बा है. I mean especially the students I'm talking about. I mean not exactly the 5 days, but how to balance my speaking. I was clueless what to speak because here there are some pundits who can teach me for the next 10 days, and here the students who are yet raw. So I'll keep balancing what I need and what I could. A foundation seed, that is how to be stored because it is all smaller lots. You need to have, it's very precious. You need to have a CCTV cameras. You need to accurately maintain the the temperature data logging system. Ensure that 24 hours the temperature and the humidity is maintained as per the Harrington rule of 10 to 15 degrees temperature and 40 to 50% relative humidity. Seed germplasm for the longer preservation, we can go up to 40 years. This is need of the hour because India has, still the SME sector in place. Unlike the West have very big companies, but in India, we have the MNC companies, the large corporates, the medium corporates, and the SME sector also. So, my other speakers were talking about India needs to develop, what you call pool of facilities, having the common germplasm banks, common seed testing laboratories, a common biotechnology lab, such that people adapt to it and create a better quality of seed. Every in the ecosystem, everybody have a key role. Like if you look at the game of cricket, probably 11 people will be playing. There'll be another probably 20, 30 will be at the back. The bowling coach, the batting coach, everybody play their important role. But वो दिखते नहीं है, सिर्फ 11 लोग ही लिखते हैं, वो अलग बात है. Yeah, we need to even have the NABL accredited seed labs in India, as many as, because you have a seed and you don't have the lab at your nearest location, and that will become a hindrance to your supply chain. This is how a typical seed lab looks. And these are the various testings done in a seed lab. And it's always good to have a walk-in germinator room such that you get the best of the results. You need to even have a biotechnology lab where now people are moving from GOT test to the MDOT test, where you have a immediate essence of the seed which gets into the market after a couple of months. These are the various tests which is done in a biotechnology lab. My earlier speaker spoke a lot about multi-locational trials. In fact, time has come to even structurize the multi-locational trials, which the efforts have just begun in our company too. And this is how technology can be used in the trial services. I'll not speak much because my earlier speaker spoke 10 times of what I can speak. This is typically how a seed cold storage looks. It's paneled. It's 4 sides insulated panel. Even the flooring is insulated because the temperature doesn't seep. Even the roof is paneled, 100 mm, 150 mm, depending on the thickness of the, depending on the temperature which is stored. You need to have a mobile-based inventory system now. Today's, when things are so versatile, the client must know at a click of a button the age of the seed. How many months the seed has been in a cold storage, what lot, which bag, which hybrid, since when, which rack, which floor, which location, and so on. We need to give a multi-phased report to the client, such that at a click of a button, he should only focus on his packing or his dispatch or his R&D and such that. In fact, I keep talking about the allied industry, because we belong to the allied industry. India should start thinking like a Fortune 500 companies. Start focusing on your R&D, start focusing on your HR, start focusing on your core activities like sales and marketing. Give the non-core activities to people like us, like the warehousing or the processing or the packing or even the production or the biotechnology lab or the seed lab or the multi-locational trials and the seed cold storage and so on, such that we put the best lean thinking we do, kuch to jugaad karte hain, but still give the best output to the Indian seed industry, such that they focus on the core things. Because see, global warming ho rahi hai, land is shrinking, next level, next generation people are not coming to the agriculture. Some thinking has to be done, else we will head for a major breakdown. We might end up not buying a shirt for our birthday, but we can't get out without eating a roti of that day. These are the various inventory reports what I already spoke that actually adds to the supply chain of the seed industry. Air monitoring, ensuring that, if you look at ensuring that 10,000 tons are stored, every seed, every kg gets a uniform temperature. Aisa na ho ki in one corner you have 10 degrees and the other corner you have got 15 degrees. That impacts the seed vigor, the seed germination at a longer duration. In fact, we have many case studies. Like I was talking yesterday, we have a case study that, the onion seed can be stored for 2 years. Yeah, many people don't know. Yeah, because in India, that's what. So onion seed can be stored for 2 years. Maize and sunflower, we had stored for 4 to 5 years. Ensuring the thermal tracking. See, the cold storage, many times you will have a impact damage, or the rats eating out the insulation properties, or jab banate samay, there might be erection challenges. There, if you look at the middle image, that is how the naked eye looks on the right side of the middle image. On the left side, the thermal tracking camera looks. Where वहां पे temperature शायद 25 degree हो सकती है, and actually inside the cold storage somewhere 15 degree होती है. So when you store 1,000 tons and suddenly you get a sense that अरे 200 ton खराब हो गया and बाकी का 800 ton ठीक है. So we had such instances in past. Same chamber, 100 tons fail and 1,000 tons are good. How come? Then in our research, we found out that there was some thermal tracking needs to be done, and we started doing it once in a year. The industry did not ask us, hey, Gubba, do the temperature mapping. Hey, do the thermal tracking. We didn't do that. We went ahead 5 years of the Indian seed industry and looking at what is needed. And that is where value lies. This is also for the students. Start thinking beyond. When you even go for an interview, it's not like what job you want, what is the CTC you want, मेरे को मतलब कुर्सी ठीक है, कुर्सी को कितने पहिए हैं, मुझे चाय मिलेगा. Nah, what is that value addition? You are giving it to the company. Then the company will be delighted to take you. Else it will be all you. Start focusing on the company, because the company is giving you the fruits. The company will give you the fruits. And we have got this is how typical data logging system. We have got a 21 CFR data logging system, highest ethical data logging system, tamper proof. अगर गुब्बा में मतलब रात को 2 बजे भी temperature कितना है आप देख सकते हैं. Even we tamper it, you guys will know at what temperature and how many hours we have tampered the temperature. And these are the various reports which is required to ensure the seed is safe till it reaches the farmer. Various certifications are also needed to ensure that the seed, man, equipment, everything is safe. You need to check the moisture of the seed as soon as you get it. A bad moisture, undesirable moisture will impact the seed. You're getting your person into a 4th stage of cancer. The chances are little less. In fact, this was the right side. We have created a kiosk in Gubba. We have reduced at least 50% of our seed wastage by having sewing machine, some bags, some systems in place, such that these are the small things which needed to save the seed. Safety practices are a must. No two ways about it. Don't wear a helmet because you'll get away with the police challenge. No, wear a helmet to safeguard your head. Your family is waiting for you back at home. This is an app. I was talking about our Gubba Seed newsletter. The intention we started this newsletter is to connect with the industry. In fact, I keep telling the pundits of the Indian seed industry, hey, give us the best articles. Give us the supply chain information. We want to publish it to the industry because we have a reach. We have a reach of 35,000. So let the industry get knowledged about what's need to be done. One of the gentlemen was talking about one of the speakers, MLT trials, PPT. So let it be a regular affair, not just in this forum. Let it be regular. Let it be every week. That's how we designed our Gubba Seed e-news, such that e-version, I mean this recording or such speaking, such what you call trainings can also get into the seed fraternity. Now, thanks to COVID, I mean, what you call the usage of virtual has increased. So let us leverage on it. Let us connect, because a lot of thirst has been gone into various important sectors, whether it's electric vehicles or solar panels or IT. Let's get the technology driven into the agriculture too, because at the end of the day, we need first is roti. Uske baad kapda, makan, dukan, chakan. First is roti. Next 50 years, 100 years, I'm clueless how things will be. Today in 2022, we are struggling for manpower. I don't know what happens in 2122. मुझे नहीं पता, मैं तो नहीं रहूंगा, मुझे नहीं पता क्या होगा. But at least my fifth generation shouldn't struggle. Thank you. Only the short questions and the short answers. Sir. Sir,
I was happy learning that onions can be stored for 2, because it is a big problem, critical problem in onions. So 2 years is a great, because 6 months is what we are used to. That too very difficult. But French beans is another crop where seed storage is a big problem. So any light on that?
So I exactly don't know कि French beans कितने समय तक store किया जाता है, but trust me, give me 2-3 days time. I will come back to you stating हमारे पास store हुआ तो किसका हुआ, मतलब at least किसका तो नहीं हुआ, मतलब आज तक कैसा हुआ. I'll come back to you on that. But एक तो है, see, there is one Harrington rule we follow. 10 to 15 degrees temperature and 40 to 50% RH. वो तो सीधी सी बात है. Like, yeah. So in that, okay, we could ensure that, I mean, 24/7, 365 days. And with that, we ensured that onion seed was there for 2 years. So that means in those conditions, if onion seed can resist, I mean, be there for 2 years, I think even French bean also should be there. But however, I will come back to you. Same, sir, 10 to 15 degrees and 40 to 50% RH. Now, some vegetable seeds like gourds, etc., require 40 to 45% RH. We are working on it to make a separate chambers wherein for vegetable seeds where we can reduce 5% of the RH. We are doing some studies where we can reduce another 2 degrees of temperature and increase to 4 to 5% of RH. Some trials chal rahe abhi.
Excellent.
Because it is really surprising for onion, especially. I worked for 5 years on onion.
Sir, be quick,
onion
otherwise
crop
Dr.
in,
Tikku will kill me.
center. But we used to store the seeds at 3 degrees centigrade, 2 to 3 degrees centigrade. Then only we used to maintain the viability after 2 years. But when you say it is 10 to 12 degrees, it's great achievement.
Thank you. I will come back to you. I mean, I do have, that's what, and by the way, we have been storing onion seed since 2006. Since 2006. So 16 years. Every year we have been storing onion. Even आज भी निकालोगे, शायद 1000 ton तो निकल जाएगा onion seed हमारे गुब्बा से. Out of the 1.5 lakh tons.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for your patience. This is the journey of seeds. Once it comes out of R&D, how it travels and reaches the farmer, from trialing, production, then warehousing, all these things we have covered to your satisfaction, I hope. Okay, I hope you all enjoyed this session. And sorry, Dr. Tikku, for eating into your time, your next session. Okay.
Definitely,
Thank you so
definitely
much.
they would have enjoyed because I was short and they had to go for a tea break.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, good morning, everybody. I have just a small announcement. I request all the organizing committee members to come on backstage and all volunteers who has been here, giving us their best effort in last 3 days. So please come.
Okay. Just wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you, Sharat sir, for chairing this session. And I thank all the speakers for delivering their talk and sharing their ideas with the audience. Thank you, everyone. So I now request our chairperson to kindly come on the dais to present mementos to all the speakers. There, please. So I request Sharat sir to first present the memento to Mr. Mallikarjun. Brahmanan sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request sir to present the memento to Mr. Kiran Gopal. Thank you, sir. And finally, I request sir to present the memento to Mr. Hari Gopal. I now request Dr. Suresh Tiku to kindly come up on the stage and present memento to Mr. Sharath for chairing this session. Thank you, sir. I now request everyone to gather for a short tea break at the backside of the auditorium. We reassemble here once more for our second session exactly after 15 minutes. But before to that, I would like to request Dr. Gopal Chaudhary to come up on the dais for a quick announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And with your permission, Sharat sir, I'll just take 2 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to inform you that we have a technology business incubator at our university, supported by DBT, BIRAC, NST, DBT, and DST, which has supported 250 startups. And as we are gathered in an agriculture conference, and Mr. Gubba rightly said, at the end of the day, we need roti. Completely agree, sir, and no denying in that. But if you allow me, I would like to spice up that a little bit with the launch of a startup supported by our incubator, E-Pani Puri Carts. They have come up with an automated system of delivering healthy Pani Puris, and they are also the recipient of Biotech Ignition Grant, BIG, in 19th call from the BIRAC. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome E-Pani Puri Carts. And may I request Dr. Narayanan to please launch the company backstage in the food area. So, and requesting all the delegates to please join. Yes, sir. They have arranged Pani Puri for everyone. So all the students, please fill your stomach. Thank you.
Teku, a very knowledgeable person with 40 years of experience in public and private sector as a breeder and research leader. He has over 40 research publications and has gained global perspective in crop research and their market needs. I welcome you, sir, to chair this session. Thank you. Sir. Yes, okay. Meanwhile, I request all the students to come back quickly and take your seats. Students, please come back quickly so that we can start the session as soon as possible. So I request all the speakers for this current session to kindly come up on the dais. First and foremost, I would like to call upon Dr. Partha Dasgupta, former director, Syngenta Foundation, India. Sir, should I continue or if you would want to welcome the speakers? Okay, sir. Then, sir, over to you.
Good afternoon. We are about 1.5 hours late. So I think I'll try and see how quickly we can finish. And my only request, first of all, welcome to Dr. Dasgupta and Dr. Athani. Thanks for making it. And I hope we can make it an interactive session. And I will just take about few minutes to explain the session, and then we will have the presentations by our speakers today. The panel discussion is on FPOs and sustainable marketing, as you must have seen from the program. And I think very briefly, I would say that what is FPO and what does it mean? I feel that the green revolution was equivalent to 1G. You know, it was 1G. We did what we needed to do at that time to bring to the farmers the first rush of technology in agriculture, which made us to make the production that was possible at that time. I think the last 2 decades after, say, early 90s to 2000 was 2G, but 2G was involved in developing new tools that will give agriculture to the next push, because technology started getting in, and because of that, I think we have the biggest success story of BT cotton, and of course, molecular assisted breeding became the two. I would say these were initiations, and utilization became 2G. But I think now the time has come for 3G in agriculture, and 3G in agriculture will mean integrating all this and bringing farmer to the market in the best way possible. So that will, in my opinion, make it the 3G if we can successfully get this integration done. So FPOs is farmer producer organization, and why we need FPOs is that, in spite, as I said in the inaugural comments, that in spite of doing all the improvements, our average yields are still low. Why? Because 80% of our food is produced by small farmers, and their output is not comparable to the best farmer in the country or the developed world. So we need to make sure that their productivity is increased, and if their productivity is increased, then we need to give them the right markets to be able to sell at a profitable price. As Mallikarjun in the morning said about in seed producers, they get definitely better money, but they are also vagaries of weather and our challenges are there, but they do make better money than a commercial producer who is always either the middleman coming in or the weather spoiling his yield, and there are post-harvest losses. One of our big 40% of our produce, especially in the fresh produce, vegetables, fruits, etc., gets lost between the harvest and to reaching the consumer. So we need to, reduce this. So this is why I think individually the farmer is too small, doesn't have the clout to reach the market. So we need this new, I think we used to talk in the 60s about cooperative farming being one of the ways to, help this small farmer reach the market in a better way. But I think it didn't succeed. It didn't succeed because I think we didn't have the trust in that system. People didn't trust each other, and we didn't have a organization that would help them to succeed. And today, I think, yesterday, Dr. Dadzani, we awarded yesterday, and one of the things she had started long time back was an FPO called Pusa Beej, taking the seed varieties to the market by creating these seed villages where they used to produce the foundation seed or certified seed, truthful label seed for IRI. Similarly, we need today the FPOs to get the following things can happen with the FPOs. The farmers will still continue to be owners. I am reminded of the Magrapata city in Pune, where the farmers are shareholders of that. So they have not lost the land totally. Land is used for real estate, but they are still getting share value, and share value has increased. So you need farmers to continue to be owners, and they need to get professionalized services by helping them to produce the right variety, the right time, right cultivation and agronomy. If this helps, their output will increase, and they will also give them a better clout because it is now collective. One farmer is not going to a middleman. A collective farming community with their produce is going. So they have a better clout to go to the market. So it will be a more professional organization, and they will help them not only to get better output, they will help in creating a better cold chain. That's one of the problems today we have. Cold chain is too far from the farming produce. So you lose fruits between what the farmer produces till it reaches the consumer. A cold chain can reduce that loss. And then they will also help in automation in the farmers at the small unit. Farm automation will help them to reduce labor, as today also you heard. Labor is cheap, we say, but labor is not any longer as cheap as it used to be, and they are not available. They don't want to be there for doing the hard work. So they need some machinery. I think if we help in getting better farm operation for small farmers, units like Japan, there are a lot of farmers using small farming equipment for their 2-acre, 3-acre farms. We need that kind of equipment come from the, a good idea for the, incubation startups to use from cultivation to sowing to have small operations that can work on 1-acre farms, and the FPOs can use them. So this will also create employment opportunities. It will create not only the agronomists helping them to get better produce, but also the extension workers. Today, knowledge transfer is a big problem. These startups will need, these FPOs will need access to skilled force who can help them identify a disease, identify a problem, go to the farmer. So you need a app-based availability of, I call them farm doctors. If there is something like that, you can have app-based farm doctors, which can be available. Today, you can call doctors on visit home. If there's a problem, these should be available within 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers of farming areas. How do we do that is the question that I have. So I think this is, government has planned to have 10,000 FPOs in the country by 27, 28. And they are providing subsidies to these organizations to make them successful. So all this, I think, is a step in the right direction. So I will now invite, we have Dr. Das Gupta. He is the ex-head of Syngenta Foundation, and they have been trying to help tribal farmers, especially in the remoter part, to get better produce and better marketing. And I think we will listen to him. We will listen to him, and then we will have improved production and improved value chain by Dr. Athani. I think we have only 2 speakers, the others are not here. We can then have an open discussion. I request you, sir, Dr. Dasgupta, take 10 minutes, 12 minutes, so that we can finish and have more deliberation time. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And we have Dr. Bidan Mohapatra. Is he there? Please come to the stage. Let me one by one, I will introduce. Dr. Dasgupta is an expert in agricultural development, including field and horticultural crops, livestock farming, agribusiness, including seed system, agriculture extension and rural development, agri-enterprise, development and activities associated with the same. He has previously worked with many reputed companies like Duncan's, Biotech, General Management Sandoz, and Novartis India, and then General Manager Seeds of R&D in Novartis. And I think he is a stalwart in the industry. We will learn from him today. Thank you, and Dr. Dasgupta.
Am I audible? Now, if you want to listen to me, please come forward. I have a presentation, but I'm not going to lean on my presentation alone. I'm going to interact with you. This is a panel discussion. This is not supposed to be my lecture and you just listen to me or not. But it's important, yeah, you know, Dr. Tiwari asked me to reduce my biography to 3 lines, and then I tried to reduce my biography to 3 lines. Every step, you know, I want to learn something from you, and that's why I'm asking you to come closer so that we could interact a little. Even if you don't put up your question, even if you later on ask your other colleagues or put to the questions to the chair, that will be fine. There was a switch to change the slide. Okay. So, you know, I'll tell you, it's not just, I mean, this session was covered for FPOs, but I thought that before FPOs, there is another level. And that is, I'll just left arrow or right arrow? Right arrow. Huh? नहीं एक बार ये देखो I have to learn. I have come to learn. Okay, right. I know now. Now this you all know. Abroad, you know, outside of India, in the West, in Europe, our colleagues at work in my last phase of my career, I have changed jobs many times and I've done different things. You know, like in Bengali, they say from Juto Shelai to Chundi Part. So you do even cobbling, from a shoe cobbling to Chandi Part, to, you know, bring your disciples and teach them religion. So the process of that, many times I have had economic losses, salary losses, and that. I joined government of West Bengal in 1990 after doing private sector industry at 2,000 rupees less salary. But it was a learning phase because it was West Bengal Comprehensive Area Development Corporation, which gave me my first exposure to work at village extension level, because they were handling agriculture, animal husbandry, fishery, non-formal education, and even women doing sweater knitting and all. So gave me an exposure to be in that. I was director of production in charge of the all agricultural operations there. So if I had not worked in that at the cost of my own personal income between 90 and 92, I would not have been able to take up my last professional career, which is Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture, which is all about development. It is non-profit organization, been in the world for more than 30 years. So there, my colleagues in Europe and America talk of subsistence farming, and they have heard it that, you know, India People grow crops for their own food, and if there is a surplus, they sell it in the market. That is the definition of subsidy. Is that any more viable? That is the question. And if you see that, if I show you this one first, so this has been a trend anyway in India because of the family hierarchy, because one person has 3 children or 4 children and the land becomes 1/4, 1/4, 1/4. So this will continue. So this is 1970-71 to 2015-16, which is the last agriculture census that are done. So the land size is bound to, the per farm household land holding is bound to go down, and this is going down. But what is happening to the income? This was the previous one. This is the latest figure that has come out, is now the overall gross income of farmers have gone up. But the net income from agriculture operations alone, if you see that particular, which I have bracketed, the smallholders, which is 85%, 86% of the total farming households in the country, their gross income has gone up from 7.3 thousand to 11.8, but their net income from agriculture has gone down. So they have, in order to subsist, that word subsistence, in order to meet their necessities, in order to meet their needs, they have to find income from other sources. Only 40% of the total farmers are able to live on agriculture income alone. And small holding is one of the reasons for that, but that's not all. Another irony is that those 86% of the landholders own less than 50% of the total land area. And those 15-16% remaining which are there, they hold more than 50% of the total land area in the country. That's the truth. These are all government figures and government diagrams. Now, small holding is not the only issue. The small size of holding is not the only issue. You can see China has small holding size than that of India. Even Bangladesh, you can see, has small land holding, but their rice productivity is higher than that of ours. So if you talk, income comes from where? Income comes, number one, from productivity. More crop that I produce is my first source of income. Productivity is one major thing. And if I only compare on productivity basis, small holding is not the only real issue. So there are two major factors. One is productivity, the other is markets. So if I am not able to market my produce, I am not going to bring money home. That's an important thing. And that brings us to the main topic of this. So these are the things: technology, services, and market access. So agriculture productivity is helped by technology and services. But if I don't have access to markets, then I cannot bring a lot of money home. And therefore, I have to look for other sources of income. That's where comes the question of then how do I have better access to market? And when I took up after my commercial assignment in Syngenta company, took the major challenge that I will do the first time in India. Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture has been in existence for about 33-34 years as Ciba-Geigy Foundation in the beginning, Novartis Foundation in later on, and finally it's the same organization. But they only thought that the poor and the most backward people existed only in Africa. So they were working only in Africa. And I was able to convince some of these people and say that, there is a scope of coming also to India and start working here. So I ventured into that area in 2004 and 5 to bring Syngenta Foundation. And Syngenta Foundation's mission statement was increasing income opportunity of smallholder farmers. So it's a very nice and good statement, but how do you do it? So that is when I started engaging on the second factor. I am an agronomist basically by training. So I know many ways of increasing productivity. And with the help of my 50 years in seed industry and blah, 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 I also know so many ways of how to increase productivity. But this other thing, the market access, is something which I had to learn. So the learning process begins. So I tell my bosses to give me some leeway to try out various different things because I don't know how to improve access to market. So unless you give me an opportunity to learn myself first, I will not be able to tell others how you do that. So started looking with experiments as to how to do that, how to improve access, farmers' access to market. So Syngenta Foundation, India starts. So Syngenta Foundation, India, 2005, it was actually registered as a separate entity, but my work began in 2004. So these are some of the project locations you can find. There is mention of Odisha also in this. So we chose, those days, the Planning Commission of India had listed 150 disadvantaged districts within the country. And we chose some of those. So we chose Bankura and Purulia from West Bengal. We chose Kalahandi from Odisha, which was known. We chose Chandrapur district in Maharashtra. And we chose Thane district in Maharashtra, which was not in the disadvantaged district. But only we realized when we were scouting for these things that when we go only 135 kilometers from Santa Cruz airport, we go into a tribal area where people walk 15-20 kilometers in search of drinking water. So the backwardness or disadvantagedness does not mean that you are not listed. So district all is not listed as disadvantaged, but this particular taluka, which was called Jawhar within Thane district, today it's Palghar district, a separate district today. But then when we had begun, it was Thane district. So we chose our spots to do our experiments. So unless we do our experiments, we will not find answers. And these are the essential features of the interventions that we tried out. We set up projects everywhere, and objective was raising income opportunities of smallholder farmers. Hand holding was very necessary. You go and you tell something to the farmers, do this, do that, things will not automatically happen. You must go there, work with them and say, what is stopping you from doing this? If he says my problem is this, you try to find a solution for that. So if I give him knowledge, transfer of technology begins with training. Then if he says that, you told us about so-and-so seeds, and you told us about use of some fertilizers, and you also told us about some plant protection chemicals. First of all, I don't know where they are available. And I have to have access to that. In order to practice technology, I have to use the inputs and ways to do that. So we had to assist them in that. So included classroom education. We did hold training programs, bringing all well-known experts, getting people from agricultural university to work in a training program. In the month of June of 2006, the first training program that we had in Kalahandi, we took by car experts from Central Rice Research Institute, Cuttack. So all the way to Kalahandi, and people who are in Odisha, they know what is the distance. Professor Jena, you know what is, but we were able to convince them that this is a good thing. Please do, and we will take care, and we'll let you break in between. Roads were very bad those days, very bad, very bad. So anyway, you had to convince, because we are not experts in all subjects. So if there is agronomy, we get somebody who is an agronomy expert. If there is a plant protection, which is also very important, then we need somebody who really can tell them all about plant protection. So training was very important. And then we had to do the last point, which was most important, that how do you do activities with the income enhancing operations. So that was very important. We told everybody that instead of growing rice or cereal crops, if you grow vegetables, which is a high value crop, so high value crop will give you higher returns. Since your land holding parcel is very small, then that will give you a bigger opportunity to we were able to do that. So I will remember my chairman's instruction to keep on time. So some places where it's not necessary to talk a lot, I will skip. But when it is necessary, I will do a little bit of explanation. So you can read the rest, come to the last point, which is aggregation. So before the word FPO was born, Farmer Producer Organization, the word aggregation was already there from the document of 11th 5-year plan of Government of India. It was written somewhere, but it was mostly forgotten and mostly overlooked by people. But aggregation was necessary. You know, a farmer goes alone to the market and tries to sell his product and negotiate for the price. He's helpless. He cannot do anything. But if you have a group and we say between all our growers here, we have got now 200 kilograms of Karela, bitter gourd, not just my 5 kilo or his 10 kilos or 15 kilos, you have a bargaining power. So we had to do experiment on that, get people together, form a producer group, and then go together and negotiate with the market. So when we were doing this experiment, then we were trying to search what other people are doing about that. And then we found out that there is a government organization, central government organization, which was lying dormant in Delhi. It was called Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium Limited. It's a company under the Department of Cooperation, under the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperation. It was lying dormant. It was formed during UPA 1 or some such time, but government spent some money and it did not work. So it was lying dormant. So a very courageous IAS officer called Pravesh Sharma, he said that, you know, he was due to get a promotion. He was principal secretary agriculture in Madhya Pradesh, and he was due for a promotion. He said, give me that SFAC to run, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium. And when he took over that, everybody encouraged him that your career will be ruined and all that, don't do that. So he took up, he most vigorously pursued this program of farmer producer organization with a lot of incentive and other facilities extended by the government. The Maharashtra instance that Dr. Tikku you mentioned was a result of that SFAC initiative, which was spearheaded by Pravesh Sharma. He took VRS and he has got a Sabjiwala, vegetablewala.com, some company of his own. He found doing business was better than bureaucracy. So he is doing that. But that concept is good. That concept that you form aggregation and you transfer farmers group into a business entity and then let them do some marketing. So we tried everything that we knew about. How to go into high value agriculture, which will from small parcel of land give higher return. Productivity is number one. Production and productivity is number one. Without that, you cannot proceed any further. So first, be it the tribal farmer of Jawhar Taluka, or be it a farmer in Bankura or Purulia, anywhere, you must show them how to grow a high value crop properly. So here it was one case that we did, and Mr. Mallikarjun also said, and yesterday also we heard that we have to now go to non-traditional areas for hybrid seed production. You know, traditional areas are now having lot of abnormal, lot of maladies that we cannot easily correct. So it's necessary for all reasons to spread out and go to non-traditional. Bankura was never, West Bengal was never on the map of hybrid tomato seed production. We worked quite hard. We started in 2010. One of my former Syngenta colleagues, Mr. Dhumal, he helped me in the beginning. Did not take help from Syngenta company because Dhumal was no longer working in Syngenta company. He had his own business. And one day we talked on the phone, you know, I said, what are you doing? And he says, what I am doing. And we found that he was in West Bengal looking for new production areas. And I say, I'm also in West Bengal. Can you look at this area as a new production area? So hard work. This, what you see, is a very successful hybrid tomato seed production plot. It did not happen all of a sudden. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of experts, a lot of hiccups, a lot of problems. We once found out in that net house, West Bengal is already very high relative humidity area. And within the net house system, the humidity is even further increased. We found that the tomatoes were having some disease that no expert that we had around could find out what it was. And we had in the company that time one Dr. Nakat. He was very good, and we all relied on him and talked on over phone, on telephone. And he says, "Dr. साहब वो टमाटो को काटिए." मैंने काटा, बोले उसमें क्या आ रहा है? मैंने उसके अंदर में डार्क कलर आता है फ्लैश. तो बोले और एक काटो, तो सब में डार्क कलर फ्लैश आ रहा. So that dark color flash, these are good actual examples. And he said, okay, फंगल डिजीज लगता है, 2-3 पॉसिबिलिटी हम नाम बताते हैं, उसके लिए ये क्रिए। तो सबसे पहले हमने नेट हाउस का ऊपर का जो छत था उसको हटा दिया, बोला कि शायद थोड़ा रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी कम होगा तो उसके लिए कुछ हो सकता है, क्योंकि इंसेक्ट प्रूफ का जो है उसके लिए तो नेट हाउस लगाया था, that no insect vector should get in there. But to cut the long story short, we found out, we finally sent the sample through Syngenta company people to their R&D station in Holland. Our pathologists within the country, they detected 3 different things, nothing worked. And when it was sent to our vegetables research people in Holland, they said that this is a new variant of a CMV, cucumber mosaic virus, which does not give this filiform leaves, but it gives a kind of discoloration within the fruit, which is not a fungal disease. So you see, these things are not easy. So Mallikarjun was describing a lot of seed production hiccups that he saw, a lot of issues that come. You may encounter something that nobody had encountered before. Then in the end we found, and then some people said that all those farmers who are able to, and this was contractual, they did not have to form FPO, aggregation, anything, because they were under contract with the seed company, and seed company had already said that, our issue is 1, production, and number 2 is genetic purity. So genetic purity should be very high, 98% plus. Our farmers were able to give 100% genetic purity, no impurity at all. So they got their money and they were very happy. When you earn between 2 to 4 lakhs rupees per hectare, that's a very good income, and says nothing is more profitable than growing hybrid tomato seed production. I will skip to the next slide. Okay. And then a group formed. This was an aggregation, which we'll talk later, not necessary to show this. They took bank loan and did. This is in summary the economics of all that happened between 2013, 2014, 2018. So it varied. The income varied from grower to grower, the producer to producer. There were no genetic purity issues and the income was very handsome. And these people had no marketing issues because they were on contract. So they had direct access to the company. They had an agreement, company took back, they were very happy. But then the company was not willing to raise the production quantity immediately to such level that everybody could do tomato hybrid seed production. So we had to do something else. For what did we do for Odisha, for Kalahandi? We got them into hybrid rice seed production, also non-traditional. At that time, when we began in 2010-11, there was no hybrid rice seed production done in Kalahandi at all. We had called all the seed companies, all the hybrid rice seed companies, that we will provide you all that hand holding, all the facilitation. We have got staff, we have got people to train. All you do is, bring your parent seed, and we do, your area is here, somebody else's area is somewhere there. And this also emerged as a success story. So Swapan Datta's picture is there. He was then DDG Crop Science of ICR. He came to see, because seeing is believing. Nobody believed, oh, Kalahandi. Odisha people also are very sorry if a Bhubaneswar person is transferred in a government job to Kalahandi. Those days it was so bad. Nobody wanted to go on transfer to there. बोला हमको बोला था 6 महीने के लिए उसका कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र चला के आओ, अभी तो साहब भुवनेश्वर में वापस है मुझको. So these were the real stories anyway. So Kalahandi emerged as a place, and now today in many places in Odisha, lot of hybrid rice seed production is done. So earlier it was the monopoly of Andhra Pradesh. That's where it was all done. So so they found out that on an average, it was generating double income than what one would get. Rice is rice. The conditions, the agronomic conditions, the method of transplanting, land preparation, all are the same. But in the end, you get double the income than what you get from a normal rice crop. So this was established that when you have a situation like that. Now, what happens? This is the economics. This is the economics of hybrid rice production. And the area kept on increasing. The profitability figures, the hectareage, everything is there. The change over the previous year. I don't have to read them out. Good agronomic practices were given. Before showing this, this was our latest venture. So I will show this. Now, that gave us, because it is about seeds, so I have kept that slide here, but I should have actually shown it later. I will show it later. So then we went on doing about how to make Pravesh Sharma's style farmer producer company or farmer producer organization, aggregate farmers into commercial groups and take them in the market together. So we tried at all the projects, the same model we tried, but everywhere it showed some promise, good rise and good encouragement. And then the biggest problem was, FPO must start from the beginning. When you are in a group, you learn. And technology transfer becomes easy. Technology transfer becomes much easy when you have a group. And so you have technology transfer, you have access to inputs, and then finally in the market. So many places we found that they got the seed together, they raised the seedlings together, they did the agronomic practice together, but when it came to selling the harvest, उसके खेत के बगल से कोई आ गया middleman, बोला हम तुमको इतना दाम में दे देगा, तुम पैसा दे दो. So many people started selling outside the FPO organization. So that was a cause of failure for this. So at 3 locations it failed. So the first picture, which is left top, is Bakura, that growing seedling together. You can see when they grow in a group, the whole lot of screen houses which are there, the tunnels, those tunnels are of the same producer group. They brought it also together, but many sold directly, so it failed. It did not work. This is the Kalahandi producers hub in the bottom left side, and the right side is the one that succeeded, and that succeeded in Jawhar Taluka of Thane district, not far from Mr. Shekhar Bhatsavale's place, who was presented his his experience yesterday. His is in Raigad district, and this is in Thane, two adjoining places, not far away from each other. But this is all tribal places. This is where it started showing the signs of success, and not immediately. At least 5 years of trying together, some success, little success, and then they said, one group said, process of learning. You see, process of learning. First, we were telling them how to do that. And then when we started analyzing as to why it is not happening, so one of the growers said that, sir, let us grow what we want to grow. Then you tell us what to grow. And a number of these farmers, they said that we want to grow bitter gourd together. I said, all right, we have no problem. We are only testing this model of whether this producers group works or not. So that they went on. So it virtually became and they were taking the produce, as I said, only 130 kilometers from Bombay. So they were taking the produce to Vashi, to New Bombay market, the wholesale market in Bombay. And they also learned to negotiate with some of the Silvassa and other markets nearby to negotiate on the phone the price, कि आज का price करेला का क्या है, उसका market में आज का price क्या है. And they were able to find out which is the best place to go. So they started one small truck, 2 small truck, and it became a phenomenon. It worked. So you see, one of these bitter gourd king persons, he's one of those things. So it's bitter gourd. All trucks going bitter gourd directly to Vashi and other markets. Vashi is the biggest, so I'm giving that. So here the success finally came. So producing together and selling together. This was not any limited company. This was not a farmer producer company, but the concept was Pravesh Sharma model, because they have up to 1,000 membership and the registration, and they are either have a Companies Act and various models are there. So the income, this is the final, the bottom end is not visible there, but this is the analysis of what has been their income of the groups over the years. And you see, over the period of time, in the beginning only 5 to 9% people were selling it through the group. Finally, we were able to convince more than 80% on an average, sell only through group and don't sell to the local middlemen who are coming to your doorstep to lift your vegetable from that place. So the model then worked. Then we can go back to that earlier one, which I skipped. And this is a very recent one. This is a very recent one because this is also a new program. These are 2 FPOs. These are 2 FPOs with an NGO in Madhya Pradesh, in Hoshangabad and Betul districts of Madhya Pradesh, who are producing hybrid maize seed. Syngenta Foundation has a program of called AAA maize hybrid. And this was a joint program between Syngenta company, CIMIT, and Syngenta Foundation. Syngenta Foundation had provided the money, and Syngenta company carried out a lot of research, and CIMIT had provided some parental line. And the idea was that in vast areas of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat, major rain-fed maize growing areas, we have to replace the old composite varieties into hybrids that should be affordable. So affordable Asian drought tolerant maize was a AAA. And then when you have a program, you have to have seed availability, and you have to have seed available at a reasonable price. Only then it can be released to the market at an affordable price so the farmers can go. These are the two companies, Chirayu FPO and the Sampurna FPO. Both are women farmers FPO organizations under an NGO that is very well known, and it's called Pradhan. And Pradhan did that. The training on how to do hybrid maize seed production was all given by the people who were made as resource persons with the help of Syngenta company and Syngenta Foundation. They provided everything, and the success rate of both were not the same. You can see one company with 5 acres of land got 8 metric tons, and the other one from 3 acres of land got only 4 metric tons. On an average, their cost of production was 56 rupees, and they sold the seed at 100 rupees per kilo. So this is the average between the two FPOs. So these are the models. These are the models to be tested, and they were tested, and they found that they can work. Need hard work. A lot of hard work does not happen automatically, because so outcome and lessons learned. So we are about to finish. This is last but one, and that technology helped farmers to achieve high yields, but income gains were not commensurate. Improving farmers' access to market is a major challenge. Growing vegetables was more remunerative, but required more capital. Very big learning we had. We had a very big learning that what we talk in the company parlance is a thing called gross margin. That what is the gross margin of selling, let us say, 1 kilogram of maize seed versus gross margin of selling 1 kilogram of hybrid tomato seed. There is a big difference. But in agriculture, what we found out, that the market is governed by the markets. The prices are governed by the markets. There, they will not give that kind of margin for any crop. So you get a lot of income, gross income from growing vegetables, but your investment also has to be very high. It also has to go up. So there is no chance of selling Avinash 2 at 90% gross margin. No chance. That can happen in seed business. But a farmer growing tomato can earn 2 lakhs, but then he has to also spend 70,000-80,000 rupees in the beginning. And a farmer growing paddy can earn 50,000, but he has to spend 20,000-25,000 rupees. So the proportion is more or less the same. So in the first place, he has to get access to that capital. He has to access to that capital, and credit he will not get from the bank, because most people smallholders don't have proper land holding records. They are, ancestral property. They just have the ownership. They are using it. That's all. Hybrid seed production is very profitable, but you need collaboration. And collaboration requires kind of trust and everything that Mallikarjun talked. Advantages of the farmers group worked, but they worked only in one place probably because they were tribal, they were uninitiated, their brains were not spoiled. So we were able to tackle. So farmers' motivation, entrepreneurship development. A businessman is not all by training. Businessman most of the time is born. He learns from his father, from grandfather. So business skills are very difficult to learn from classroom teaching. You have to develop your own. Hand-holding and proper guidance is a must. Without hand-holding, a good concept cannot work. So the last one. Way forward. Yeah. So this is the last form, and this is a reality. So 10,000 FPOs, the new government policy that they have given, commendable. They have asked for 10,000 FPOs to be formed in the country. They have given 4,000 odd to NABARD to promote, and they have given to other agencies to promote. But what is 10,000 for India? You know, they say that we have anywhere between 9 to 14, 15 crore farming households in this country, and an FPO's membership size is only 1,000. So how many FPOs will require, will 10,000 FPOs will do? And how many FPOs will get the kind of quality handholding that Syngenta Foundation was doing intensively with a few people, getting them together and, you know, checking on their successes and failures and monitoring it all the time. So we need comprehensive agriculture reform, and comprehensive agriculture reform we can learn from other people, we can learn from some other countries. It has to include all the things that we discussed last 2 days already, of water use efficiency, of nutrient use efficiency, so that in the first place the cost of production is brought down. So, you know, productivity, you can use a lot of inputs and get very high productivity, but at what cost? If it is a business, if farming is a business, then I must know that I am earning this much money at what cost. Even if that comes free, it has a notional cost. So that has to be calculated. India is on a very bottom level in the nitrogen use efficiency level, because I mean, the same problem also happening in our always a benchmark that we compare with China is the same thing. And two countries are very different. We are, you know, petroleum dependent country. So most of our urea is produced from the naphtha we are importing from elsewhere. We virtually have no phosphate. We virtually have no potash. So potash is imported, phosphate is imported, and urea also part of it, which is coming from imported naphtha, is imported. Yet we are subsidizing and bringing it low. And my colleagues in China tell me the reason in China they are using so much nitrogen extra. So the nitrogen use efficiency in China is also around 30–40%. They may be 40%, we may be 30%. But they are on the lower level, where in European countries this level is 70% plus, where they are using only as much as is required for that particular kind of crop growing. So these things are all interrelated. I cannot just have FPO and think that it will be, you know, one bullet will kill everything. It's not a silver bullet. It will not have a solution for me. Improving farmers' awareness to practicing climate change resilient agriculture is something we are not touching upon at all. That how do we prepare them to have a climate change resilient agriculture practice, because these changes are already happening. Some things are showing up, some things are yet to show up, will be also equally important. So aggregation, whether you call it in the name of FPO or something, aggregation has to be a comprehensive policy reform in this country, and has to be to the size that is necessary for a vast agriculture population that we have in this country. Thank you very much. So supposed to be a panel discussion. So if and when that happens, I'll be happy to discuss with you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much. Time is short. We'll get one question quickly. And at the end, if there is still time, we will have a more discussion. Anybody? Any question? Yes, please. Mic लीजिए, and please introduce yourself.
Hello. Yeah, myself, Dr. Sudhanshu Misra. I am basically from Bayer. I'm taking care the market development function for the entire East and Nepal. So along with the, if you can go through the last slide, particularly the last point what you have mentioned, reforms. One critical reform in this FPOs is concerned, apart from the one you have mentioned, is the documentation. So far as the FPOs are concerned. In my last assignment, I was based at Chhattisgarh. Out of 11 or 13 FPOs, only one FPO was having proper documentation where the input suppliers can provide them the required necessity inputs. Others do not have a proper documentation. When I mean to say proper documentation, organization, these multinational companies, they are coming up setting the direct distribution network with these FPOs, but the documentation, lack of documentation, proper documentation is an barrier providing the inputs. That is one more reforms we need to take it up. Maybe this is one input I would like to provide.
Thank you. I mean, you are only agreeing with me.
I think
You are only agreeing with me that I said comprehensive reform is required.
Yes.
Comprehensive reform.
True.
And
Policy.
comprehensive reform, I am in interaction with a number of FPOs in this country, many. And those which are successful, they all will tell you that majority of the FPOs have failed. They will tell you the majority have failed. And a few are somehow struggling to stay awake because, there are some government incentives, there is some equity partnership, some money comes in there. As soon as the money is over, a lot of people get disheartened. And it's very difficult to keep 1,000 people together and keep them into the business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I second your point.
Yeah.
There is one
You are only
FPO.
agreeing. You are only agreeing to it.
Yeah, there is one
that's why it's a
FPO
huge
just
problem. Yeah.
Just to emphasize that point, there is one FPO who is having 15,000 women farmers.
Yeah.
We wanted to participate, collaborate with them, but could not do. The SLC is this.
In the women farmer FPOs, what happens is that they are getting some additional funding under Mahila Kisan Seva. So they are getting that FPO subsidy and they are also getting from Mahila Kisan. So that way they have a little more cushion. They have a little more government cushion to work on. But that should be utilized for making more money rather than using up that money and in the end showing it in the red, showing the balance sheet in the red.
Agreed.
That's not right, no?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we will.
Yeah.
Please come. Thank you. I think the nutshell summary is that this is only a process towards reaching the goal, but we are not there. We have to fix all the loopholes, as Dr. Saab already said. This is definitely the way forward, but we need to work on it. It might take 5 years before we are seeing real success. These things don't happen like a bullet and you are through. But this is the only way smallholders can remain. Otherwise, the big farmers will just like what happened, the big countries. 1,000-acre farmers, 1,000-hectare farmers are there. A friend of mine manages 1,500-hectare corn farm with 3 people with a GPS run tractor. So we are not there. So we need to fix it as quickly as possible. So I hope the policy planners will help in making that process. Thank you. And now I invite Dr. B.R. Athani, founder chairman of Gramachandra Organic Crop Producers Co-op Limited, Bagalkot. He holds a postgraduate diploma in rural development management from IRMA and has completed BVSc in animal husbandry and veterinary sciences. He is the development management consultant at Future Greens. I think he is going to talk about how to settle it. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Everybody is feeling hungry also. Good afternoon. Last bench, yes. Yeah, as Tikku sir was introducing me, I'm Dr. Athani. Basically, I'm a veterinarian. Yeah, you might be surprised how come I came here to share my experience. With my experience, vast experience working with the first FPO in the entire country and in the entire world, that is Operation Flood System, that's Amul model in the milk, which was spearheaded by Dr. Kurian. That is the first model of FPO on cooperative lines. I was there in that system for about 22 years. And later on I resigned. And the person, the great visionary, Dr. Kurian, whom I consider as my role model, he always used to say, milk is one of the commodities produced by the farmer. That's true, which has got very small shelf life. They could do the sea change in bringing about the livelihoods of the farmers, dairy, small and scattered dairy farmers. That happened because of the market-focused approach in the FPOs. The technologies and all those input services, whatever we have discussed yesterday, we have heard so yesterday, they will work only if market accepts their products. So there are two kinds of markets in the systems here. One is the input market, The other one is the output market. What is more important for the farmers to grow, farmers to get their incomes increased is through output market. Input consumption, more and more they do, more and more cost of production will happen. And that is the chain of events. That is where actually people are stuck. Farmers are unable to realize better prices in the markets, focusing only on the output. And then my perception is that the very cause of suicide by the farmers is due to the increased cost of the input supplies coupled with the lack of opportunities in the market. My efforts in our area, in North Karnataka area, they have done a wonderful experiment. Without the help of any academia or the university or the department, they have evolved a breed of sheep called Yalaga. Yalaguri, we call it in Kannada. So that breed was evolved only in response to the markets. If you see any of the commodity, even the inputs, you take, for example, seeds, they become sustainable in the market. People start buying those seeds only if the taste and other parameters of the produce it produces on the land is acceptable to the marketing consumers. If consumer accepts, then that seed or inputs or even the output market, gets the expectant, lots of encouragement in the market, and that becomes the sustainability factor for that seed or the input. So these people, they saw that there is a good opportunity for their new breed of sheep, which was local breed there called Elga. It is inscribed on the Badami cave temples also. That time, that means Chalukyan Empire time, 6th century BC, that breed was prevalent. It had lost its own charm later on. And another breed came, that is Deccani, which is a black wool sheep. But when the market changed, circumstances in the market changed towards the preferences changed towards the meat, and wool lost the value, then shepherds thought this is the best local breed I can introduce in my flock and start producing the lamb so that he gets better market. None of them advised them to change the breed from this Deccani to Yalaga, but they did it on their own, looking to the market opportunities. So market dictates the production trends. Trends in productions are always dictated by the markets, nothing else here in the farming systems. So we thought, and then last 20 years only that breed has developed. It was having a very good market in the local markets. People from Chennai, they used to come all the way to North Karnataka, Bagalkot, about 800 kilometers long, trekking their trucks to buy these animals because it had a specific quality of the meat. Very fast growing, meat quality was very good, and these people got very good market, and they started converting their flock to the Yalaga breed. No advice, nothing from any external intervention agencies. We thought as an NGO, Future Greens NGO, because of my training in veterinary science, I was so passionate with for working with the sheep and goat, because that was the most neglected sector in animal husbandry. Everybody, once animal husbandry, they listen, no? They think it's only cow and buffalo. Sheep and goats and even the local backyard chicken, they were in the back seat. So we had a passion to work towards betterment of those shepherds' livelihood, and we took up their cause. We promoted that breed to the southern Karnataka area for fattening purpose. So we started an NGO, this FPO, first FPO supported by NABARD, called Bagalkot Sheep and Goat Producers Cooperative. So through this producer cooperative, we started linking the lambs bought on live body weight, which was an innovative marketing concept. Nobody weighs the animal and then pays the price. That was the first time when we introduced the system in Karnataka, entire state, nowhere it was prevalent. We said when anything produced by the farmer or anybody can be measured or weighed, and then price is fixed on that, why not the animals? So that is a big challenge for us, and we struggled for 3-4 years. We started buying on weight basis. Now we have introduced another 3 parameters and started selling to the buyers on the same parameters. So what I am trying to tell to the August audience here is that it is the produce which can bring in some systemic changes in the markets. And that produce only can be a hope, ray of hope for the farmers. So that change in the market systems, that gives access to the growth for the producers. So market system change, and then working with the markets and understanding the consumers and giving the feedback to the farmers, what you are doing is good, or you make certain corrections in this trait or the parameter of the produce, you will get better acceptability. Further to this, we went on promoting this, certified breeding units for this particular breed. Now, every month, we are selling about 4,000 lambs for the rearing purpose, fattening purpose, only in southern Karnataka areas. And farmers, apart from regular markets, they got very specialized and high paying markets through our intervention. Government said, you please promote this breed so that it increases the livelihoods of the farmers, and we will give 2,000 rupees for every animal that you are selling as an incentive to the producer. We said, I will give 1,000 rupees. Totally 3,000 rupees per lamb was paid extra, is being paid extra now for the purity of the breed they are maintaining. So all these breeding technologies, everything, they start flowing once the market acceptability is there for the produce. And all these marketing, technical intervention, input provision, everything has to come through their own community managed organizations called FPOs, farmer producer organizations. Now we are working with about 26 FPOs, onboarding about 21,000 plus shepherds and then the farmers. Not only shepherds, farmers also. We are intervening in organic agriculture, and that is how we started our journey with the agribusiness verticals in a small place in North Karnataka called Bagalkot. Yeah. So in the process of now working with the agribusiness verticals for about last 8 years, last 4 years again was a very critical period for us to systematize everything. The first understanding we got through our work experience was network of FPC is a must as a nodal agencies to facilitate in bringing some changes in the agribusiness verticals. And bringing in climate resilience to the production systems, because now with the changing in the climate, slowly some of the crop varieties and then species, flora and fauna are getting extinct. And that relationship that existed earlier between the species, be it a crop or the animals, now it is getting lost. So we try to understand all those things and advise. Advise means we never advised anything. Farmers used to decide on their own what crop mix or the livestock mix they should go given that condition that is prevailing there. So we introduced a system of evaluation called Co-Drive, developed by Water Institute in Ahmednagar. We are practicing that one to understand how climate is changing for the last 50 years and how these farmers can get adapted to the new normal. That is how we this. Then digital platform for value chain integration on the mobile. So this we have introduced as part of our supply chain systems. We have now digitized it. We have brought an app 3 websites are also there. In the app, actually, that is traced back to the farmers level, which gives them some technical inputs. That acts as a platform for them to sell their produce, be it the crops or the livestock or the fishes, freshwater fish also we have taken now. We are working with 4 farmer producer companies on fish, inland fisheries. And then about 11 are there on sheep and goat, and remaining on local poultry. And then even though the primary product is different for these FPOs, but all secondary products, whatever the member grows on their piece of land, it is all dealt by their own collective. That is a FPO. So they bring their produce, be it animal husbandry product or the crop product, and then FPO does some value addition, and then it is brought to the market. So in the process, we have introduced some innovative ideas. It's all entire supply chains are managed by women. About 3,500 plus women are members of these few of the FPOs, wherein the procurement, Dr. Gupta sir was telling it is aggregation earlier. We call it as a procurement managing the procurement, evaluating for the prices, transporting, then identifying the markets. Everything is done by and managing the FPO membership. It's all 100% women. 8 such farmer producer companies we are having now, promoted under the funding from government of Karnataka. Nobody told us that you go for women FPC, but as our philosophy to promote women-led organizations, we have done 8 FPCs right now there. So institutionalization of these entire value chain systems is a must. And so farmers should understand FPO is their nodal agency. It takes care of their requirements, be it finance or inputs or the output marketing also. So they should understand that the FPOs are their own organizations are the central agencies supporting for their livelihoods. So this is another core learnings we got from our experience. And now we have come up with the idea by combining 4 to 5 FPCs in a region. We want to go ahead and then create a hub of this safe foods. It is not 100% organic. It is a residue-free food system. What we are trying to promote those network of through this network of FPCs in our area. So it is a safe foods. They are not fed on the hormones. They do not have hybrids. We don't encourage hybrids. Sorry if the fraternity here opposes our idea, but it is the indigenous breeds, indigenous varieties that we want to purify and promote among the farmer communities. So through this, actually, it's a safe food network that we want to build in the system here. So this is how we are organized as a social enterprise. The process mentor and the not-for-profit organization is Future Greens, which was started by me and some of the professional colleagues way back in 2010, with the intention to work on rural livelihoods, farm-based rural livelihoods, and promote their entities, collectives. And through that collectives, we wanted to see that the users or the farmers' incomes are increased manifold. It's a difficult journey. So we undertake community mobilization, resource pushing, and then institutional development services like training and other things, NGO does. And then the second layer is a farmer producer organizations that takes care of the production services, market access, value addition, and then financial services. Everything is done by the FPO networks. And within the FPOs, we have promoted activity-based groups, which focuses on their own production activities. For example, lamb fattening. Lamb fattening, we have created a separate women groups who does that activity as a primary activity. Apart from that, they have got several other products. They go as a coolie, laborer work, etc. in the farms, but they undertake one enterprise activity, one group, one enterprise activity. So that is how we have created about 3,000 plus activity-based groups. We also call them as joint liability groups for the purpose of lending loans to them. And micro enterprises, we have promoted about 7,000 plus women micro entrepreneurs under the project DISA by UNDP, United Nations Development Program, over 2 years back. And 60-70% of them are running successfully now. They are now poised for scaling up to the next level. So what is happening is, through the FPO network, we are helping farmers to produce more. We are helping their own women to add value and then bring it to the market. That is the whole concept in the system. So this is the operating model for us. Activity focus groups are there. Then production activities are there. And then the sales, all these activities are managed by a chain of volunteers, women volunteers, who will see who act as a supply chain integration system in the rural area, the level of the FPOs. So this women-led organic food supply chain, it works in the concept of seed to consumers. We better say easily it is said than done. We have experienced a lot of hassles, hits and butts, but still we can claim that we have made some success there. So these are all the collection centers managed by at our FPO levels. Again, these are all managed by the women. These are value addition equipments owned by the FPOs, network of FPOs. And these are all the, processing equipments we have established there. In the process, we have set up a private limited company, NutriPlus Foods Private Limited, to cater to the retail needs of the FPCs, farmer producers companies. So each and every farmer producer company cannot venture into retail markets using their own brand, because retail marketing is a different animal altogether. It's very difficult to decode it, and a lot of big investments are needed, branding and all those things. Each and every FPO cannot undertake those activities. So we have formed a separate entity under a Company Act, and that is the strategy to attract the investors to, and then in turn it engages in value addition, and ultimately the retail market is the cup of tea for this private limited company. FPOs or the FPCs, they do business, but only in B2B for the institutional buyers in bulk segment, not in the retail segment. This is how we are. So in the process, we got 2 national awards, Jaivik India Award by the Government of India for our organic initiative with the farmers, and then Action for India as a best Indian social enterprise in 2019. So these 2 are the quoted award we got in the process. We are working on 4 brands in the markets. One is Nomadic Bites, that is for the meat, antibiotic-free meat from Elaga, one of the best quality meat. We have already established that supply chain. We are catering to Bangalore market, and it is getting to scale up on a large platform shortly. And NutriSwad, for the first 3 years of conversion to organic, still it is not 100% organic, but we can comfortably say it is free of residues, pesticide residues. No pesticides are sprayed on the crops. And Simply Satvik is the organic brand, certified organic brand of products. We are having about 100 plus products, starting from millets, wheat, rice, jowar, jaggery, then 3-4 spices, edible oil, cold pressed organic edible oils we are dealing with under this brand. And now latest, all 4 brands are registered trademarks. Living Light is the next brand. We are launching it in another 15 days. It is totally purely millet based, millet and sprout based plus dry fruit mix, specifically catering to the diabetic people or the modern day pressure related diseases, and for the women, expectant mothers, lactating mothers, and for the children. So three different category of products, new products we are launching shortly in the market. So this is how actually whatever the market needs, market requires, we are asking farmers to produce at the level of the FPCs. So this is a case of one of the green millet farmer producer company supported by ICR. It is doing quite good with lots of these organic food products, millet based organic food. We are having about 36 millet based food products themselves, starting from upma mix, idli mix, ready-made batters, and then dosa batter made out of millets. In the retail markets, we are having a franchisee model both in Bangalore, Mumbai, as well as in Visakhapatnam right now. We are expanding our network shortly to Chennai, probably from 1st of April. So it is totally exclusive Simply Sattvic and NutriSwad brand available in these shops. These are few of the products like cereals and millets, Yamar or Yamar wheat we call Javai Godi, organic wheat and flours, special care atta for diabetic people who can make chapati, and this is giving a very good result. In 2-3 months of this thing, there has been some control. People are feeling better, and then we are getting a lot of positive feedback on this special care atta which we are producing. Pickles and then the chutneys, local chutneys, these are all outsourced from the women self-help group, micro entrepreneurs whom we have trained using a horticulture university training center. And those people are making finer value-added products and we are just becoming a supplier. Sorry, the aggregators. They are all packed in the brand name and then they are supplied to the retail markets. And then the dals, pulses, organic jaggery is there. Then flax and Niger seeds. So there was a lot of demand for Niger and flax seeds, but the people were not reluctant to grow them because they were finding it difficult to sell in the open markets. That was the issue with the farmers. There were no organized aggregators for those flax seeds. And then we took initiative with the help of the Deshpande Foundation, Hubli. They said, you please promote these rare crops through your FPC model and let them come in the forefront of the cropping system so that consumers will also get benefited out of this rare crop nutritional values. That is how actually we shifted our focus from production to market approach. Desi eggs we are having, then we are now working, as I was telling, on the lambs, and then sheep and goat, in the mutton vertical. Backyard poultry we are introducing shortly on a very large scale, and that will be, they are all linked to the ultimately requirements of the urban markets in Bangalore. So the intervention which we did through this FPO network with the market as a focused approach and the system of working there, working model, by NGO as a mentor, FPO as the producer, company as the value addition, and then retailing front for the FPOs. So this complex network started, actually it is started scaling up now. And with the help of investors, like one of the investors is here only in the August audience, he is from this, your own place, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Panda. He has invested substantially in our company. And that's how actually we have to make, nobody invests in FPCs except government, and then the farmer, they have to share their own share capital and pool the money and start working on that. But private investors, they shy away from FPC. There is no provision for private investment in FPC also, farmers-led companies. In cooperative also, it is not allowed. Only in the company model, it is allowed. That's where actually we try to make niche for ourselves, and we created separate entities to take care of the supply of the value chain requirements for the agribusiness verticals. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you. I mean, I don't know how to control the time. We are already, can we take one question? Or, okay, Sharad, quick.
Sir, my company shares the profit in the form of the price differential. So we have understood for the last 3 years how company can manage the procurement cost and then the retailing cost. First 3 years we underwent losses. And then we went on infusing money in the system, funds in the system, created good processing facilities and improvising the products. Now we are realizing the profits, and the profits that are earned, actually every 3 months we come to know that we can increase the price of jawar, sorghum, what we are procuring from farmers by another 1 rupee, because we are getting a lot of surpluses in between. That is the one model. Second model is in the livestock segment. We know for sure the mutton, the price of the meat has never reduced, as far as I know, for the last 30 years. Poultry meat prices will vary, not the mutton prices. So we know for sure that in Bangalore market, it sells at around 600 rupees to 900 rupees, depending upon the quality of the meat. So based on those grades, we directly pass on those better prices to the shepherds or the goat keepers, based on the age of the lambs. So directly we are buying from the farmers, giving them 8 to 10% better price than the local mandis.
Okay.
This is the analysis, and then the figures, hard data we are having. Students from IRMA, Institute of Rural Management, they came, they studied the structure what we developed, and then the price differential also, 8 to 10% straight. This is apart from the commission or the 2% margin. Generally, APMC charges to the farmers. We are not charging. We are not charging for their transport. We are not charging for their labor cost. Everything is borne by the FPOs. So almost every farmer is getting 14 to 18% better price than selling in the local mandis. So this has been the impact of our offerings. So it all depends. Actually, for per lamb for the shepherds, we have estimated something around 450 to 500 rupees per lamb extra price compared to the local mandi prices. We are paying them. That's the reason every day we keep getting 10 to 15 calls from the shepherds and goat keepers who are really small and marginal farmers. We are helping them with a better price. But this is not the only thing. Farmers can improve their income by selling at the higher price. They can go for an integration model. That's the next step. We are getting into that. Each village, we are introducing about 25 different models of farming, integrated farming models, 3 on the crops and 3 on the livestock-based cropping systems. We are introducing so that there will be stability of income, and the income level also from the farmers, opportunities for the producers will keep increasing through this FPO network. So total, if you go to village, you should get everything well organized with a FPO at their forefront, and then FPO supporting them, and they are catering to the FPO requirement. But there is still long way. It is not that cakewalk. Out of 26, I am seeing some 8 premium FPOs, which are really performing well. And I think in another, by 23rd March, we have given the target of 15 crore rupees turnover for each of these FPCs. 15 crore rupees.
Thank
you. Can
you.
just imagine. Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Yeah.
I think we need to close. Thank you. I think you can take it offline. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Vidhan Mahapatra. He is known for action research, project management, strategic partnership, design and validation of innovative development models for bringing impact at scale, resulting in reduced poverty and food security for all. Prior to joining IRI in 2013, Dr. Vidhan has worked at ILO, DJRC, and many other project studies of international agencies like UNDP, FAO, etc., and various ministries of Government of India and state governments. He holds a PhD in economics and management degree in HRD. Over to you. Let us hope you can make it as short as possible.
There is a proverb in English, when you are in empty stomach, everything goes wrong. So I'll try my best to make my presentation as rapid fire. Sorry. So I'm going to present on the topic. It is an innovative farming model called Small Farmers Large Field, simply ASFLF. This is an innovative model to increase farmers' income and to ensure food security as well as nutritional security. I will be discussing the challenges we faced during piloting this project in Odisha, and also what are the benefits people derived out of it, and how we can scale out it in other parts of Odisha and India. So when he heard that small farmers but large field, it sounds contradictory. How can small farmers have large field? To understand that, please see this picture. At the first look, you can one can see that the upper means top piece is bigger than the lower or bottom piece. But if you closely see, the bottom piece is actually bigger than the pieces on the top. Actually, these small pieces are joining together so that they are creating an illusion as a bigger piece. That means this concept also can work in case of small farmers large field. That means if small farmers can come together and join hand and cultivate or do this collective farming, then they can enjoy and even derive better than large farmers. I think this is an older presentation. I don't know how it came. This is an older presentation. I had given a newer one. Anyway, I can continue with this. Actually, this model, small farmers large field, it's originated in Vietnam. It started with 8 hectares in 2011 and reached at 196,000 hectares in 2015. This model of itself in Vietnam introduces scale efficiency by developing a system of community farming that pools farmers and small farmers and marginal farmers together, enabling them with the efficient, cost-effective input use, technical knowledge, infrastructure facility that will help to overcome the constraints faced by these small farmers, like accessing inputs, formal credit system, extension, and marketing, etc., etc. To develop this small farmer large scale model, multi-stakeholder engagement is a must. Multi-stakeholder means we could say that input dealers, service providers, millers, companies, or manufacturers, FPOs, NGOs, or any civil society, local level organizations. And for that, horizontal and vertical coordination is also required for its better output. For to start and for the successful execution of this model, we need to prepare some strategic planning, and that need to be followed properly. Strategy, some of the points are very common, like going to the village and establishing the relationship with the villagers, explaining the concept of how the SFLF, and most importantly, knowing their needs, their interest, their potential, etc., and accordingly also customizing the model. and same time engagement of our local supporting agencies, creation of a village SFL committee, identification of members and member farmers who can join this program and their lands also. Tentative scheduling of agricultural activities is also need to be done before season comes. Explore and linkage of other stakeholders. As I said, the input dealers, service providers, and APOs, etc. That also need to be done. And in this model, what we do, we ask the farmer to select one or two varieties to grow in the entire patch. That's why, and the inputs should be purchased from the one source also, so that it will ensure the quality. The most important point I would like to highlight here for this SRF model is that synchronization of agricultural activities starting from the land preparation to marketing. We have to synchronize land preparation, nursery raising, crop establishment method, weed management, even harvesting and marketing. Everything has to be synchronized so that it will open up the scope for the farmers to adopt another crop also in the coming season. So we had piloted this project in Odisha in two villages of a Puri district. One is little bit advanced village where you will find the progressive farmers because they are the landowners and they had some agricultural infrastructure like some farm machineries and irrigation facility. But the other village was purely the sharecroppers, where we will also find that farmers, women farmers are there. Mostly there are women farmers. We found that in the first season of our piloting, a good number of farmers joined the program. But in the second season, the number of farmers as well as the acreage, the area increased substantially because they saw that this program has a very strong benefit. So far as benefits are concerned, I have listed out some benefits are here. Number one is the removal of a constraint of a small field. You all know that in Odisha, also in other parts of India, the plot size are very small. It becomes very difficult to operate or do any agricultural activities with the large machineries. And that type of problem can be sorted out through this model. And second important benefit is the minimization of a cost of production. And we found it is reduced by 10%. How? Because the farmers purchase the inputs and the imports in volume and from the same source. Because of the increasing bargaining power, because they are now a group, they can bargain with the vendor. We want this much of volume of inputs, so you have to compromise. We have to reduce the price. That's why the cost of production has reduced by 10%. Because of the better management practices and the quality seed and the better integrated weed management, all those things, the crop grain yield also increased by 27%. And as you know that we did everything in synchronized manner and used the quality seed, it fetches the higher price, better 10% more than the market price. And finally, now the net return also increased by 105%. Besides that, as farmers could also able to save around 30 days time. You just imagine during the agricultural peak season, if a farmer can save around 30 days of time and invest that time in other income generating activities, or can give that time to his family or her family, that's a very good thing. So these are the benefits of the model. It is not like it is that simple. While implementing the project, we found some of the challenges, and it can be found also any locations of where if anybody want to implement it. The number one challenge is the landscape targeting. This model cannot run at all the locations, all the ecologies. We have to target the landscape properly so that it can be properly give its benefit. The second important challenges is the awareness. This program being the new, the farmers hardly know about the benefits, the concept. So awareness generation, all these things was also challenge. And third thing is the technology layering. As I said, this model can perform better if technological layering will be there. For example, we can introduce STRVs, stress trans rice varieties. We can introduce farm mechanism for establishing the crop. We can also mechanically harvest the crop. So that type of a layering of a technology need to be introduced additionally. That is also a challenge. And you might be knowing that in all the villages, there are agents, there are service providers, they are doing their business. And when we went to that villages, they suffer, their business got restricted. Because they have to, because of this bargaining power, they have to compromise some of their profit. And caste system is also there. That is not a big challenge, but another important challenge is the landowners' consent. In most of the villages in Odisha and the other parts also, you will find you can find that smallholders are there. They are not doing their own land. But for this inclusion in this program, they have to take informal consent from the land owners that I am going to participate in this program. So these are some challenges. Except 1, 2, 3 challenges, other challenges are not that big, that can be managed. But this landscape targeting, awareness and technology layering has to be taken care of properly. So the key takeaways here, I could say a sustainable farming system can be planned with a suitable and intensified cropping system and livelihood development with reduced environmental footprint for smallholders upliftment both socially and economically, keeping SFLF as the best model. And this will definitely ensure income, food and nutritional security. However, the expansion and sustainability of this model are not automatic. Initiation and unless until it get streamlined, some sort of capacity building and support is required. So multi-stakeholder engagement is a must. All should join together and so that this model can reach, achieve all its objectives and can also bring sustainability and scale out and scale up. So these are some publications based on the SFL in Odisha, particularly, not outside Odisha. Thank you very much. So I hope I keep my presentation quick.
Thank you. I think, again, one quick question. We don't have more time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think for me, takeaway from all this is, I think, is this possible that the FPO, which becomes an organization of kind of a small managerial team, becomes a unit which leases the land from the farmers and runs it as a professional unit, and the lease is what they would normally kind of, and so that they don't have to worry or day-to-day management. You take care of choosing the variety, producing the produce and taking it to the market and make the profit. Yes. That risk is the FPOs, where the government is subsidizing for every. Is that a possibility or not? Is my kind of, otherwise it will take too much time. You can see the snake and ladder kind of pathway. We can maybe discuss this, but if you have a quick comment, otherwise anybody? I don't see any hands.
Actually, FPOs can do wonders subject to their identification and their capacity building and what they can do actually, their potential is identification is very important. Otherwise, we can find a number of FPOs without properly analyzing their potential, and we are just on paper we will find number of FPOs, but we should think up to which FPO can do what product they can develop, and they can also join in this program so that it can go together very well.
Yeah, I mean, this needs a lot of work.
Yeah, this is
to
a very new
see
model.
which, yeah,
Yeah.
which model finally will work. For may not be one only model, but I think the
But the
FPO
FPO
unit has to take responsibility of the risk.
Yes,
So
sir.
the farmer gets, then only he will be interested in giving the land.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yeah.
he say, I'll do myself, I know what to do.
No, it
So
is
it's
not
difficult
question
to
of
get them
giving the
together.
land. It is just cultivating together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will conclude the session. We are already late. I request, is there anybody going to announce? But I think we should come back by 2:45 max. If we can come in half an hour, would be great. But yes.
Thank you very much.
May I request all the delegates to take their chairs? Please take their seats. We'll start in another 2 minutes. Okay, sure. I welcome all the participants of the conference for the third session. So this third session is a panel discussion, and to chair the session, we have on the stage Dr. M.V. Vasudeva Rao. So Dr. M.V. Vasudeva Rao has over 4 decades of work experience in ICAR, ICRISAT, and Indian international seed companies. He was President Agriculture Technology of Metahelix Life Science Limited, a leading agri-biotechnology company at Bangalore, India. His expertise include using conventional and transgenic plant breeding, organization building and development, technology and techno-commercial management, system development, TQM and ISO certification in IPR management and GMO management. I also invite Dr. Sharan Angadi, for Director ATPBR, who doesn't need any introduction once again. So I request both chairs and co-chairs to introduce the speakers and continue with the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Welcome to this afternoon session, which is starting about 45 minutes behind schedule. So we have 2 or 3 important challenges in front of us in this session. Number one, we all had a wonderful lunch, very tasty, sumptuous, very good. So it will put us to sleep. So the first challenge is not to sleep. So I hope all the lights will be fully on during this session. And the second challenge is that we are already starting about 45 minutes behind schedule. So therefore, we have a challenge of finishing it on time. And therefore, my request to all the speakers is to come to the point, make it, and then leave any points which are not covered in their presentation for later for discussions. So that in the question and answer session, any further points that they may want to add, they may add. And as per the plan of the organizers, every presenter has about 10 minutes and half an hour is dedicated for discussion. So if it is all okay with you, we will run through all the presentations because there are some speakers who want to get back to some other responsibilities, especially those who are connecting virtually with the conference. So they would like to leave, they have other engagements. So let's take up the question and answers at the end. Okay, we just to set the scene, the background for this very important session, according to me, we are into agriculture and we are into plant breeding. Core core themes of the conference are to make agriculture self-reliant and sustainable through developing climate resilient and high yielding crop varieties for food, feed, fodder, fuel, and fine chemicals. Now, these 5F are the products. And those who are into quality management, they know that any product comes through a process. Now, as far as we are concerned in this conference, we are looking at processes which are involving genetic modifications. I'm not talking in terms of transgenic genetic modifications. I'm talking of modifications in the genome through conventional selection, conventional breeding, as well as any non-conventional breeding approaches. And there are processes while doing this, like the seed is actually a process of delivering the better varieties, and seed itself has various sub-processes like the supply chain, production and supply chain, warehousing, delivery into market, marketing, sales, collection, and then there are economic aspects, business aspects, revenue, profits, etc. There is one aspect that my personal view is that it overrides all these. That is the human part. We all know that the product, the processes, and the human competencies are the three legs of success of any activity. And this session is dedicated to the human aspects. How are we going to build the skills? Just one point of clarification. There are aspects of human mind, human abilities, which are related to knowledge upgradation. For example, many of you are students here. You go to college, you pick up information, knowledge. And from very experienced people, you pick up wisdom. But then, so we will not be touching upon those aspects in this session, which are related to knowledge acquisition or even information acquisition. We will be talking about the skill acquisitions of human beings who are involved in agriculture and in plant breeding and in the seed sector. What do we need to do? Three things we need to achieve in this session. One is to take stock of skill needs of the seed sector and plant breeding in particular. Then examining the current mechanisms for skill development. One of the line of this talk is nationally we know two important things as far as human resource development is concerned. One is that in 2020 a national education policy has been launched, which is kind of going to overhaul the education system in the next decade or so. Then second is the government has given maximum emphasis on skill development, and it is delivering that skill development through National Skill Development Corporation and its activities. So both of them are very relevant to this session, and we are at that crossroad where education is going to change. How are we bringing in skills, what skills? And the most important thing as far as the organizers are concerned, ATPBR is concerned, is that ATPBR wants to be a platform in future for developing skills in agriculture in general, then plant breeding and seed sectors in specific. So with this as the background, I would request the speakers to kindly focus on these requirements of the conference with future in mind, and kindly come out with specific suggestions which could be discussed and taken forward. Would you like? Without further delay, I have pleasure in inviting Dr. May. Is she online? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Dr. May. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. May to the audience. Dr. May is she represents APSA, which is Asia and Pacific Seed Alliance, which works out of Thailand and is looking at supporting the seed sector in this region, in the Asia Pacific region. She is the latest, newest member of the APSA Secretariat. She's the executive director, and she began the role as deputy director in January. And Dr. May has a PhD in biotechnology from Mahidol University, and she brings to APSA a wealth of technical experience in biotechnology, plant breeding, and seed technology areas. In addition to working with the governments in the region, her main work and APSA's one of the main important works has been to strengthen the interactions with the seed industry and ensure that the business runs smoothly, safely, securely, and contribute to the national growth and wealth. Over to you, Dr. May.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vasudeva and Dr. Ansi for a great interaction. So here I would like just to share briefly about skill and knowledge development for future career in seed industry. I think our share has highlighted very well. Today, I just would like to share you some studies that also can enhance your knowledge and can guide also the idea on how the skills and the training should be developed for the future career in seed industry. All right, so as our share already introduced, I just would like to share a little bit more. Asia Pacific Seed Association, or right now our name is changed to Asia and Pacific Seed Alliance. Our mission is sustainable agriculture through the production and trade of quality seeds for the world. So by a glance, you can see that APSA is a regional seed association, so comprising of the members from 29 countries inside the region, 24 countries outside the region. And our main members, they are from the seed companies. And beside that, we also have government agency and national seed association, which in India, we have two national seed associations as our member. So our strategic plan is that we focus on the intellectual property rights, biodiversity, and genetic resources, phytosanitary, which is very important for seed trade, innovation in agriculture, which we are talking a lot about in this conference, I believe. And the last one is also very important, is public and private partnership. So before I go to the, the recommendation on the skill and development, I just would like to bring the study done by OECD. So OECD has done the survey to more than 22,000 people around the world, covering 33 countries. And so they said they did the survey with a group of the people ranking from 16 to 65 years old. And so here, there are so many angles of the study. I put the reference here for if you're interested to learn more about this study. So in here, this is the study from the adult that take the exam relating to the numbers, or they call numeracy proficiency levels. And one side, the blue side is high skill, and the green and red is low skill. You can see that this is the proportion that they calculate per population of the country. And the top 5, you can see here, are Japan, Finland, Sweden, Netherlands, and Norway. And so in this figure, I think it's very easy for us to really see the linkage between high skill workers, this can contribute to a success in terms of the social economy of the country. You can see the top 5 and also the lowest 5. Lowest 5, of course, are Ecuador, Peru, Mexico, Chile, and also Turkey. Okay, the study also bring another factor into the skill development. They also take the survey in terms of the literacy or literature from the same group of the responders. You can see that in here, the data show that the educational attainment ranked the highest among other factors, followed by age and immigrants, when we talk about the difference in terms of the literacy score. What does it mean here? So it means that first, if you can see the gender has no meaning, when it's come into learning process. Parents' education, of course, has of course, contribute to the factor of learning, but more importantly is the educational attainment. And so it means that it's really important that the skill and proficiency should be developed since the young age, so that they tend to have a good engagement in terms of the long life training for the adult. The study also, they put the linkage between labor market and social economies. Here, of course, the study suggests highly that better skilled workers are more likely to be employed in some countries that they had done the survey, but in most countries, they found that high skilled workers tend to earn higher wages and have better social incomes. And so here, there are 3 points that I think that this is very interesting. And, these points we can bring it to develop into the training courses, like especially for the students who are studying agriculture. We need to make sure that they have right skills in order to perform the job, so we don't end up with the mismatched skill of the workers. You can see that they put also the recommendation in here. Very interesting view also from another report from collected by OECD. This is what they study is the risk of automation replacement. So for me, when I look into this figure, you can see that regardless of the types of the job, okay, you will see that the bar chart or the proportion that is shown very different between 2 groups that can be replaced by automation versus the group that are unlikely to be replaced by automation. And the skills that are required are problem solving, teaching, I would say also influencing, communication, planning, advising or mentoring. So I believe that this already the skills that we need to make sure that we equip to our young generation also. So when they, when they also have a good knowledge in the job. So if the skills and the knowledge match together, you will have, I would say, you would have a high talented workers that can go to the seed industry. All right, when we talk about the career in seed industry, this is the figure that I draw to make the the linkage of all the stages that we have in the seed industry. All right, so on top of all processes, of course, quality management system is very important, and it is very important that the students or the university should actually teach the students also who work in agriculture, what does it mean when we talk about QMS, and the skill and the knowledge that required for the specific job in the seed industry. We can divide it into breeding, seed production, seed processing, and storage. And for trading in commercial, we see that this is require another skill type. It can be, does not mean that you need to graduate directly from the agriculture to be able to do the seed trade or commercial. But for the skill set that you need to have in order for you to be successful when you work as breeders or seed producers and also seed technology, is very crucial that you get the right knowledge when you study in the university. And also even when you are working in the seed industry. All right, here, this is the figure show about the seed export value and volume. This is reported by ISF in 2019. On my left-hand side is the top 5 global seed exporter. If you see the list of the countries, and if you remember the report that I showed you in the previous slides, you can see the correlation between the high skill worker also with the top global seed exporters. And when we talk about the top 5 Asian seed exporter, you can see that India is #1 already, the seed exporter in terms of the volume, but in terms of the value, India is #2 after China. So I think India has very good position already. And if you would like to, even improve the skill and the knowledge of the next generation who will go to the seed industry, I believe that India will become, it can be very competitive position even for the global seed exporter. In APSA, I just would like to share so many ideas that we have done and also we are going to do in this year. We also conduct a survey on breeder training courses and seed technology training courses. We have trained a trainer program for plant-based right. This one is very special program. I think, like ATPPR also can develop a program similar to this. This one, we add also the communication skill into the course so that, we build the trainer so that that person who already complete the course, they need to carry the knowledge and teach to the employees in their company. We also have APSA University Connect program and APSA Seed Academy program. So APSA Seed Academy program is an online courses or online platform that we will have the live session and also on the record of the webinars post on that platform. So I will not go through all these slides, but I have all the information for you. I believe that the ATPBR can share all my slides with all the delegates. So you can see as an example and perhaps it's useful for you to develop the training courses. Just in short, this platform, anyone is welcome to collaborate with APSA as we are going to set this platform to be, the platform to develop the next generation of seed industry people. So we plan to link with so many courses. So, and perhaps this is the possibility that we can work with ATPBR as well. And I think that's it for my presentation. And I think that, most important soft skills for career in seed industry are problem solving, planning, IT, of course, critical thinking, and teaching. The training platform, I think this one is, depending on what kind of the course or the job scope that you would like to build in your course. Like, for example, if the course is for breeders, for seed quality lab, seed production and seed technologists, of course, they prefer hands-on training. For the training topic, it should be linked with the scope of the job and very important that you add updated technologies and also the policy relating to that job into the course. Lastly, of course, very important that we should have very good example of the trainer who actually has the hands-on experience or direct experience in the from his or her field of work into the training course. And that's all for my from my side. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. May, for that very brief but excellent presentation. I think it carried a lot of messages. You covered a wide canvas of the subject of skill and skill development for plant breeding and seed sector in the APSA region. There are quite a number of points that you made about skill profiling across various countries. That indicates that there are countries which are low in skill, high in skill. And why that is coming up is a matter of academics, but what is important is that those countries low in scale needs to be developed further. And then you also talked very interestingly about skill linked to knowledge, and there should be a match between the two. Of course, all the educational system gives a lot of knowledge, but then skill is a separate thing from knowledge, which only comes through practice and learning with others who are equally skilled. And you touched upon the threat of automation, which may reduce the development of skills in human beings. Well, that could be one thing which may need to be kept in view for future. And the other thing very important you touched is about the skill and knowledge required for career in seed industry. Often skill and knowledge is looked at with reference to a job requirement, but career requirement is something which is the chain of jobs that we go through defines our career. Career is a much longer perspective for the human being, and a good career is something which everyone who is working for any organization will be looking for as a personal benefit for his growth and development. So this is something that is very important that you have brought out. Defining what there are a lot of skills which help an individual to do a job better, but those skills which facilitate the growth and career development is very, very important aspect, because these are the people who do well irrespective of what job they do, which organization they serve, whichever country they are in, they do well. So these skills are slightly different, and they lead to sustainability of one's own career. And then finally, very happy to learn that APSA is planning to launch e-platform for learning, and very soon, May 2022 is hardly any distance away in time. So thank you very much. And would you like to stay on?
She's there till 4 o'clock, our time.
Our time, 4 o'clock?
Another 45. You are there for another 45 minutes, Dr. May?
You are correct, Dr. Sharan. Yes.
So hello, Dr. May.
Hello,
Good
Dr.
afternoon, and
Sharan.
very nice to see you here.
Thank
And
you,
thanks
sir.
for joining
Thanks.
us for this virtual
Thank-
conference and giving your inputs. As Dr. Rao was saying, we are very impressed that you are trying to link the skill with the knowledge. That's what at ATPBR we are trying to do. And you made another important point that the trainers should be well trained themselves first. So this comes more from our initiative, because we all who joined the private sector after about 15 to 20 years of experience with the public sector, we learned things by our own trial and error methods. There were no properly organized training sessions or training organizations or academies to train us. So we felt the need, we felt the gap. So that's the reason we have made this initiative. An idea of starting this session is to take the input from people regarding the real needs or requirements. Like you mentioned, I think APSA, I know you have been doing a great job. You've already done a skill requirement survey that you also shared with us. And we have also indicated our interest to join hands with you in
Sure.
promoting the proper plant breeding knowledge. So in that context, I would like to compliment you for the good job you are doing. And as ATPBR, and you also mentioned, agriculture doesn't mean only R&D and breeding. It has other aspects. So based on that, there are 2 or 3 more panelists, and one more is presenting from biotechnology side. She is also making a virtual presentation. So what we will try to do at the end of this session, you are here till 4, we are glad. I know you have an engagement after 4, you are please free to go. But then we will keep you posted about the proceedings, what we have done, how we are taking it ahead. And we are looking at the options of doing it across the knowledge, skills and centers. It's not only plant breeding, it's not only agriculture, because here we are at an institute where a lot of information technology is there, biotechnology is there, engineering is there. So we have all the students who are participating. We also would like to know their minds as what they would like to have. So looking to their requirement, maybe as ATPBR, we may not be able to look into those aspects, but we will try to involve the relevant sectors, relevant people in those activities that could benefit the student community also in the larger interest. So those are the aspects I just wanted to mention to you. Thank you very much once again for joining this session and making time for this. So please be with us. Please be part of the discussions now till your time to attend another engagement comes. Thank you very much, May.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Before we take up any questions for Dr. May, is she still there?
Hello, Dr. May.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, we may have few questions from students. If they
Yes,
can
please.
ask, I can also moderate, or Dr. Rao can do it. So please, students, please go ahead and ask your questions.
Before that, if Dr. Sanjay Sahu is here, can you please come on the stage and take your seat amongst us? Are there any questions for Dr. May?
Please ask, because you are the future. Because we also talk of training future plant breeders. We also talk of training future scientists, future technologists. I think we must know what areas you need to be trained in. Do you need some hand holding, or do you need some hands-on expertise? Please do ask her.
And one thing for students to know is these skills, though you may learn it from seed sector or from plant breeding, these are portable. You know, this is the wealth that you create inside yourself for becoming a better person who can do a job better or achieve a better career. So it doesn't matter which sector you learn from. So please, if you have any doubts, any suggestions, please do ask at this point of time to Dr. May.
Yes.
Sir, my question is, can APSA facilitate training programs in practical seed production across the APAC countries, say production personnel from India to China, or Chinese to India, or from India to New Zealand, because some of the crops are specifically grown in those countries. And this might help in skill development further, as well as developing new production areas for new crops. Thank you.
Did you get that question, Dr. May?
Yes, very good questions. I like this. At least he has an idea on seed trade, and so definitely, based on your question, yes, we are having the course, or even we are going to do the webinar, and the focus is not only the production. We have, well, there are two things that you are talking about. One is the seed production practices based on the crop type, as you mentioned. So that I believe that we in APSA, we have so many members in different countries that you mentioned. We can, of course, if we would like to have that kind of webinar, right now we put that kind of support under APSA University Connect program. So we can even set that up as the webinar for the students, and you can learn also about the crop that produced in different country. But very important that I think you need to learn is also the importance of the regulation, the framework on how the seed is moved around the world, and how to say the technicality of the seed movement from one country to another country, starting from the breeding. Like, for example, how can you access the genetic resources? How can you use that as a breeder to build the new developed variety? And what is your right after you get the new variety developed? And then how can you, trade the seeds across the countries? So all the things that you mentioned, definitely we will take that as a suggestion from the student, and we will offer the course in our online platform.
Thank you, Dr. May. Any other questions, please? If not, thank you, Dr. May, for your very elaborate, excellent, very brief presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you'd like to stay on, we are welcome.
I understand you will stay till 4 o'clock, Dr. May.
You are right.
Please be with us.
Yes,
Please
sure.
participate. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to learn from others as well.
We will go on to the next presentation. The next presentation is skill development for future plant breeders. This is to be presented by Dr. CLL Gowda. Dr. Gowda, unfortunately, yesterday he made a presentation to the group virtually from Mysuru, but today he is busy in some other personal activity, so he's not able to present. And I will take the liberty of, with your permission, to make his presentation on his behalf. Can I have the slides of Dr. Gowda? Yeah. So you all know Dr. Gowda. Yesterday he was introduced. He was a former Deputy Director General of ICRISAT, and he is the co-founder of GRSV Consulting Services. And we would like to, he would like to talk about skill development specifically for plant breeders. I think there's a lot of introductory slides. So can you keep moving to till the 6th slide? Oh, he talks about what is plant breeding, which many of you know, and how plant breeding has delivered better genetic material for people to grow agriculture, to do agriculture, and what are the major activities in plant breeding. Then what are the successes in plant breeding, and then about designing graduate level plant breeding curriculum, what it should include. He has given all that. But this is the part that I would like to focus as far as this session is concerned. What are the current gaps in plant breeding knowledge and skill? So he has included both knowledge as well as skills in the next 4 or 5 slides. But I would like to concentrate on the skill part of what he has mentioned. I think the first point is about the selection skill. He says recognizing the basics of plant breeding. There are 3 methodologies: introduction, hybridization, and selection. And of course, various methods of producing diversity. But the skill part is in selection. I think this is something very fundamental. Yesterday night when I received the award, I said, I learned my selection skills from my mentors by working along with them in the field. Now, to my knowledge, no college, no academia teaches selection as a skill. They talk about selection as a data-driven process or a visual process of the human being ability to see and select, and then beyond that, nothing. So I think the first point that I would like to make is selection as a skill needs to be recognized, which is the core of plant breeding. And then next is there is excessive emphasis on the theory and less on practical training. In fact, if you look at the curriculum today, it is all theory and theory and theory and theory. You get a MSc Agriculture in plant breeding or even a PhD in plant breeding. The amount of time that the research managers spend to develop them into a usable entity in plant breeding, it takes at least 5 to 10 years. And then you move them through trainee, research assistant, research associate, junior plant breeder, then plant breeder. So you provide a career path in which, depending on how much he learns or she learns, you're provided that. So all this is because there is an imbalance between knowledge and skill. There is a lot of skill that needs to be emphasized in this thing. And then there is lack of mentors. In fact, plant breeders are so busy producing varieties for notification or release or to the market, so that they want to be the leaders in market. They have very little time, and therefore you hire a person, give him an opportunity to perform. If he cannot get another replacement. Now this is non-sustainable. So a certain amount of mentorship is required, and I believe if I have to learn something, I need to learn from my mentor. And the other unfortunate thing is that in reality, the breeders are also visiting fields much less. And they do a lot of work in the lab, they do a lot of work on the computer. So a lot of data-driven selection processes, which are suitable. Yeah, good, nothing wrong with it. But then what an amount of, what can be seen and selected in the right environment. Those are the skills that human being had right from beginning. When we were hunter-gatherers, we became settlers. On that day, we chose which plant we want to grow and grow it in the form of a crop. The difference between plant and crop is a population of plants, whereas a plant is a single plant. So which species I wanted to grow as a crop is my first plant breeding lesson, methodology I used as a human being. And this is eons back when human beings became. So where is that? I mean, are we losing that skill? Time to ask that question. And Norman Borlaug said, you need to talk to the plants, but more important is to listen to the plants. If we go to the field more, we can listen to the plants. The next, and there is paucity of hands-on experience in nursery management, emasculation, pollination, field selection, harvest. These are all the mechanics that any plant breeder has to go through, and we have absolutely no formal training in any of this. And so developing a set of field assistants is itself a major job for any plant breeder, and it's a very important resource who will carry out all this on a scale that is required to get good, good quality plant breeding activities going on. Then there are, and one of the strong skill that is required for plant breeder is to recognize that he or she is a team player. The third point from the top, it is like there are various teams which have to be, coalesced, coordinated, and plant breeding is a teamwork, which is again a skill. And many times I have, this is my experience, I could be slightly wrong. In case of plant breeding, like in case of a running race, is it or a group game, a team game? This is more like a baton race where you create something, you hand it over to somebody, and then that somebody carries it further. Somebody like a breeder hands it over to product development activities. Then it goes to sales and marketing. And so this, he has to be a team player, and team playing skills are very different. And also there are a lot of more, point number 2 about open access sources such as integrated breeding platform and global open access by breeding informatics initiatives. These are all new initiatives which are appearing on the horizon, like the e-learning platforms that Dr. May talked a little while earlier. These have to be kept, we need to keep our eyes open for this. This may require different set of skills. For example, this may require computational skills, which are necessary to use those platforms. Like today, a lot of image processing happens through even simple smartphones. And there's a huge development in the other sectors like the IT and ITES. No, how are we integrating it into plant breeding? There are other skills which are required. So I just put these two, IBP and GOBII, more for saying that one should be open for skills required in the other areas which will support plant breeding. And the most important thing, according to me, is the seed industry mentorship and intern programs. Now, mentorship, no option other than having good mentors. And certainly ATPBR could be one of the important organizations in future to, capture the skills of very, set of people who have spent years and decades in the field, with the plants, with the crops, with the seed, with the markets, with the environment and all changing environment. We have seen a lot of such changes, yet many senior people have survived. There's a lot of skill sets with them. Now that in the form of mentorship, can we deliver that? That is for ATPBR can take a call on that. And intern programs where the gap between academia and the industry requirement and plant breeding requirement, they could be covered through internship programs. How do we design them? How do we deliver them? How useful we make it is all the challenges ahead of us. Now, this is what Dr. Gowda wanted me to present. So I have presented on his behalf. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Sharan Angdi to make his presentation, and so that we can take up discussions after. Yeah, then also, okay, fine. At the end of it, we'll take up the discussions. Okay.
Good afternoon. I didn't hear. Yeah, good. As Dr. Rao said, it is a big challenge to talk to the audience which is well fed. There are two types of lunches. Do you know? Anybody can tell me what are two types of lunches? Anybody? Please attempt. He said veg and non-veg. That's right. But any other guesses? Sharad can tell it, I think. Sharad knows. There is a working lunch. Do you know working lunch? You know what is a working lunch? What you had is a working lunch. Another lunch is that lunch that works. I can see lunch that is working on many of your faces. Some of them are dozing, some of them are just doing something, as Gubba Kiran was telling. So you are busy with your WhatsApp, social media and all that. But then please pay attention, because this is going to be of good relevance. Training and skill development. Dr. Rao made a point, and Dr. May also very clearly said what is the requirement for skill development. We are all trained, we are all knowledgeable, we all get our degrees, we all know the theory. Then why the skill comes in? Why somebody has to be skilled? We say that person is very skilled, he is a skilled plant breeder, skilled engineer, skilled biotechnology. What is that skill? Dr. Rao told me to strictly limit myself to 9.5 minutes. He doesn't give me 10 minutes, right? In that 9.5 minutes, or in 4 slides, I am going to make my points. And I am going to say what I am saying only once. Please listen. Otherwise, if you miss, I'm not going to repeat it. Okay? Next slide, please. Oh, I have to do it myself. Yeah, what is skill? Essential skills, because any skill is essential, but among them, I have tried to differentiate what really is required to be successful. When I say essential skill, it is a developed, please pay attention. It is a developed ability or capacity acquired through deliberate, systematic, and sustained efforts to smoothly and adaptively carry out complex activities or job functions involving ideas, things, and or people. Dr. May made her point when she said people requirement and how we have to match the knowledge with the skill part. All those things, I think they are running through this as a fabric. What are the basic skills? Dr. Rao mentioned about what is specially required for a plant breeder or a crop improvement specialist. But I am trying to generalize the skills that are basically required. And oral communication. Oftentimes, people say that fellow communicates very well. He relates things very well. He is able to communicate. Oftentimes, what happens is we end up saying what we know, rather than understanding what people want to know. That's why we say first understand the audience. or your business partner or your client or your customer, whoever, understand his mind for what does he want. Tell specifically those points. Otherwise, in your enthusiasm to elaborate, the main point may be missed. I am reminded of a joke. A fellow is telling his friend, I had this friend, no? He had a brother in US and his wife was working in Canada and his daughter was in Australia. That fellow suddenly died. So when he said died, that's an important message, but he was telling about his brother, his wife, daughter and all people missed. Oh, I see, that's good. The other fellow was listening, he said, that's good. He is telling the person died. So why I am saying that is, oftentimes we are busy in our own mind, we have things, we start contemplating, then tell them this is what, and main point we miss. It's very, very important to communicate specifically what you want to say. As they say, express to impress. That's very important. I am telling across the fields, it's not only plant breeding, it can be any other. I'll come to that a little later. Oral communication to greet people, to do what? To take messages, reassure, persuade, seek information and resolve conflicts. Each one of them, I don't need to tell you, each one of them is an important ingredient of success. Working with others, Dr. Rao mentioned already, teamwork. We all work as team. And there is a nice saying working together works always. And in these days with technology and so many fields integrating, so many sciences coming together, we all work as teams. And one cannot be expert in many things. So he seeks to work together with others in cooperation. That is why working with others becomes a very, very important skill. As a member of a team or jointly with a partner, engaged in supervisory or leadership activities, knowing how to learn, understanding one's own learning style, knowing how to gain access to a variety of materials, resources, and learning opportunities. These are the benefit of working with others. Continuous learning. Learning is never ending, as they say. Learning goes on as long as we are alive. Every day we learn new things. Then here what is important is knowing how to learn, understanding one's own learning style, knowing how to gain access to a variety of materials, resources, and learning opportunities. As I said in the beginning, this applies across the science, across the fields, across the professions. Thinking. Differentiate between 6 types of interconnected cognitive functions, because thinking helps you in problem solving, decision making, critical thinking, job task planning, and organizing, significant use of memory, and finding information. I think this is what otherwise each of those can be explained for one day. I am not going to do that, just giving you a feel of it. Those of you who want to go into more details, please go back and do more on that. The biggest communication problem, I found it very interesting. The biggest communication problem is you do not listen to understand, you listen to reply. Simple example, you are talking to me something and I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, how do I link something? What he is saying, how can I better him in that? I'm not listening to what he is saying. So in communication skill, listening is also a skill. They say 80-20 is the rule. That means 80% of the time you listen, only 20% of the time you talk. That's one important aspect. Yeah, and Dr. May made an important point that she said you have to link the skills required in a job to the job requirements. So I thought I'll put these points. I'm just coming to plant breeding professionals now, but you can read as biotechnology professionals or engineering professionals or whatever professions you are in. It says, and job opportunities in plant breeding in general are government research organizations, commercial plant breeding companies, specialist seed producers, biotechnology and genetic engineering firms, and international research institutes. These are the organizations that employ plant breeders. What responsibilities are plant breeders given? Setting aims and objectives of the research programs, conversant with the research methods and techniques, identify and select plants with desirable traits, and make crosses to produce new breeding material, analyze and scientifically assess the hybrids in laboratory and field trials and select the best ones, multiply and produce virus-free plants, maintain detailed records throughout the R&D cycle, that is called data management, manage, support and train technical and field staff, and be up to date with the rapid developments in science and translate ideas from scientific literature into new approaches to breeding problems. These are very, very essential and important. I think that is self-explanatory. Now, to match those requirements, what are the essential skills that are required? Enthusiasm, commitment, and a strong interest in plants and plant sciences. Basically, in anything what you do, you must be interested. As they say, if you choose a job you like, you don't have to work even a single day. That means working becomes more of a pleasure. You don't think I'm doing a job. Good problem solving skills. These days, you keep on encountering several problems in several areas. You should know how to solve a problem. How to solve a problem with mutual consent or mutual benefit to each other. Excellent oral and written communication skills, they are a must in any field. You should do a good job, but you should at the same time be able to communicate and tell the others what you have done so that they can understand, make them understand. Skills to manage a busy laboratory, because these days a lot of plant breeding is done in the laboratories. We do marker-rested selection. Yesterday, one scientist, I think he was Joshi or someone, he was presenting about gene editing, genome editing, we call CRISPR-Cas. These are all laboratory issues. So to combine them judiciously with our plant breeding activity, you must have skills to manage a busy laboratory, strong team working skills, already said, an analytical and investigative mind. This comes more by training. This comes more by exercise. And then computer literacy and technical skills, they are must in every field, and this is no exception here. Cell biology skills to manipulate crop growth stages leading to rapid generation advancement. We talk of double diploids, we talk of many other methods where we try to shorten the breeding cycle. That's why they became important. And skills to protect and defend IPRs, intellectual property rights. In every field, there is a competition and a kind of race to patent things or protect them intellectually. So you should know, you should be aware of what intellectual property rights are, how they are used, and which particular trait or technology has an IPR, how to defend them, how to protect them. So those are the aspects. As I said, I can go on and on, but Dr. Rao has given me 9.5 minutes. So I am left with only another half a minute.
Yeah, 29 seconds.
20 seconds, okay.
29.
So he's being very unkind to me. So to come, summary part, if I have to summarize in 3 main topics, how do I do it? Entire thing what I said. One is observation. You must be a very keen observer to see things which others are not easily able to see. That's your skill. You have to develop that observation skill. Look at things in a more analytical way, look at them in a more kind of microscopic thing, so that you will see things which, I think that many examples can be quoted, but then observation is very, very important in development of your skill or in profession, wherever. Then unlearning. This becomes very important. Oftentimes we have some preformed ideas. We think some scientist has worked, so he didn't get it. How am I going to get it? So I have learned it. That fellow didn't succeed. How am I going to succeed? So it's important to first unlearn. If you have to learn anything new, first you have to unlearn. That is, shed all the pre-learnings or prejudices or preformed ideas. That's what I mean by unlearning. And then third one is practice. A professor of mine used to say there are 3 important things in life to succeed. First one is practice, second one is practice, and third one is also practice. So, Dr. Tiku says, yeah. Okay, so importance is you have to keep on practicing. That's what makes you skilled. As Dr. Rao was saying, selection itself is a skill. Dr. Saab is sitting here. He has spent 55 years in the seed industry. He is now 81. Yesterday I was mentioning him, he is Bhishma Pitama. So these people have observed, these people have learned, these people have trained themselves to be skilled. We value them for their skills. So totally, finally, if I have to say, plant breeding these days has become integration of so many technologies. I was asking Dr. Narayanan yesterday for a point. He said these days we use artificial intelligence, we use molecular marker-assisted breeding, we use several other things. Then I said breeder skill is becoming secondary now. All other things are available for our aid, but still selection skill is most important. It remains as a primary skill. So that is still more important. All these can be at the most, I think, are adjuncts. And ground reality is breeding. So we all We have been trained in conventional breeding and we have picked up little bit of what is required to call ourselves as advanced breeders. We do that, but still conventional breeding remains the basic crux of the whole thing. So I would like to once again say that is the most important thing. I think with these few points, I've been able to impress upon you how knowledge and skill have to go parallel to each other. They both are very, very important for your success. Then that's it. My 9.5 minutes are over, he says. So if you have questions.
Thank you, Sharan. I think the amount of claps you are getting indicates how well your presentation was received.
Was
and
it useful or
appreciated.
you thanked him or stopping? Your clap was for stopping or no?
Thank you. I think he beautifully summed up what is required to to acquire any skill in any profession. Those last, the last slide, which says observation, unlearning, practice. I just would like to take 1 minute to reinforce those three. The third one, practice, practice, practice. I remember watching, this is a couple of decades back, in one of the TV shows. You all know Sachin Tendulkar. He's one of the highly acclaimed cricketer. And Kamal Hassan, who is a very senior actor in Tamil and all the South Indian, including, I don't know how many of you seen Ek Duje Ke Liye. He was the hero there. And then incidentally, his name was, the character name was my name, Vasu. So I have some understanding of that character. These two were on the TV and discussing what makes a person successful. And one of the things Sachin Tendulkar, he said is, for me, practice. Whatever it may be, I will have to practice. Any situation, every ball is different. Every ball I face is different. So I have to mentally practice, physically practice. Only then I'm okay. And then he even said, I think he was quoting Rahul Dravid, he said, even after scoring a century, I take a fresh guard to know exactly where my wickets are, which I have to defend. So it is that practice for perfection. And then Kamal Hassan said, his key for success is, he had a talk with his grandfather once. And grandfather said, what makes you success is that you be the best in whatever you do. Even if it is cleaning of latrines or toilet, you be the best in that. So that means the targets that you set for yourself is what makes you go in that direction. And second, practice makes you perfect. And then about unlearning, as we are born as child, we don't have any, there's no memories, there's nothing. So as we grow up, we pick up many things, and we pick up things which will sit in the brain, which we don't question at all often. We don't, time would have passed. What we learned 20 years back, it may be irrelevant today, but we don't question it. It sits there and it guides our decisions at that point of time. So that thing has to be unlearned. That's called unlearning. These are all conditioned thinking, which has to be unlearned so that you make place for new. In fact, when you meet some people, you can see carrying a lot of luggage. It's not at all present in the present. Okay, so that is one. And observation. Observation, often we think it is observing others, observing situations, observing plants, observing trials, data, many things, or even observing television serials. But observation is also observing one's own self. And that leads to questioning one's own self. Ultimately, we can't control anybody else other than ourselves. So these three will help us to acquire a lot of skills. And I'm very happy that Sharan made a good focus on those three in terms of learning and improving ourselves. Now, any questions on Dr. Gowda and Dr. Sharan's presentations?
No questions means you understood everything or you understood nothing. So please ask. Okay,
yeah,
there is a
please.
question. Use a mic. Use a mic.
As a teaching faculty over here, so we guide a lot of students, but the typical questions we hear from the students is what is the future and what is the reward if I choose a particular career. So
what is the subject? Say it
what
again.
is the future? Like if I talk about more specifically about the plant breeding.
Plant breeding, okay.
So what is the future and how I'm going to see myself after 5 years? And what is the kind of reward, because financial reward and etc. Because you mentioned in somewhere that okay, there are new skills like genomics and all these things becomes more fancy because these are new techniques, whereas breeding is taking a second seat. So how do you take it forward?
Good question. Thing is, I think the solution is what you are talking is more about career planning. Whether you want to make a career in plant breeding or you want to be in one of those areas which support plant breeding in different means and ways, I think it is good to keep yourself abreast of what's happening in the field, how to keep yourself updated and upgraded knowledge-wise and skill-wise. Definitely, there is plenty of scope. There is never-ending scope. If you ask me, I will say there is a never-ending scope for plant breeding and crop improvement. Because this is a very constantly happening process. People have done it for several years. As Dr. Rao was mentioning, plant breeding, when did it start? Any idea? Anybody can tell me when did plant breeding start first? How many years back? Any guesses? Quick. Prehistoric. Good answer. Because it started 10 to 11,000 years ago. The first farmer, when he domesticated plants which were growing wild as weeds, made them crops, made selections, he was the first plant breeder. And yesterday, I think Dr. Narayana, we were discussing like even before Mendelism happened, even before the genetic principles were known, plant breeding was happening, animal breeding was happening. And some of those people who developed varieties, they are living, they are still relevant today, they are popular so many years, which the modern day plant breeders have not been able to repeat or replicate by all their efforts, all the technologies available. So basically it is a skill. And to answer your question, somebody who is doing plant breeding, if he or she asks, what is the future? You can tell them future is bright. Dr. Tiku wants to add. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike. Not old man, senior man.
I want to make 2 points. Number one, कि career बनाने के लिए it can be a cobbler's job. Please try and be the best cobbler in the world.
Be the best cobbler. Yeah.
You are a farmer, be the best farmer in the world, which means an everyday incremental progress you have to make. And you have to keep abreast with the subject. Maybe it's immodest to say, I have been in the job 53 years. I am still learning. I learned a lot today looking at the poster sessions. So the question is, you have to keep yourself abreast. And the second thing is, unless you are passionate about anything, you have to have passion from here, not only from mind. That this is what I will do. Create that in yourself, you will succeed. Career will be based on your own interest, where you go. Those instincts you should have. Do I want to go to business? Do I want to go? You sought opportunities. Trialing is an opportunity. Seed production is an opportunity. Seed certification is an opportunity. There are so many opportunities. You have to see where basic research is an opportunity. Applied research is an opportunity. So please don't worry about that. Worry about what are your interests. Look for that within self. Nobody else will teach you that. They will mentor you to become. in whatever you choose. That's what I want
Good,
to
good,
say.
good
Yeah,
supplement,
thank you.
complementary information that we took here.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr.
Tikku.
Sharad wants to say something. No, question, we didn't hear the question.
My dear, my first salary is per month. And the entry level was 400, 700 for a MSc guy. If he went to the BSc guy going to IAS was getting 450, 700. I was getting 300 consolidated. But I never left because I very clearly, I think the first crop of tomato I have sown is 1970. Yeah, first crop. I probably have grown by now 105 crops of tomato. And I still go to the field 3 to 4 hours every day. So I don't think remuneration will come if you do well. You will get recognized whether you are in private or public sector.
I think this is a very burning, young minds always ask, what is for me in future? But do you know, nobody can predict future. Future can be created by the one who is aspiring to go in future. So what can take you in future? Only these three things. What has been already accomplished, if you take that path and you want to create a future, you will end up with creating actually the same thing. So it means we have to think slightly different than what has been already done. What Dr. Tikku has already mentioned about the incremental differences you have to make. Even if you think about it, Sachin Tendulkar, he wanted to play cricket. Have he ever dreamed that he will become Tendulkar? And look at his batting style. Nobody has done this kind of style before him and even after him. So even in that subject, if you can really create your own identity and listen to your heart, you will get there. Nobody is going to stop you. Thank you, sir.
Good point, Dr. Mishra.
Thank you, Arvind.
Yes, sir.
I think,
Please, sir.
Yes.
I think probably two more questions on this.
Shifting a little on the academic side, I guess. Unfortunately, in this country, we do not have equal opportunity employment. And there is a lot of bargaining that goes on. There are no fixed rates, like an MSc you should get, excepting if you go to the government job, and government jobs are becoming fewer and fewer, almost extinct, not available. There's a lot of bargaining that goes on. So coming from the, what happened to this? Is it working? Yeah. See here. Closer. I should swallow it. Okay. No, you have a campus placement service here, which is in a way better than many other, public institutions, the universities and all, which don't have any, which probably churns out brighter students than you people are. But you have a placement service in today's context that is very important, and you should first get a job. Most important thing is to first get a job, doesn't matter at what, and the institute will regulate that to see that no one is bought cheap. I mean, there is that, you either pay this much and then hire our students and not below that. And turn out a breeder or a social man or something also called aptitude. No matter how much you may not be suitable for that. So how will you prosper in that? The moment you are in an organization, one advantage is that you start learning in the professional world, not what the academics tell you, not what retired people tell you, but in the profession that is earning money, will judge you by your merit, and they will either say you get promoted in that job itself, or we find you a commercial man, that man in our company who was doing product development in sunflower. He could, by looking from outside, understand He was a production guy in the field, but company would say, okay, you guy is much better suited in from a right attitude will matter. But basically suitable for.
Thank you, Dr. Partha.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Um,
Sir. You made very
I
valid
think-
point.
I think this is an excellent discussion. We really had excellent discussion. And one final point, Mallikarjun, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah. In the job opportunities breeders, in India, have breeding can also be an opportunity, or we are still not yet matured for that. Freelance breeding.
Freelance breeding.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's happening now. There are freelance companies. Good point he made. Don't have to look for a job. Look at freelance breeding. That means you develop your own lines, your own breeding lines and breeding hybrids, and you can always sell it, what they call as B2B, business to business opportunity. Those efforts are going on. That's happening in India. And when Sharad was asking about the career and the salary part, and Tiku said his first job was 300, it's very difficult to mention the first salaries. I also told a friend, when I started my job was 600 salary. He said, "Kahin aur naukri nahi mila kya?" Then days were there when you went for a private sector job, they thought those who didn't get a government job went to private sector. Now it is other way. There are careers, advancement, placements, everything that never happened in our days. We used to find a job, work there, be there, consistent, as Dr. Dasgupta was saying. Stick on to that, learn things and be an expert in that. Don't keep on changing. As they say, rolling stone that doesn't gather mass. So better be in one place, be a master of that and develop your skills. And as I said, you have to know where you fit in. Are the people who hire people into organizations, they should say, like they say, don't put a square peg in a round hole. So that has to match. I think that was very good. Good points made. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Sharan. I think, thank you for the excellent discussions. We will proceed to the next presentation by Mr. Sanjog Sahu. Thank you for being on the stage. He will be making a presentation on prospects of food processing in Orissa. I'm very happy to introduce Sanjog Sahu. He is the CEO of Mati Farms
The co-founder, yeah.
Private Limited. He's an anthropologist. Interesting subject. He's an anthropologist from University of Arizona, one of the driest states in the United States. He has also received Young India Fellowship from Ashoka University. He's currently the director of Mati Farm.
Yeah.
He also owns it, I think, right?
I'm one of the co-founders. Yeah.
One of the co-founders. Thank you for coming on the stage and sharing your experiences. I would like you to focus on the skill aspects you have developed in organization and how much of importance you have given to skill development in your organization. And if you would like to share any experiences and focus on to future, what kind of a help we can pick up for the seed sector and the plant breeding sector.
Let me try to do that.
Thank you.
Let me try to do that. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjog, one of the co-founders of Mati Farms. We are a food processing startup based right here in Odisha. And the dominant theme so far, as Dr. Rao mentioned in this conference, but broadly in this sector, I think has been agricultural modernization, with the intended goal of increased harvests. I was here to talk about a problem that the farmer faces on the other side of this, once there is a successful harvest, which is that of post-harvest loss. And along with the problem, I'm also going to talk about the solution, which is value addition through food processing, by looking at our experiences as a startup here for the past 3 years. So a little bit of the overview of what post-harvest loss is. Post-harvest loss could happen to any crop. It's a humongous problem in India. The numbers are staggering, and almost half of all the post-harvest loss that happens in crops is in fruits and vegetables because they're perishable. They have a very short window to be sold in the market or be processed. The percentage that we actually process is also very negligible compared to other countries in the world. But I think the most interesting fact here is that Odisha has actually become a powerhouse when it comes to processing. When it comes to production of fruits and vegetables. If you consider our population, we'll probably be amongst the highest per capita producer of certain vegetables in the country. But when you think of the infrastructure for processing fruits and vegetables, it's very negligible. In fact, I don't know of any. If you know it, please let me know. So that's the broader context in which we began our journey. But we were looking at this problem from a very different angle to begin with. We thought that if the crop is not creating value for the farmer, then how would we change the crop? How would we look at high value exotic vegetables, which Odisha's climate allows them to be produced around the year? So we started with that. We developed best practices. We worked with farmers. We were profitable for a few cycles. But as we scaled, we realized that even exotic vegetables are subject to the same kind of post-harvest loss issues. So we're not really going to the root of the problem. That's when we started looking at crops that were already growing here, that were already doing very well. The production was high. And we started thinking of how we could do something with those crops instead. So these are the crops that we work with right now. These are biofortified sweet potatoes. They developed and they're grown right here in Odisha. But they have a strong global demand, especially in their processed forms. They also have a high cultural acceptance amongst farmers. It's not like we are going into the farmers and asking them to grow something very exotic, because Odisha is the #1 sweet potato producer in the country. Of course, the regular white variety. But these are biofortified varieties which are developed by scientists here at CTCRI, ICR, CTCRI in Bhubaneswar. And they are very climate adapted, very little water requirement. There are hardly any pest issues, and other than weevils, of course. But they're a crop of the future, it is said. Because of all of these factors, the potential for high production also exists. So that's one of the reasons why these are all, basically the gamut of this is why we decided to focus on this crop. So this is a snippet by one of the scientists, Professor Naidul Cherian here at Bhubaneswar, who was a part of the team that developed these varieties.
In the center of CTCRI, Bhubaneswar, we have developed a number of biofortified varieties. Sona, a variety which is released in 2016. This contains very high amount of beta carotene. This variety is getting very popular, and we are popularizing in tribal areas of Odisha, because in this region, night blindness, which is caused by deficiency of vitamin A, is prevalent very widely. So, in collaboration with Multifarm, we have taken popularizing this variety in Keonjhar district and Koraput district.
Upland districts where the climate actually allows for season extension of sweet potato cultivation throughout the year. There are some caveats. We need water, some amount of water. The farmers have to have some experience. There has to be a boundary. But more or less, we are working about 100 farmers. We don't have contracts. Very few of them are individual farmers that we work with, but most of them we interact with through their SHGs or FPOs. We are connected to them usually by the local administration or NGO partners who are also our implementation partners on the ground. And we have a 100% buyback where at a pre-agreed upon price, which is typically 2 to 3 times the market price. So that's our model. We actually go in not just at the sourcing stage for the farmers. We go in the moment the farmer actually puts the seeds, or rather the vines in this case, into the soil. So we provide them the vines, the input material, the technical know-how. And we also, our team is frequently there whenever there's problem shooting to be required. And finally, when there's a successful harvest, we buy back everything and we process them into snacks and processed foods. We're currently selling them B2B, we're white labeling. We're also looking at getting into exports eventually at scale. But we're also looking at entering into modern retail. Right now, we are in the modern retail all over India for the fresh potatoes, but we will be launching the powder and the other forms of snacks very soon. Yeah, so those are our products. These are pictures from our trials. These are orange and purple fleshed sweet potato chips, which are great as a health snack. And we also make dehydrated powder from the graded out potatoes, which again have a very big demand, rising demand in the bakery sector. All of this is made at our processing plant in Jagatpur Industrial Estate here in Odisha. I'll close with the learning so far in our brief journey. One of the things that, and I hope that this is going to be important for any potential entrepreneur, any of you who are looking into getting into food processing. So in our case, we realized that one of the things that worked for us was instead of trying to redo everything and looking at new crops and then getting them out and processing them, it makes sense to look at what's already growing well and which is the dominant crop in your region, and then thinking of value addition. The central government has a scheme, the One District, One Focus product, where they've actually identified the dominant crop in every region. For instance, if you're in Jharsuguda or Sambalpur here in Odisha, then a chili sauce unit might make sense because chilies are the dominant crop there. On the other hand, if you're in southern Odisha and Gajapati district, then a pineapple extraction unit, juicing unit might make sense because pineapples are routinely harvested in huge volumes, and there's a lot of loss in that. The other thing I want to touch upon is that we think of cutting edge innovation. We discussed cutting edge innovation a lot when it comes to food processing, but we are at a very nascent stage here. Like I said, there's hardly any infrastructure. So let that not dissuade you. Even basic level processing such as snacks or condiments or dehydrated powder in our case can actually provide returns at any scale, as we've realized. I'd like to close with another experience that we've had, which is that rather than thinking about competition, we have actually benefited a lot from collaborating with other players in this ecosystem. There's hardly an ecosystem. It's a very unorganized sector. Some of my best customers, biggest customers are actually technically my competitors in other parts of the country who also are into sweet potato chips or powder. And, there's sometimes we have an excess harvest, so we sell off our excess to them, or, we need products or technical know-how, which they help us with. So we are also, as we are all aware, probably that, cluster approach actually helps when it comes to thinking of exports, competing in the global markets. Right now, there's no cluster. So don't let the idea of competition or the threat of competition deter you from getting into this, nor, the scale at which you're going to get into it. So yeah, I think we have some time left. So I'm going to try and end with one of our progressive farmers who talks about how it is to work with us.
फार्म सहित आमर जोगाजोग थिला कृष्णा बोली गोटे कंदमूल जातीय कंद जातीय फसल पाई आमे पाइलु सेठी आमे चाहिलु जे गोटे जगार लगेबू एवं गत वर्ष जनवरी मासरे आमे लगेइथिलु 2021 रे जनवरी मासरे लगेइथिलु एवं एटा भलो हैला आउ ताकू माने उत्पादन मध्य भलो होउची आगामी दिन रे आमे रखिचु ए एरिया रे केमिति अधिक रु अधिक लोक कले आमे चासी उपकृत होवा सहित आमे ताकू बाजार सुविधा मध्य देवार व्यवस्था करिवा पई चिंता करियोछु।
Work with us. We are a growing team. We are looking for young graduates like you to work with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Mr. Sahu. It's a wonderful presentation. Are there any quick questions?
Very fast so that you will have enough questions.
I think I finished just in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, just in 10 minutes. Thank you for providing that space for questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difficult to get up from here because of this desk here. This yellow flesh, this high beta carotene material is exotic. So Indian system has got it imported. This is South American material, and it has been imported by the Indian research system and developed into new varieties. They have made selections and all. So one, that the raw material that you are dealing with is not unique because it's a public domain material. Will be available to anyone who goes to CTCRI here or at their headquarters in Trivandrum. They are going to get this material and newer varieties also. First yellow variety released by CTCRI was probably 15, 20 years ago because it's exotic material, one of the collections that came from abroad. So once you run out of this idea, what will be your next? So my questions are like this. Raw material is not unique. And the process that you're using for making chips, what is unique about that? And the acceptability at the counter. Bioavailability. I don't know if I take just potato chips or Pringles or something like that. What is my advantage of having this yellow flesh? I mean, night blindness is happening in remote rural areas and chips are going to be munched by the beer drinkers. So where will be, how will you sell it? My point is, how will you position it in the market? Who are going to consume it? So that is one thing. Let maybe run this as a parallel business. And therefore you said, I might go to the southern area where there are pineapples. I might go to some other area where there's some other product. So that you have to start right now. That diversification you have to have so that you have a portfolio of products. If one doesn't click very well, you have a secondary and the season. There is one season for this, there'll be another season for another raw material. So if you have those things, I have been, now consulting a lot with a lot of startups. And I've seen some of the wonderful ideas which are coming from them. Wonderful ideas, but how you compete with the people who are now selling makhanas in airlines. Indigo, I came through, they were giving makhanas, At one time, Bihar thought that nobody knew about makhana excepting Bihar.
So you'll be happy to know that
now it's being served. Now it's being served on Indigo flight. So how will you reach that to that level?
Right.
So that's all marketing,
Right.
more than manufacturing. So keep these things in mind.
That's great feedback. Yes.
Happy to interact.
So
in the
I'm
future.
actually, like I said, it's the scale of food processing, the scope for food processing is so big that we'll actually require 100 Marti farms to actually, meet all these gaps. So we might not be the ones to get
Why
into that.
100 Marti farms? The Marti farms can grow to that size.
Well, I hope it does.
Why not?
And
Why not?
with regards to the plant material, you're very right. These are the root material was originally from Peru and other places, Philippines, but these are pure line varieties. Security of the people in the tribal areas, right? Night blindness and other things. But the thing is that even if a small farmer is growing over a quarter acre, they're producing something like over a ton of this. They can probably consume maybe 50, 100 kilos in their village. When they go to the market to the rest, they were not getting value. So these relatively exotic varieties were not doing well. On the other hand, there's a global demand. When you think of the consumer side, there is actually, like, these are considered to be superfoods. They're actually the powder is being used in all kinds of breads to, other things, anything that has a paste form like a maida, this can be substituted because it has some, starch in it. So there's a pronounced market there. So we are simply, as a company, we are trying to plug this gap. Of course, we have machines that will lie unfunctional if we only depend on this, because the traditional season cycle for this is 4 months. And Odisha, most of the farmers are doing rain-fed cultivation. So between January and February, all the harvest was happening. The reason why we started working with farmers directly is because we wanted to extend the season so that our machines are operating throughout the year. Besides that, we also work with tapioca, cassava, and other things, but I didn't touch upon them because I thought that, in the interest of time, I didn't focus on those. But we do, run throughout the year like that. As regards to the market in India, it's so big that's why, like I said, we are looking to collaborate with other ecosystem players so that, everyone benefits. It's not really a concern to contain, intellectual property or restrict intellectual property about our processes or our production. On the processor bit, yes, we do have some trade secrets, but if you look at food processing, especially in the chips market, or it's not rocket science. It's all the technology is out there. It can be bought, and what differentiates a product from one from another is often the trade secrets, as in the recipes or the flavoring and things like that.
Yeah. Any other final question? Okay, if nothing, yeah, one final question.
So you said life is around 4 months or so. I mean, the
production cycle. Is 4
cycle.
months, yeah. It depends on summer to winter.
How we are going to bridge the storage issues?
So that's another problem when you think of food processing. It's not just food processing itself. Even cold storage infrastructure is negligent. And I was just talking to, I think, Mr. Gopal, who's not here right now, who was talking about how private entrepreneurs can get into it or whether the government should get into it. There are different models for cold storages, but right now all the cold storage infrastructure we have in the state is largely geared towards potatoes and, they're stored at a different temperature. If you think of all the perishable vegetables, they're often stored between 8 to 12 degrees, and we don't have the cold storage infrastructure for that. So that's also another opportunity, I think, for entrepreneurs at different scales to get into it. And of course, a lot of companies and startups are working on it. In our case, the reason we focused on season extension and we work so carefully with farmers is so that we can predict every week or every month how much we have. And of course, even there are some trade-offs, which is why we are working with other collaborators so that we can sell off the excess.
Yeah, there's one hand went up in the back benches. Thank you. Can you pass on the mic? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, one last question on Mr. Sahu's presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. I have a few questions actually, so I'll shoot them right at you. The first is Marty Farm also looking for research, or is it primarily only in the food processing? Because I did not get it very clearly from your presentation whether you are targeting a market where you're selling maybe, healthy products like sweet potato based snacks, or whether you are targeting to provide nutrition to those who cannot really afford it. Because if you are, then we could actually venture into more a research based approach where we can target crops which are like Lathyrus sativus. Lathyrus sativus is it's a very potent plant. It can survive in both flooded conditions and in the absence of water. So why not develop varieties of that? Because it's very protein rich. It is very nutritional. So I would like to get a very clear perspective from your side.
Thank you for the question. As a company, we have our own limitations. We have to be profitable. We have to look at what's the easiest go-to-market strategy and which is the fastest way to go to the market with products. So we are not very research-oriented that way. We are very small. We are investor-backed. So that allows us some leeway to play around and research what products work. But the data for that is already out there. When you look at competitor analysis, doing something very niche like what you suggested might not work in the currently, but yes, at scale, I do see us getting into research. With regards to whether our focus is on enhancing the nutritional security or diversity of the farmers that we work with, yes, but in an indirect way. For instance, our programs do allow farmers to, we have contracts, but the farmers are allowed to keep a certain part of the produce for their own consumption or for distribution in the village or selling it in the local market. It's their prerogative. We don't restrict them that way. But our concern is more on the consumer side, and yes, our products are something that we'll not be able to penetrate the interiors with our products. So we are primarily looking at creating products which are for the metro or the urban markets or the global markets. On the social impact side, we're hoping that right now the problem that we are trying to solve is, like I said, post-harvest loss and farmer distress because of that. So we feel that if the farmer is able to grow something which might benefit or enhance their dietary intake or something like that, and yet at the same time they also we're meeting the income, providing income security to them because they're getting money for it. I think that's the space in which we are operating in. But please get in touch with us with your idea. I'm always looking forward to exploring things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu. It's always very nice to hear the young and the bright and who are the future in the startup environment, and we wish you grow into a big organization and all the very best. Let's put our hands together for Sahu and all the very best to you.
Thank you.
We will now take on the next presenter. Can you please take your seat? We have Dr. Amita Joshi from BIRAC. Can you put Dr. Amita on screen, please? She's presenting from, she's presenting virtually.
Yeah, Dr. Amita is joining. Yeah, she's virtually.
Hello, Dr. Amita, are you there? Yeah, not the presentation, her virtual. Yeah, like. Hello, Dr. Amita, are you there?
Yeah, she's coordinating from that side.
We'll just wait for a second.
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
And now, can you see the?
Yep. Dr. Amita, can you listen? Can you hear us? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. खोल लिया। हो गया। ठीक, ओके। वीडियो ऑफ है। Okay.
Dr. Amita, can you unmute yourself?
राधिका? Can you just help me with that? No, I'm trying. I'm trying the thing is the. Okay, fine. Okay. Should I start?
Welcome, Dr. Amita. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, welcome, Dr. Amita, to this session. You are the last speaker in this session, and thank you for being here. Dr. Amita is representing BIRAC. She works for BIRAC. BIRAC is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Company. Is that correct?
That's council.
Sorry, council. And she's, this is the, BIRAC is in the space of assisting various companies in biotechnology sector and other sectors with the research assistance. Actually, she's the chief manager at BIRAC. She's a true academician with a PhD in life sciences, MPhil in bioinformatics, and MSc in plant molecular biology, which is very closely related to plant breeding, which is the core of this conference. She was also a research scientist at ICGEB. She has evaluated several international projects, and her PhD thesis research papers on plausible industrial applications. Welcome, Dr. Amita. The stage is yours. And,
thank you so much.
You have 10 minutes for making the presentation.
Yes.
Can you unmute yourself?
I think I'm unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like first of all to thank the organizers for the meeting, for inviting me here today, and I represent my organization, BIRAC. Let me start by saying a few words about my background. I'm a chief manager, technical, I have a PhD, and basically we are evaluating proposals for funding right from the state of entrepreneurship development to product development. So we can say that from lab to commercial evaluation, all of it is done. by the technical vertical for which I am with BIRAC for. Today, I would be talking a bit about BIRAC, some of its schemes which have promoted skill development and entrepreneurship in general, and some specific examples in agriculture and crop improvement. In this context, although it might not be directly related to what my fellow participants have been talking, but I would like to say that each of these schemes and projects funded by BIRAC have played a very important part in helping people get trained in various activities which would be helpful in their own entrepreneurship endeavors, as well as finding jobs and looking and adding value to their education. And some of these programs might be directly involved in their training, while others help it by funding companies and large and playing a lot of stress on manpower, training, and management. So the proposal, okay. So the topic is translational ecosystem, BIRAC as an enabler. The company, as you would be knowing, is a nurturing innovation from idea to commercialization. It's a Government of India enterprise, Section 8 company under the aegis of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. It supports startups, entrepreneurs, small companies, large companies for high-risk research and develop innovative, affordable product developed with unmet needs. Basically, all the schemes of BIRAC, whether it is entrepreneurship, funding by grant, incubation, mentorship, and other things, are taking any leads, any technical leads from lab to market and providing it the support. There are various, so as you see this arrow, right from ideation to proof of concept to early stage development, late stage development, BIRAC has several of these schemes. You have Sitare, SIIP, Big, Air, Sibri, CRS, Big. It's just to say, for you right now, it might be names, but it is basically these schemes which through public-private partnerships are supporting innovation, are supporting manpower training, and generally creating an ecosystem where innovation is taken forward. So some of the things which we do is we do help people in product commercialization, IP and technology transfer, training and capacity building. We do risk investment. We are making a vibrant ecosystem and startup promotion and entrepreneurship development. Besides our own scheme, we have handheld with various other project development units like Grand Challenges India, National Nutrition Mission, National Farmer Mission. All these are going to be in a common platform with BIRAC, helping people and their innovation. And each of them, believe me, has a very important manpower training component, which is taken very seriously at BIRAC. So just to give you some figures that BIRAC has aspired entrepreneurs across the nation. There's inflow of application. We are striving towards a more equally balanced gender this thing. And there are 70% males and the rest are females. The startups which are being funded are 25%. And the others are 36%, which are basically individual entrepreneurs, including students. As I said, that not only we are helping entrepreneurship at various stages, we are also having very important theme areas under which we fund. That is what the technical vertical where I belong to does. It is healthcare, agriculture, healthcare drugs, including drug delivery, industrial biotechnology, and devices and diagnostics. You would be seeing that most of the funds have gone to healthcare devices and diagnostics, and agriculture is taking a very small portion of funds, not because of want of funds, but because we are not having those kind of proposals which should come and which can be taken forward, although BIRAC makes a lot of effort in seeing that anything which is fundable comes in agriculture, including manpower, is taken forward in a very positive manner. So the biotech ecosystem growth, again, some numbers, it was started with 50, we've gone to 5,000 startups. We have increased the incubator space. Our innovating funding is now up to 2,500 crores. BIRAC not only funds innovation at the proof of concept level, but it is also pushing product development, biotech clusters. It is helping in the academia for technology transfers and number of biotech companies. Just a sec. So some of the schemes which are specially meant for the young entrepreneurs that I have in my audience are known as Sitare, which is a student innovation program for advancement of research explorations. And this is meant for postgraduate and doctoral students to undertake projects with commercial potential, leading to creation of biotech startups. The award money is up to 15 lakh each. The other is Sitare Apprenticeship Grant. 10 students per workshop are provided a grant support of 1 lakh to encourage their inquisitiveness and sustained efforts. The partner here is Shrishti. Next is eYuva, which is empowering youth for undertaking value-added innovation translational research. There are two categories, BIRAC's Innovation Fellows and BIRAC eYuva Fellows. This is done through EY centers, which are offering a few pre-incubation space, managing fellowships for students, and conduct entrepreneur awareness workshop for students. When we go on from the students, now we have also a scheme which is very popular amongst our other scheme, which is known as BIG, which is a biotechnology induction grant. So fellows can incubate with BIRAC incubator partners and give and come out with various ideas, various proof of concept, and some of them are so innovative and inventive that they start from proof of concept and they reach to product development. It's a flagship program started in 2012. A grant of 50 lakh is given for 18 months. And the focus is either individuals or startups which have less than 5 years of experience. Are the big partners, again, IKP KIT is also one of the very important partners. This is important that when you have young entrepreneurs who are still establishing their labs, you give them a space. So we have also a program which makes and funds incubators across the country with the promise of nurturing entrepreneurship on behalf of BIRAC. All this, what I am presenting, is also present at our website. An extremely important network of BioNest network, which is propelling biotech startup ecosystem. Here is what I would like to say, that we have at BIRAC have been giving a lot of importance to the promoting agriculture, and especially that which is translatable at the farmer's field. And for that, young entrepreneurs who are connected to the farmers or our farmers are very important. Special importance has been given to incubators, and here's a list of them: NAM, ICRISAT, Horticulture Institute, Agriculture Research Institute, Delhi, Punjab, all these which are specifically funded by BIRAC, where entrepreneurs can come and start with their own idea, start a company, come up with a product, especially in the field of agriculture. The next which I talk about is that there are not only is BIRAC funding the students and the new inventors, but some big companies in partnership mode are also funded by BIRAC, which are Small Business Innovation Research Initiative and Biotech Industry Partnership Program. Not only is BIRAC funding industry and entrepreneurship, we have our programs for academics, which is an academic innovation research and contact research scheme, CRS. Basically, this is for promoting proof of concept, either with air or aims at validation of process of prototype with CRS. Another special program is PARSH, which is affordable for developing two things, which is affordable product development, support products, processes, and technologies, as well as establish proof of concept. The more interesting program for our listeners here is Social Innovation Immersion Program, which is known as SIP. This program is aids towards creating a pool of innovators, especially social innovators, and I think that agriculture is more to do with social innovation, to identify and address social problems through biotechnological interventions. Here, the students are taken in, they are pre-incubated with the help of with the help of various stakeholders. They are given some problems, they are helped to make that problem into a project and work on it, and finally they graduate. So they are basically a small sort of chain which BIRAC is creating for its incubator and BIG programs. Trained people who can promote their ideas and make a small project out of it to show that this is workable. BIRAC, I will just very quickly go through some of the important things which BIRAC, besides doing this kind of helping the entrepreneurs, the industry, and the students, is we are also very focused towards product development, all in the area of healthcare, industrial, as well as agriculture. Companies have been funded and they have come out with various products. My next few slides, I would like to show the people here, the stakeholders here, what BIRAC has funded in agriculture and which have moved specially towards product development. So some of the case studies which are, excuse me, achieving zero hunger by 2030 will require innovation addressing all dimensions of food, nutrition, security related challenges, fast stage integration for improved plant varieties and increased crop yields, creating varieties with improved traits, genome editing, soil health management, adapting food product to climate change, reduce post-harvest losses, and crop watch. So some of the important technologies funded with fast trait integration for improved plant varieties and increased crop yields, basically nutritionally improved mustard and salt tolerant rice hybrid seeds have been funded and they have come to market, creating varieties with improved traits by through genome editing and giving the small entrepreneur a chance to show their skills. Soil health management and innovation encouraged in irrigation technologies, where predictive soil health management is encouraged and intelligent, cost-effective predictive soil management system through IoT centers and AI ML based analytics platform has been developed. Some hardware, software using scalable virus technology with the help of novel low-cost evaporation translation center has been developed. Adapting food to climate change, big data, AI, blockchain, precision farming, all these things under which we have developed some UAV drone-based hyperspectral remote sensing. Some sensors have been developed which will look at soil monitoring systems for precise irrigation. So several of these technologies which BIRAC has funded are sort of encouraging to us because we have funded them, the manpower has been trained, and the entrepreneurs have come into our gambit and they have slowly graduated at, we have even tracked some of them where they came as young entrepreneurs, they incubated, they formed companies, and then they went into getting our SIBRI and BIPP grants, and they became full-fledged commercial ventures. So this is where I stop. where I just want to say that BIRAC is supporting young entrepreneurs, Setare, our EUA schemes, our companies. So it would an important role that BIRAC plays, and it would very much like, especially in the space of agriculture, that we pay more stress. We need more proposals to come in. We need more people who can think at the level with the farmer and come up with those technologies, those ideas which will be helping farmers at their field. So this is where I end. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
For delivering or you know, passing on the benefits from the government sources, not just for funding, but hand-holding and nurturing, educating, and passing on many of the things which are required for successes in the organizations. It's not just the technical part that you're helping, but you're also helping through various other support things which are required for success of the organizations, especially the startups, and for the students to get into their jobs and careers. Thank you very much for that. And are there any questions to Dr. Amita? Would you like to stay on and reply a few questions?
Sure, sure. I would be happy to do that, and also connect people if they want with the necessary sub verticals where their questions can be taken forward.
So I want to understand, like, what are the criteria, especially for identifying which are the right incubator, and how many application you receive, and what was the success rate actually coming out from?
You were saying something. Should I answer? I'm not able to hear. I'm sorry. I don't know whether I am audible or not, but I can't hear anybody.
Can't hear.
I can hear now.
Amita, I will repeat the question that
I have heard
Arvind
that.
asked.
I have heard it's about the incubators, and he's asking about.
We're not able to hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not to hear other people also.
Can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. The question is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So having being an incubator at BIRAC, we have an ongoing call, and at small intervals, we take the few proposals who have come. The committee has a set of criteria where being a biotechnology organization and having a proper incubator space and facilities for the incubatees is the most important criteria. And with that in mind, and the number of proposals which are taken forward, the committee makes a call on which ones to take forward. Also, if you are a unique organization offering, say, incubator space for aquaculture or veterinary, where there are not so many incubators, then it may make a difference if you are giving exceptional ideas and services. But otherwise, there are set parameters by the committee, and being a biotechnology organization and being able to support biotechnology interventions of the incubatees is the foremost major criteria. But we have all that on our website. I can even connect you to the people who will guide you further.
That was wonderful. Any other question, please? If no more questions, we'll thank Dr. Amita for her excellent presentation.
Thank
Wish
you.
you would have been here, but
Yes,
I hope you can hear all the big applause that is coming to you.
yes. I have been
Thank
to
you very much.
Bhubaneswar, to ILS, and to KIT. I would like to be there sometime when we are traveling again from the organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, first of all, this session is now complete in the sense that we have all the presentations and question and answers completed. Is there any other final comment that anyone would like to make on skill development, entrepreneurship development, startup supports in seed sector and in plant breeding? If not, I see that I would like to make a concluding remarks of just 2-3 points. Number one, I think the speakers as well as the audience have provided a lot of input, a lot of thoughts, a lot of discussions happen on what skills are required in the plant breeding and for developing the seed sector and for helping startups, with a couple of examples from Marty Farm and how it can be developed into a successful enterprise in future. Now coming to the role of ATPBR, who are the organizers of this conference, I think there is a lot of requirement which appears to be surfacing in terms of supporting the skill development in the plant breeding and seed sectors. And it can, first of all, we need to identify what skills have to be developed, prioritize them, and then create a platform, create mechanisms to deliver those skills to the needy employees or potential employees of any organization. So that, and that only the future will be able to tell what mechanisms will be there, whether it could be internships or, in fact, in biotechnology, there are finishing schools which are acting as the bridge between the academia and the biotechnology industries involved in biotechnology. And also there is BI, I think it is BIPP or BITP from BIRAC, biotechnology industry partnership program, biotechnology industry training programs. I think it is a training program which is a bridge between the industry and this thing. Similarly, ATPBR could be getting into those. They may like to consider that. They may also like to consider acting as the publishing house, publishing facilitator, publication facilitator for both the plant breeding as well as seed sector, seed technology related this thing, because there is definitely a gap in getting the best best information out into the public, which is useful. And certainly they can facilitate market-driven approaches, both in plant breeding, in seed sector, and at the business level. Seed as a business itself has several characteristics. It is as susceptible to the environmental vagaries which is influencing agriculture. I mean, we have made a lot of progress in agriculture, but still it is very sensitive to climate changes. And the seed sector is this thing. That's just one of the characteristics of seed sector. Now, there are several of these things which may need to be, all thoughts and brought together. So ATPBR could act as a platform for facilitating all that. And certainly those managers, senior managers, and people who have constructed very successful seed companies, they know what is the gap between what the academia teach and what is the needs of the seed companies and seed industry. And also seed related activities in the public sector. So ATPBR could certainly act as a bridge between academia and the industry requirements. there is like, I think it was in Dr. Gowda's presentation, it came out that there is too much of theory and there is very little practical training in real plant breeding, in the real seed sector organizations. So those bridges can be created by organizations like ATPBR. It is for them to take it up and then drive it forward. And the most important thing is, in this session, we also noticed there are other organizations which are out there to support, both in the Asia Pacific region like APSA. Dr. May's presentation indicated their efforts of facilitating skill development in both plant breeding and seed, and also BIRAC support through biotechnology into, they're all, whatever biotechnology is happening in agriculture, especially towards crop improvement, is all plant breeding. So in that sense, we overlap with them. So the institution to institution collaborations also need to be carefully looked at in future. I think for the message for the organizers is there is a lot that you can do in future and a lot of useful things you can do in future. And I mean, this is what I wanted to summarize. I don't know if Sharon has anything, nothing else. Otherwise, Dr. Aparna and Arvind, we are, we are closing this session. Yeah, thank you.
I thank Dr. Rao and Dr. Sharan for conducting the session with excellent deliberation, and all the speakers who joined us online and both in offline mode, for their excellent deliberations, and all the audience who had given very valuable points, because this is the area where students have a lot of questions. How do I develop skill? Or everybody talks about skill development. How do we do skill development and then take it forward for my own career development? So with this, we are at the end of this session. So before we end the session, may I request Dr. Tikku to come on stage and show us, give us a token of appreciation to the to Dr. Rao.
Surin Tikku says, you've done a great job. I want to say I did two great jobs. One is kept you all awake despite the working, the lunch which worked. And second, I think we have spared 5 minutes. We are closing 5 minutes earlier to the 2-hour limit that we were given. Thank you.
So, token of appreciation for Mr. Sahu. Thank you. And also for Dr. Rao. Okay. Okay. Thank you, the chairs and co-chairs and all the participants. Thank you, Dr. Tikku. May I now request Dr. Vishaka Raina to continue with the next session.
Good evening, everyone. So we are almost at the end of the third national conference on realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future. For the valedictory session, I would like to invite the chair and the co-chair, Dr. K.K. Narayan, Director ATPBR, and the co-chair, Dr. Sharan Angadi. Not yet.
It was mandatory to wear the uniform. Begin with.
So I would like the chair and the co-chair to honor Dr. Partha Dasgupta. Request him to come on the dais. Former Director, Syngenta Foundation, India.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming by. So nice to see you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So coming to the end of the conference, to give you an overview and a conference report, how the 3 days have gone by. So the farming is a profession of hope. And these 3 days have given us a lot of hope for realigning Indian agriculture for a sustainable future. We were fortunate to have the best professionals of their field sharing their thoughts, ideas, and achievements with us. The first day, it went on with an inaugural ceremony with an enriching session followed by a fun inter-university agri quiz and eventually a cultural evening, which left everyone awestruck. Day 2 focused on discussions regarding sustainable crop improvement and use of modern technology in farming, research findings, and revelations regarding Indian agricultural sector. We witnessed delegates from various universities and establishments showcasing their novel ideas, improving our knowledge regarding the same. The day concluded with ATPBR award ceremony for the delegates and a gala dinner. On day 3, that's today, the spotlight was on panel discussions. We were informed about efficient seed delivery systems, its challenges, and the ways to mitigate it at all levels of the production process. Major takeaways were the working of FPOs, aggregate farming, and SFLF models, ensuring a better livelihood for the farmers. The discussions also provided us with skill development prospects and the startup opportunities in this field. The panel discussions kept the young audience engaged throughout and gave us insights about it. I'm really thankful to all the speakers and guests for successful completion of the conference. So now we proceed towards some minor awards, which were very enthusiastically presented by our poster presenters. We announced these poster awards. The first prize goes to Eileen Patnaik from NICER. Eileen, anyone from NICER who can take the award? It's written Eileen. Elena Patnaik. You can take.
So the award includes a certificate and a cash prize of 2,000 rupees. What's your name? Adishakti. So Adishakti will receive the award on behalf of the group. Were you also part of the poster? No. Okay, so well done. This is the certificate.
The second prize goes to Sabiha Tarafdar from KIT. Yes, Sabiha Tarafdar.
Well done. Certificate and a cash prize of 5,000.
Congratulations. The third prize goes to Udaya V from IIR Angrao.
Congratulations. Check with Dr. Jena. Okay. Well done. And there's a cash prize of 5,000.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Aparna Tiwari to announce rest of the awards.
Very good evening, everybody. Honorable Mr. Chairman, sir, our most valued invited guests, speakers, dignitaries, sponsors, and all the participants. I feel honored to give the vote of thanks of this conference. I, on behalf of 5F Farming Conference Organizing Committee and the entire supporting crew, would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to each and everyone who has supported directly and indirectly in the planning and execution of such event. I start with our speakers who has given their excellent presentation during the sessions and their findings and opinion they have shared with us. Your content will echo in our mind for long time to come. A much gratitude to all our sponsors who supported generously for seamless execution of the event. First, I would like to invite Adventa team, who are our sponsors since last 3 years. And I'm sure their support will continue in coming future as well. Now I would like to request INB team to come on the dais to take the honor, being a gold sponsor for the conference. Ms. Radha, Naren, I think they left somewhere. Yeah. Yes. I'll pass the gift memento to the Swasti. They are still staying there. I'll do that. Now I request our bronze sponsor, Indo-American Hybrid Seeds.
Come. Thank you so much for your support.
Now I extend my thanks to all our award sponsors, Maiko, Bayer, and Nunam. I request them to come on the dais to take the honor. Anyone? Bayer?
Thank you, Bear, for all the support. Those two can be passed on.
Okay, if there is nobody, so we will pass them later. It's always considered to be an opportunity to witness the latest trend and advancement in agriculture. Our exhibitors try to give some glimpse of that, and for that we would like to thank Ankush Seeds, Color Seeds, Byrek, Advanta, Bayer, Nunam, and KIT University for setting up their stalls here and showcasing your product to all the participants. Thank you very much. For the advertisement, I would like to thank Vocal Seed, Ajit Seed, Ragswan Seeds for putting their advertisement in the souvenir book. You will enjoy seeing the pages. They are really beautiful. All our efforts are for the betterment of farming community, and so it's important that our voice should be heard to the bigger audience. And special thanks to Dr. Shraddhanjali Nayak, who really helped us to bring all the media house. Thank you very much. I requested her to be here, but she couldn't make it. So thank you very much to her for bringing the media attention to the conference.
Excellent coverage.
Thank you. Yeah, she really did a good job. So anyone from the KIT, please pass our heartfelt, gratification to her. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our supporting organizing partners, ICR, ILS, who stand next to us in helping the organizing this whole event. I would like to thank Ramadevi University, who become the partner and help us for the organization of this whole conference. Is there anyone representing these organizations to come on the dais to take the mementos?
there are students
ILS.
from Ramadevi University. Yeah, please come. Please come. Ramadevi. All of you can also come.
Come all together. You can take out your mask for the picture if you wish.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to give a very special thanks to Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology for all their supports to make this event a successful grand. Thank you, Mrityunjay Soul sir, for accepting the invitation to become the partner with ATPBR for organizing this conference. Your vital support for organizing this conference is highly, highly appreciated.
Please come on up.
Dr. Soul sir? Not here. Well, I am coming to both of you. I'm coming to. So thank you for deputing such a vibrant, energetic and supporting staff who really supported us on day to day for everyday meeting, for everyday, conversation we had it. Thank you, Gopal sir and Dr. Giri for, bearing all the pain we have given you. Come on the dais, please. You both are very patient, very perseverance, and very, committed person. Thank you very much for being the part of the organizing committee. Please take the honor in behalf of the. And please also take the memento for yourself as well. Please be on the dais. So this is for the KIT, and there is an appreciation for both of you as well, because you were really very stone all the time to support the whole conference. Go. Just be here, huh? Be the part of the organizing committee, be here. So before, addressing the organizing committee, I would like to extend my thanks to all the volunteers, because without the army of the volunteers, such event cannot be executed. So I invite all the volunteers to come on the dais, and just, we all like to applause for all your effort. All the volunteers, please come on the dais. Yes, yes, definitely. Now I request Tiku sir to be on the dais. All the directors should be on the dais, just to, give the honors to all the volunteers. Tiku sir, come on the dais. Can we do the certification right now or do it later? Later, we can have a good picture if you want. Huh? Come on. अभी आ रहे हैं ना, कहाँ गई तुम लोग की शर्ट कहाँ है? पहन के आओ ना. रखी हुई है शर्ट छुपा छुपा के सबने. अच्छा अभी ले लो एक ग्रुप पिक्चर, then come quickly again for the group picture, okay? Come, join in a team. They're here. अरे वाह, very good. Come. Take the picture. All the participants from the cultural night, they are also volunteer. Please join. Come on the dais. Come fast. Well, thanking list is still long, so be patient. Thank you. I would like to thank all the participants for coming and being patient during all three days, and especially after lunch. It's not that easy to open your eyes and listen those lectures. So thank you very much for all your time. And we have over more than 200 delegates from 63 organizations representing 8 states who attended the conference since last 3 days. You will be giving few words as well, all 3 of you. As you all know, that event like this doesn't happen overnight. It requires a lot of effort, time and commitment, and especially for this conference, we have worked more than 2 years. So it's become more special. I need all the attention. Few more minutes, be patient. We are just ending. I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee. They are here, few of them are not here. We are really missing them, but it's really thanking them all from the bottom of the heart that you have given all your times, not 1 year, but 2 years, for all the meetings and planning and strategy. And there's a lot of pain we have given. So thank you very much. And I request all the organizing committee members to come on the dais to take a token of appreciation. Please come on the dais. Organizing committee member. We can choose to whom we want to give the honor. हाँ फोटो खिंचाना है भाई। Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the board of directors of ATPPR, Dr. KK Narayan sir, Suren sir, Sharan sir, Dr. Arvind Mishra, for their continuous motivation and support in planning and moderating of various activities, including professional training, workshop, awareness sessions, and laying the foundation of 5F Farming Conference under the umbrella of ATPPR. I also would like to thank Mr. Vasudev Rao sir for being the part of the committee. Sir, please join in. He is our training advisor and really giving a wonderful suggestion, ideas for professional execution of the trainings. Thank you, sir. Come on the dais, please. Now I request a group picture.
क्या हो रहा भाई?
The maximum weight, you all don't realize, is my colleague in the organization committee, the CEO of ATPPR, Yes. The physician, you can give a run to a photographic, you are the present day singer. Great pleasure working with you. Thank you so much. And the brain in the hand. So friends, Aparna, this is yours. It's been a wonderful 3 days. Thank you all for participating, engaging with the programs, and making it such an enriching, such a rewarding experience for all of us. I hope you all agree. If you do agree, please put your hands together. Let me hear that. You know, we have come a long way in these 4 years. The first meeting was held in Dharwad, the University of Agriculture Sciences, Aurangabad, sorry. The second was in Dharwad. The third one was, actually it should have been held last year in Kit, but then got postponed because of the COVID pandemic, and we are having it here. And if you analyze the programs, there's been a continuous scale up. It has been grander and more deep in terms of science, technology, and the subjects that we have been discussing. Like I have been saying, crop improvement, we consider it in a very broad sense, and that is reflected in the eclectic mix of the themes of the various sessions that we have had in the discussion. We are not just discussing about genetics, we had deep science, Jenna's paper on transferring some of the markers. We had talk about how to promote entrepreneurship, how to develop skills, and various other aspects of it. You know, the seed, how to take care of the seed, how to produce seeds. So different dimensions of crop improvement is what we try to showcase. It may not be exhaustive, but certainly we have touched upon some of the very key areas. And we'd like to continue this journey and put together better and better programs and make sure that the participation is much wider and the dissemination of our messages go much deeper into society, which may consist of scientists, policy makers. Usually we come out with a project report which will contain recommendations, and we will prepare one for this meeting as well. So I don't want to prolong this program much further. Without all those people's help, the media, the people who are kind of unseen, there is a saying, no, it's not the mighty sails that move the ship, it's the unseen wind. There may be many people who have been responsible for putting this meeting together. We may not be seeing them, they may not be obvious, but I send out my heartfelt gratitude to all of them. Please put your hands together for all those people who really made this happen. We have had a discussion within our organizing committee as to where we should have the next meeting. And I'm happy to announce that we have reached a consensus. So welcome all of you to Pune in 2023. We want to hold it in not a metropolitan city, but in the next tier cities, where it's not just the meeting, but also the ambience, the surroundings. People can have additional activities. We wanted to put together some satellite programs, including official visits to Puri and all that. But that couldn't happen this time because when we decided on having this meeting here, it was already very close to the date. You know, we hardly had a month of planning, and I really thank everybody from my bottom of my heart for making this happen. Unless we had pulled this weight together, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind. You please return the feedback forms. You wanted to say something else? Okay, so please enter the feedback form. I am sure there must have been many shortcomings which you would have noticed. That's not because of want of commitment from our part. There would have been lapses. Please point it out so that next time we can make it better and then cover up those lapses. Okay. Now let's all stand up and close this meeting by singing the national anthem.
So everyone is requested to go to the back side for high tea. And yeah, it's there. Please enjoy. And then all the participants are requested to go in front to the front desk to collect their certificates of attendance. Thank you. Somebody's mobile phone is here. I don't know who is this. Maybe. Yeah.